Good afternoon, everyone. I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the August 21st, 2024 City Council meeting. We acknowledge we're on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan, parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, and home of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to those lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to call Regina home. Some members of the administration and potentially council may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. Again, microphones, cameras off. And when you go to speak, microphones and cameras on. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the chair with the following adjustments? We're going to add communication CP 24-87 from Carla Harris of Regina, Saskatchewan to item MN 24-13. And we're going to refer item CR 24-104 Land Development Disposition Strategy to the September 18th, 2024 Executive Committee meeting with a correction to item C to read direct administration to issue an RFP to do a case for support for private philanthropy and or sponsorship for the IAF development. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Nelson, yeah?
I would just like the consent agenda for the pool and...
We're not at the consent agenda yet. We're just at the approval of the agenda.
But I don't want those to be on the approval of the agenda.
Yeah, we'll get to the consent agenda.
All right.
I have Councillor Hawkins. I need a seconder by Councillor Bresciani. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the July 17th, 2024 meeting of City Council? Thank you, Councillor Fundura, seconded by Councillor Stadenchuk. Do you like how I did that? Okay, you got a question? Yeah. Will you second it? Thank you. Please go ahead.
I just wanted to note that in the minutes, I am voting in favor of the item regarding the Red Sox baseball field. I believe it's in these minutes, right? It wasn't in the executive. I was trying to find it. And I know that I cannot change my vote, but I just wanted to be on the record of saying that I regret my vote, that I wouldn't want to continue to be supporting it if there was a vote held again.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stadenchuk. Any other questions from council on the minutes? Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call a question. Any opposed? Carried. We'll now consider the consent agenda. The consent agenda is moved and voted upon without debate as one item, regardless of the number of agenda items. Item CR 24-102, Wascana Pool Waterslide Accessibility, is deemed to have been automatically removed from the consent agenda, as delegations have registered to speak to it, and it will be considered in the published agenda order at the call of the chair. The consent agenda for this meeting includes the following items. CP 24-77, Luke Flagel, Sask Sport, Regina, Sask, related to item CR 24-101. CR 24-102, the new indoor aquatics facility. Councillor Nelson, is that the one you want to pull off?
Yeah,
yep.
Please, thank you.
Thank you. All right, so there are no items on the consent agenda. They're deemed to have been removed and will be considered by council in agenda order at the call of the chair. We'll move to public hearing and public notice bylaws and related public notice reports. We'll consider public hearing and public notice bylaw. I'll ask Deputy Mayor Fundura to do first reading of the following bylaws, 2024-52, 2024-53. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Sorry, my apologies. I do see so many people in the gallery. I know Mr. Nickel did inform the individuals, or some of them, that the hockey will not be discussed today. So did you just want to reaffirm that so everybody, maybe not everybody knows?
All right.
Just to be clear, because they could be waiting until it just be read. So just to be clear, maybe because they don't understand the procedure.
Got it. Councillor Antonelli?
Don't say anything. They should stay here and see what goes on.
I should stay here and see what goes on. In any event, the motion related to ice time, it will be read into the record later in the meeting, probably near the end, which if I was a betting woman, that's about 8 p.m. tonight. So it won't be debated or discussed. It'll be debated and discussed at the September council meeting. So that's the procedure. Is a notice of motion is read into the record, and then it waits until the next council meeting. So just so you're all aware. Councillor Fundura, as Deputy Mayor, can I have you do first reading of the following bylaws, 2024-52, 53?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw number 2024-52 and 2024-53 be read a second time. Oh, sorry, first time. First time.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Clerks, can I have you start the vote? Sorry, to the clerks, I'm having difficulty signing in. So I vote in the affirmative. Yes.
Did you vote? Mayor Masters' first reading passes in a vote of 10-0, with all members present voting in favor. Councillor LeBlanc is currently away from the meeting.
Thank you very much. I'll call upon the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of this bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Council will now consider the following bylaws which require a public hearing. Number 2024-52, to amend Design Regina, the official community plan bylaw, by adding the Saskatchewan Drive Corridor Plan and making related amendments to the existing Heritage, Downtown, and Cathedral neighborhood plans. And bylaw 2024-53, to establish the servicing agreement fee and development levy rates that will be charged and collected on or after January 1st, 2025, and which incorporate policy amendments from the 2023-24 Comprehensive Review. If there is anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak to council on either of these bylaws, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one. Mayor?
Thank you very much to the clerk. Councillor Deputy Mayor Fundura, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
Okay, I move, seconded by Councillor Standishak, that bylaw number 2024-52 and 2024-53 be read a second time.
Thank you. Does any member of council have any questions? I've been asked to wait. As there were no questions from council, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters, second reading passes at a vote of 10-0.
Excellent, thank you. Deputy Mayor Findura, can you please do consent for third reading at this meeting, please?
Okay, Mayor, I move, seconded by Councillor Regina, that council hereby consent to bylaw number 2024-52 and 2024-53 going to third reading at this meeting.
Excellent. Clerk, can you please start the vote?
Mayor Masters, unanimous consent required to proceed to third reading at today's meeting has been achieved with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Deputy Mayor Findura, please do final reading of the bylaw.
Mayor, I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw number 2024-52 and 2024-53 be read a third time.
Clerks, could you please start the vote?
Mayor Masters, third reading passes in a vote of 10-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. We'll now consider item CR 24-98, zoning bylaw amendment 1176 Wascana Street. I will ask Councillor Findura to please introduce the report.
Thank you, Mayor. Report CR 24-98, zoning bylaw amendment 1176 Wascana Street. Planning Commission recommends the City Council approve the application to amend the Regina zoning bylaw by rezoning 1176 Wascana Street from institutional zone to mixed low-rise zone and amend zoning map 2490-89A. Policy supports design Regina and relating to complete neighborhoods. Rezoning allows greater flexibility for mixed use. At the same time, rezoning removes the opportunity to be reused as institutional use. Discussion by the Commission members in respect to rezoning amendments that administration consider wider rezoning to the zoning bylaw or redesignating the OCP when receiving applications. So one of the commissioners, just going to give you one or two things. His recommendations or his thoughts were, and I will be sending this to the administration, why do we see so many recommendations to rezone land parcel by parcel? Why is the spot zoning so relevant? And the second one is that is there an opportunity for planning and development services to consider and where appropriate recommend more comprehensive rezoning when such applications are received, analysis and processes. So I will be sending his thoughts to the administration. Planning Commission give a good feedback on the zoning. Administration recommends approval. So our RPC seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Findura. Can I get a motion? Can I have someone move the report? Thank you, Councillor Stanachuk, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli. Mover, do you wish to speak? Nope. Any member of council? Councillor Findura, I think you've got some questions? Oh, all right. All right. I see no questions from council. I take it, Councillor Stadnichuk, you don't need to close debate either? All right, clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, the report has carried in a vote of 9-0, with Councillor Nelson having temporarily stepped away from the meeting.
Excellent, thank you very much. We'll now consider the public hearing and public notice bylaw related to the previous report, CR 24-98. I will ask Deputy Mayor Findura to do first reading of bylaw 2024-55, the Regina zoning amendment bylaw.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I move seconded by Councillor Zaidniak, that bylaw number 2024-55 be introduced and read the first time.
Thank you. I'll ask clerks to start the vote. Yeah, I know. I can hear.
Mayor Masters' first reading is passed in a vote of 9-0.
Thank you to the clerks. I'm going to call upon the clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of this bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Council again will consider the following bylaw, which requires a public hearing, that being number 2024-55, to amend the zoning of the subject lands at 1176 Wascana Street to expand commercial development opportunities at the location. If there is anyone in the gallery who wishes to address council on this bylaw, I would ask that you indicate your interest at this time. There appears to be no one, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Findura, can you please do second reading of the bylaw?
Okay, Mayor, I move seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw number 2024-55 be read a second time.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Findura. Does any member of council have any questions? All right, clerks, can you please start the vote?
Mayor Masters' second reading is passed in a vote of 9-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Deputy Mayor Findura, can you please do consent for third reading at this meeting?
Okay, Mayor, I move seconded by Councillor Moe, that council hereby consent to bylaw number 2024-55, going to the third reading at this meeting.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters' unanimous consent to proceed to third reading at this meeting has been achieved, with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Deputy Mayor Findura, can you please do final reading of the bylaw?
Okay, Mayor, thank you. I move seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk, that bylaw number 2024-55 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you please start the vote?
Mayor Masters' third reading has passed 9-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Findura. We'll now consider item CR 24-99, the RM of Sherwood Fire Services Agreement. Can I have a member of administration please introduce the report? Ms. Anderson?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. City of Regina provides fire services to the RM of Sherwood through a fire service agreement that was created in 2001 and that has not been renegotiated since that time. Since then, the RM has increased commercial and industrial development, and overall call volumes have increased in both frequency and complexity. We've not been successful in reaching a new agreement with the RM, and there are two significant areas that need to be addressed in a timely manner. The first is that we want public safety measures updated. So that's items such as fire codes, emergency preparedness plans, and access to information. Secondly, we want the financial model changed. The financial compensation we are receiving from the RM for providing these services is insufficient to ensure adequate resource deployment. Therefore, we're here today to ask Council to endorse and approve an approach whereby should the RM of Sherwood and the City of Regina not come to a new agreement by the end of the year, we will serve them with 1 year's notice to terminate the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Councillor Mancinelli, I take it you'd be okay to move the report?
I would be.
I need a seconder. Councillor Stevens, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Mancinelli.
I guess first question, from reading the report and we're at this point, I take negotiations have gone poorly?
Through the chair, I would say we haven't made any progress.
From the report, once again, it sounds like there's been an ask to start negotiations, but nothing's been bought into to start negotiations barely. Would that be an accurate statement?
That would be correct, and in kind of looking at the history of the file, and I have Chief Jackson here as well, I know that there were conversations in 2013, 2020, 2021, and then again in 2023.
Thank you. Is this a problem that many municipalities encounter when trying to provide fire services for the region? Is this common in just Saskatchewan? Is there any other places across Canada that have more success or a better model that they follow?
I'll start and then maybe pass it off. I would say that even within the city of Regina, we do have other agreements for providing fire services. And the one that we have with the RM of Sherwood is not in any way aligned with those ones. I would also say, from my experience in the fire department in Alberta, the large cities there also have agreements with whether it be similar RMs or sometimes organizations to provide the fire service delivery, and I would say the model that we are proposing is very aligned with those ones and much more also similar to the agreements that we already have in existence.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I would just add that it is common for agreements like this to become outdated. And that's one of the key issues with this agreement is it is outdated and in need of updating and renewal. So, and that is common across Saskatchewan and the country that these agreements need to be revisited and renewed more often.
We've been talking about SAF fees lately. I believe fire halls are part of the SAF collection we do. So how does this play into that fact? When you renegotiate this, if we're successful, do we have a contributor for the growth of our fire department that helps address the fires outside of our perimeter? Does that become part of our planning? Or on these one-offs, are we just always fighting for trying to collect on what we help with?
Through the chair, I would say, I mean, we're always collecting the fees through the contracts, and that's why, frankly, we need to be looking at them on a regular basis to really do an analysis of has the area grown, have the frequency of have calls been done, and so it is absolutely taxing on our resources to provide the services, so we need to make sure that our compensation is adequate. And one of the things I most appreciated that Chief Jackson said to me in one of our meetings was, you never want to get in a situation where you're deciding which resources are we deploying within the city and to the RM. We need to make sure that we've got the resources to do both. And so I would end with that.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, I think the city manager covered it well. I would say, just add to that adequate funding from the RM is part of the overall picture. So in order for our capacity to both handle the calls with the increasing calls within the city, increasing call volume within the RM, adequate funding from the RM is part of the puzzle too. So we sat in front of council a couple years ago talking about last time that the department had seen any type of serious development or investment or growth was 20 years ago, and the city council supported us in moving forward, and now the RM needs to be a part of that equation also of supporting the growth of the department to handle this increased calls and complexity and frequency.
Perfect. I think we're on the same page, but I think I asked that first question in a clouded manner. My fault. I'm just going to clear it up to make sure we are on the same page. You get a call out, you put the fire out, you submit a bill. That bill's, is it for operating, or does that bill encompass, the operations and the growth moving forward, just like our SAF fees would? And if not, when you're done this agreement, will it encompass both?
I will pass it over to Chief Jackson, but what I will say is that there are different models that we're looking at for the negotiation. And yeah, if you want to add to that.
Sure. And the current state right now, so it covers the operating. So it basically covers the fees or the costs of our firefighters being there for that incident. The other investments such as facilities, equipment, apparatus, personnel, it doesn't. So, and we're looking into models that will account for that.
So up to this point in time, Regina has operated fire services for a region. We've grown and paid for the growth from within, and when we charge out, it's only for the use of that point in time. And what you're trying to do is correct this, so we actually get paid for the provision as well. As our surrounding neighbors grow and we have to provide more, we're making sure we're collecting enough to be able to make that available to them and themselves properly. That sums it up pretty good?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, and just to add on, 8 years in council, I've been on regional committees. I've dealt with the RM of Sherwood in that format and our surrounding neighbors. I believe in cooperation with the neighbors. I believe for Saskatchewan and Regina and all my neighbors and all my friends and all my family to get where we're going, we have to cooperate as both a city, a province, and a neighbor. But I fully support bringing this to bear. I think these infighting within our region and having to have something as important as fire in light of the huge fire we just had last summer still be stalemated in negotiations is just political stupidity, and we need to look bigger. So I support you in following this through. One thing I've learned is in Saskatchewan we have a politician for every 1,500 people. Most of Canada has a politician for every 19,000. So sometimes we get caught up on our political infighting more than getting forward. So I support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I appreciate you're going to be entering negotiations, taking a different approach, so I don't want you to disclose too much information, but the fire service has changed. You do a lot of overdose responses and increased paramedical calls. Would that be something that would be considered in this negotiation, or is that a separate issue that you would negotiate aside from fire?
So through you, Mayor Masters, our agreement right now, we provide all services, so all fire services, including all those other services that you talked about. So that's part of that complexity of the calls. And being able to handle those type of complicated calls and overdoses. There's also technical rescue, there's hazardous materials calls that we respond to. Those type of complicated calls require significant resources to first and foremost keep our first responders safe, and then to keep the public safe also. So the adequate funding and resources available to do that, and then still maintain coverage in the city is what we're looking to achieve in negotiations, is build that capacity of the department that we're well equipped and well suited to handle those type of complicated and diverse calls.
Thank you. Just one last question. And just so I understand the scope of your responsibility, effectively the RM of Sherwood has a professional fire service through your department instead of having its own or having its own volunteer. So they're basically getting a discount by relying on our fire service without having to purchase or pay for one themselves, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, effectively we're their fire department.
Okay, thank you. I like the approach.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Brasciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I absolutely support what you're asking. So I understood, and I know from sitting on SUMA that obviously fire in, kind of rural municipalities, that they're all volunteer-based. They have to raise funds for any kind of fire truck and things like that. So I understood the RM of Sherwood had some out there, but it's all volunteer-based. But you're saying they don't have any at all? And we are the only ones that would do the fire out there for the RM of Sherwood? Is that, I just need some clarity. Because they do have a site, a website as well. So I just need some clarity. Through the chair.
Sure, through you, Mayor Masters. We are effectively their fire department. The village of Grand Coulee has a volunteer fire department. It's really the only other municipality within the RM of Sherwood. But we effectively have the contract or the agreement for the RM. So the Sherwood Industrial Park, those type areas, we're responding into all those other areas.
Okay. And then how
And
does...
we also respond to Grand Coulee on a mutual aid agreement with them quite frequently if they have something.
Okay, thank you for that. Do we support any other RMs with fire through the chair, like Edenwald?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we do. We are effectively the fire department for a portion of the RM of Lumsden. And then we do have a secondary response agreement with the RM of Edenwald. That was, I believe, this council or the council before had signed with them.
Thank you. And are all those contracts up to date, as this one's the only one outstanding through the chair?
They through you, Mayor Masters, they all require ongoing renewal and work, so I'd have to check on the
Okay.
status of just where they are. But I would say most of them have been renewed more frequently than this one.
Okay. Was there any talk about kind of, because I think it's obviously bears down to cost for the municipality, was there any discussion about kind of regional cooperation around trying to afford something to work together? Was there any discussions about that through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, there has been throughout the years some discussion about regional and a regional approach. In these discussions, there's really been, and I guess I'd need a little more context of what you're wondering. Like, this type of agreement is a regional type agreement where our primary response is the city of Regina. So by engaging in this agreement, we're expanding our regional footprint. So
Okay.
so that's, and then we also have mutual aid agreements with the surrounding fire departments, with some of the other RMs. We have an agreement where we are the fire department for the Global Transportation Hub Authority. So we do have a regional footprint, for sure.
Okay. And just to be clear, so I understand in the report it says there was meetings June 2019, August 2020, February 2021, and October 2023. And so nothing, I guess, the next steps would be is to have like a final meeting and then kind of move into saying, you know, you've got 1 year, or what is the next steps? Through the chair.
Through the chair, sorry. Through you, Mayor Masters, I would say the next steps, if council recommends this, and frankly, one of the reasons that I wanted it to come forward is it sets us on better footing for negotiations. I would think it's in the RM of Sherwood's best interest to let this drag out for as long as possible, which
Yeah.
would keep everything exactly the same. And so I would say the next step, if this is approved, is setting up another meeting and basically saying that we have to come to terms, agreeable terms by the end of this calendar year, or you will be served with 1 year's notice.
Okay, perfect. I support this. Thank you very much for the work. That's all I have.
And I guess I could add to the city managers, my bosses, echo her comments and say that this agreement, it is outdated, and part of it doesn't have a renewal term. So really the only tool is that termination clause. I mean, we've had discussions and we've discussed issues, but it doesn't have a 5-year renewal like our newer agreements will have that renewal term. This agreement doesn't. So that's just a bit of context there too.
Thank you. Councillor Stanichuk, please go ahead.
Through the chair, just one question about how frequent you attend to fires or incidents in the RM of Sherwood. Can you kind of give a sense of it and whether or not it has been increasing over the last number of years?
Sure, through you, Mayor Masters. I'll maybe start on this one, and then one of my data experts, Deputy Chief McCullough is here too, can maybe add. But we've seen an increase in calls, and more importantly, we've seen an increase in the complexity of the type of calls. So you would have recalled at the end of last year and the beginning of this year, we had a scrap recycling yard fire that was quite extensive, quite large, quite a long, protracted operation. We're seeing those, but we are seeing the number too increase. And it's also compounded too with the city's increasing call volume. So they all interrelate in our overall capacity. And I'll maybe ask Deputy Chief McCullough. I think he even knows the percentage increase. So.
Through the chair, to the chief's point there, we have seen the increase in the RM since 2018. We've seen about a 30% increase in call volume. At that same time in the city, we've seen about a 66% increase. And so I think what that speaks to is what the chief was talking about, capacity, making sure that we can still deliver that service within the city while we are being drawn out into the RM as well.
Okay, thank you. That's really good information. Thank you so much. And I strongly support this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stanczyk. Councillor Mancinelli, you want to close off debate?
No, I think that's been a good recognition of what's been going on here.
Okay, thank you. Clerks, can you please start the vote?
Mayor Masters, the report carries in a vote of 10-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. We have a communication on CR 24-100. Can I have a motion to receive and file communication CP 24-76 from Jim Elliott? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by anyone? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We'll now consider item CR 24-100, request to seek an increase to debt limit. Can I have Deputy Mayor Findura please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll bring CR 24-100, a request to seek an increase in the debt limit. Executive Committee recommends to approve recommendation 1, 2, and 7. Within 1 and 2 and 7, the city requests to seek approval from SMB, Saskatchewan Municipal Board, to establish the debt limit of $890 million. And number 2, to delegate the Deputy City Manager or designate to apply to SMB for the new debt limit. And to table recommendation 3, 4, and 5 till such time that the city receives a response from the Saskatchewan Municipal Board on the new debt limit of $890 million. Executive seeks concurrence.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Findura, can I get someone to move the report? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Hawkins, did you wish to speak?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Hi. I've had a lot of discussions with people in my ward, a lot of people in the community. Living within our means has always been something that we try to talk about. We try to practice what we preach. I'd like to make an amendment to the motion. To the report, sorry. How does that, what is the proper procedure? I want to amend it to say, to put in, adding wording to the increasing of the debt limit.
What's the wording?
I'd like to say in proportion to the increase of the population by the city of Regina. So which means that we increase our debt limit as the population grows within the city of Regina. We'll never have to come back to this to ask for increases. It'll be written that as the population increases, our debt limit will increase, and therefore, this will,
Just always match is what you're trying to do?
right, and this will also give taxpayers and people within our community the understanding that we won't be living with, we will be always living within our means.
Thanks. Councillor Nelson, I'm just going to check in with City Solicitor, who is, hi, today. Hello. Ms. Willoughby, please. Can you respond to that? Because I think this is under provincial legislation, but I could be wrong. Please go ahead.
Yeah, in fact, I was just doing the same back to my office, but my understanding is that you would actually still, administration would still have to come to council to get approval to make the application to the SMB for the increase. So there could be direction in a motion, but there would still have to be a formal ask to make the request to the SMB for the increase.
Council still has to decide to
Correct.
apply to the SMB.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, but in light of the wording in this, do you understand what I'm trying?
I think I
forward.
understand what
Okay.
you're trying to achieve, and that's what I'm suggesting. It could provide direction for administration to always come back on that basis, but it would be subject to the view of council of the day, whether they approve making a subsequent application or not, notwithstanding an increase in population.
Right, so it leaves it all open that, you know, say the next council says, hey, we want to increase it not based on the population, that, because it could always be changed. But as of right now, this is what I'd like to vote on.
Councillor Nelson, are you trying to make sure that as we grow, it automatically triggers a debt limit increase, so it's not, we wait 10 years and then apply,
Right,
and then wait
right.
10 years and then apply? If this is a policy issue as opposed to, like the motion before us is the actual SMB approval, would you be open to considering this as a policy consideration to bring back to council? I think I get where you're trying to get to, so that it's not this, let's just wait forever and whatever.
Right.
And then,
And-
but it's always kind of tied to population at the same time?
But the policy can always be changed.
Yeah, I'm not sure that policy fits here, because this is a request by
But this-
administration to go to the SMB.
Right, and I'm asking that you guys go to SMB when the population increases, and that always be set in stone, that it always goes that way. So then there's none of this
I'm just going to
huge
get the
increases.
city clerk to speak to the,
And I apologize, this came to me this morning.
Oh, it's okay.
Been thinking
No,
about this
thank
for
you, Mayor.
years.
I think, Councillor Nelson, I believe that both the solicitor and myself understand that what you're trying to do is tie to a future request,
Yeah.
that it be based on an increase in the population.
Yeah.
So I think that in fairness, that is a policy decision, because you cannot get around the explicit requirement of legislation to come back. So what I think I would suggest is that administration, the city manager hears this, and what they could do at a subsequent meeting or in a subsequent report, come back for a policy change that would state that, so that, but you're not going to be able to tie the SMB, isn't going to automatically approve it anyways.
Right,
But
right.
this way,
Yeah.
you can make a policy change in a subsequent report from administration
do you
for
want to ask for an
consideration.
undertaking on this from administration?
If that's what I need to do, because this is something, like I said, that I feel strongly about, and I've spoken with a lot of people in my ward and a lot of people in Regina, that this, it makes us accountable for the borrowing and that we're doing within our city, and it's tying it to something at least, instead of just somebody's wants.
Ms. Willoughby, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you through the mayor. I think that's a fine approach. I just want to make sure council's clear that I think that approach is fine. I just want to make sure council's clear that the application to the SMB is still subject to their discretion, and it is generally not tied to population increase. So although that might trigger a city application, it's not necessarily what they base their decision to approve a new debt limit on.
But I'd like to hear from the city manager, because even though that's what it's tied to, it's administration going to them to ask for that money.
Ms. Anderson?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll probably pass it over, but I mean, at the end of the day, it is council that approves increasing the debt limit. And so to me, if as council you want to make that based on population growth, that's your prerogative. But you are ultimately deciding, not us.
Right.
So I would think that you would probably have a bunch of different tools or ways that you would determine whether or not to take on more debt. Population could be one of them. But again, I think that's a council decision, not a administrative decision.
Mr. Sisha?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Masters. I think we're okay to look at it as an undertaking and consider the policy implications. I guess a question, population growth would be quite low and could put, or it could be high in a year when, so when you index with to something else, it's always, does it move in the direction you want it to? So that would be a consideration. I guess, how do we know that number? The census is, I believe, every 4 years. So you wouldn't know. So I'm wondering, Councillor, and I'm not sure this is my place, I'm still a little new around here, but are you trying to tie it to something that's more of a growth component of the city, which I wonder, with respect, if population growth is the right comparator versus some other economic growth driver. It's just a thought. I think on the surface, population growth may be problematic as a practical matter, given how it's measured, and given that your economy can deviate. I know one drives the other, but an economy in a year, or the cost or the number of projects in a year, could deviate from population growth in either direction and not be practical. So we could do the work to kind of come back and talk about that and think the policy implications, but just some initial thoughts on that. So I just wanted to get that in there.
And just to add to that, Councillor Stevens just said, maybe tie it to our GDP or something. It's just, where I'm going with this is just have some of that accountability to the taxpayers to say, we don't get to just borrow $500 extra million because I have a pet project that I want to get done. It has to be, we all save for a car, we all save for a house, so this would just give some kind of a direction to say, hey, we're going to start being fiscally responsible, in my opinion, and many of the people that I spoke to, and why I'm bringing this forward. And I don't know exactly how to make this look, if it is tied to it. I'm going to vote against this if this motion is the way that it is in the wording. I'm okay to add a friendly amendment. If this is possible, then I'll vote in favor, but if it's not. So I'm looking to the clerk for some clarification, possibly, or the city manager.
Ms. Anderson, please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters. I think the only other thing that I'll add is we do try and tie our new capital assets to projected population growth. So even when we had the IAF report at the last meeting and what you have here, we do talk about projecting ahead for population growth and how long we imagine it will be before that new facility would be full. So we are trying to bring into kind of the decisions around our capital assets, not just what is the population today, but what is the projected population growth, and when do we estimate that our population would outgrow the size of a new facility.
Well, and what brings me back to this is when we voted for the extra water tank, and we needed the second tank for a population of an extra 100,000 people. Although we're putting it in now, and there was the argument of we need it now, but what is the population? How much longer before we're going to reach 100,000 people? And council around the table said, well, we need to, if we build it now, it's cheaper, and so on and so forth. And I get their argument over that. But in my argument was, when are we going to reach 100,000 people to need this second tank? And from administration, depending on our growth in the last 10 years, it hasn't been 100,000 people. So my view here is that in order for us to reach that population and to reach that extra money, we need more people in our city to grow the tax base, the GDP, whichever it is measured by. but I just feel that that's something that I can stand behind and the people in my ward can stand behind.
Councillor Nelson, this is credit to the clerk here, but if you wanted to make an amendment to add in, a point number, we're tabling 3, 4, 5, and 6, right? What are we doing here? Sorry. Oh, it is going to be point 4 at the moment. Okay. To direct administration to return to executive with a report outlining options and implications for tying future debt limit increase requests to population growth, GDP, or some other measure.
So I'm going to ask the city manager, is that wording, or, sorry.
Mr.
Okay.
Sisler,
Yeah.
or
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. I think that'll work, and
Okay.
I do like the last bit. It sounds a little general, because we could, we could say, here's the pros and cons of population growth, GDP, and there may be other metrics we would at least look at to say, we also consider these options, which may be helpful to you coming back. So that wording would work for us to provide a view back to council.
all we need is a time frame. Does
And whatever you
6
guys
months?
feel.
Like,
Yeah.
what do you think is reasonable? End of Q2, 2025?
I think into 2025 would be reasonable given everything else, and it is, and I think that's okay because it is a long-term, it has long-term impact. This isn't a next week impact.
Right.
If anything does receive approval, it's a longer-term thinking about the debt, and also given all the discussion around debt and all that, there's also things to look at around those ratios we talked about last week that are already in the policy to try and control a certain percentage and those types of things. So first quarter, by the end of the first quarter of 2025. Second quarter, I'm being told by my experts. So say by June of 2025.
Okay,
To
and
bring that back.
I'm
Yeah.
fine with that. I want to
Yeah.
give administration, I'm trusting you guys to know what is the best, so I'm absolutely fine with your recommendation for this going forward.
Okay, council, we are going to put the amendment on the screen,
Does anybody want to second it?
and we'll need a seconder once you can see it. Councillor Nelson requires a seconder. Councillor Zakidniak will second. Speaking to the amendment,
Oh, okay, sorry. 'cause I was looking
Councillor
for any
Hawkins, please go ahead.
clarification.
Thank you very much. I oppose this amendment for two reasons. First of all, I'd like to ask Mr. Sitzler through the city manager, what's the cost of producing this report? How many hours do you estimate it'd take? And what would be the final cost of such a report?
I believe it would be internal time. We wouldn't have to hire anybody or do any, that type of analysis. We could likely, it would be time of city staff to do this. I'm unable to estimate it just off the cuff, Councillor, through the chair. But it wouldn't be a small thing because you want to think through all the different implications of what they all might mean over time. But I wouldn't think it would be, like, it's not going to take us thousands of hours. It might take.
City staff time is worth a
Of
lot
course.
of money, is it
Yes.
not?
Yes, it is.
And this would be a substantial effort, correct?
Yeah, to validate and work through and make sure and get some cross opinions, but we wouldn't be, we wouldn't have to pay for any outside resort, any additional cash outlay is what I was trying to get to.
And you are stretched at the moment, aren't you? As you mentioned.
Through the chair, yes, we are.
Okay, so my first reason is that this is costly to produce and is of limited value. My second reason may be more important, and it's important for the citizens to understand this. Getting the premise of the amendment is living within our means. And that is a good premise. The debt limit is not a measure of living within our means. Every time we borrow, we have to come back to council, and council has to approve it. And that's the point at which we decide whether or not we're going to live within our means. So what we have here is an amendment to produce a report that's costly, but does not necessarily address the living within our means question. That question is addressed by council when specific borrowing requests come here. So I oppose the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins.
It's not true, Counselor. It's not
Who is speaking right now? No more outbursts, or you'll be asked to leave. Council, please leave. Commissioner. Gentleman in front. I don't care.
Ask the mayor, who do you want to be removed? I have my daughter here too, both of us.
Don't want to leave her unsupervised, sir, and I guess that's a decision you've made.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Please, sir, please exit the room.
I'm sorry, ma'am, we're gonna stay here, it's a public venue. We'll wait for the police.
Sir, we'll shut it down otherwise. Please leave. Council will recess for 5 minutes. Councillor Stevens, I believe you're up next.
You bet, thank you. Yeah, appreciate this coming forward. Through the chair, this kind of reads as balanced budget legislation in that it's a law until the rulemakers say it isn't. So how, this comes forward, let's say it goes ahead, how do you interpret it? Is it a matter of, in future assessments of our debt, you would incorporate these factors into that analysis before coming to council with a recommendation? Is that accurate?
Mr. Sichler?
Through the chair, I didn't, if it was recommended and approved that we sort of indexed, if you will, our debt limit increase to some other metric, then, yeah, we would take that into account as we would with our other existing ratios around debt servicing capacity of the city.
Right.
I think in and of itself to do the work there, to just say this could work, or here's a bunch of problems with this one or that one, might be of some value to us and to council. But yeah, it would be a limiter, a governor, if you will, on the amount that we could borrow in any given period.
Okay, and then through the chair, it would be up to that council to determine whether or not to accept the recommendation, reject it, go with other options, like anything else. Okay.
I would believe so, through the chair.
On the other end, just so I'm understanding, living within our means often comes from folks who are thinking about household that's not the same as a corporation or a municipal corporation. What's considered at the other end? So when this goes to the board, do they consider our credit rating? Do they consider any of these factors when making an assessment?
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Kerlach to respond to that.
Through the chair, SMB will take a look at various factors, including our consolidated revenue as a city. Typically, they'll approve, the benchmark is usually 85% of our consolidated revenue. They do look at factors like our credit rating, as well as our plan to future fund the debt and how we're going to do that. So just because we request the debt doesn't necessarily mean that we will be approved for the debt, nor would it mean that when we get the debt that we're going to go out and spend it right away. So.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, just in terms of how this would operationalize, and again, I'm actually supportive in principle of some of the elements here. Let's say in a theoretical world, we're at our debt limit and a crisis comes up in infrastructure. We have no other way of financing other than drawing from debt. Yet, this would not allow us to pursue it. And so how would you balance these issues? The rule would say no, but hey, we need water.
Mr. Sichler?
Through the chair, and forgive me, I wouldn't know like procedurally, I mean, whether there's an ability to do an exception at a given time, but it would conceivably, yeah, limited if you were close to the limit and something happened that cost tens of millions of dollars somewhere that was emergent. I'm not sure of the decision mechanisms of council that could apply, but it would at least be a temporary barrier to get over, to deal with that. Yeah, even, I mean, in some sense, you might have it for other reasons, but if this was there, it would be a cap that would have to be dealt with by council.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. So I guess the question I have is, I'd like to hear from administration. So do you think this is a benefit to do this? Or do you think this could end up being a detriment? I need to, because if it's not worth it, if we are going to just be kind of continuing how we've been doing it as projects come forward, or debt is needed for infrastructure, and that's where I see it being needed, I worry a little bit, could it handcuff us as well? I really want to know, because I'll either support it or not support it.
Through the chair, yes, it could limit and be handcuffed to the earlier questions as well. So, for example, if I just take population growth, and I realize it says more than that now, but if I just take that as one example, I believe it's every 4 years, I'm not sure on that, that census is done, so you wouldn't have accurate information on a regular basis, as regular as you may need to consider debt as a council. if you, for example, that's just one example, and population growth, you know, if we're trying to build today for population growth in the future, that population growth isn't here yet, so theoretically, if you're limited by the future population growth isn't here yet, we're trying to build for it, you get in a weird reinforcing cycle there. I think the other thing to keep in mind, and I'm thinking as I'm talking, so bear with me, but when you look at the current debt policy, it spells out what kind of debt we can borrow. It also talks about limits that we have, and there are limits around the revenue of the city, our ability to pay principal and interest back over time. And those ratios are important. They are also, you know, if we think about in the past and what the board has looked at and what we have looked at, about 85% of consolidated revenue for the city. So to me, inherent in that number is growth. So as city revenues go up, yes, the city could control that by increasing certain rates, but more growth in the city, more houses, more businesses, higher valuations of those houses and businesses necessarily results in higher revenue. All things being equal for the city necessarily means that 85% of that consolidated revenue is higher. That as a peg to think about debt limit over time. It's not perfectly in there like an exact line from one to the other, but it captures, to me, economic growth, sentiment, probably population growth in the value of revenue the city is taking primarily from a tax base, if that's making some sense. I think some of these other ones, if this was to pass, we'd have to look at how they move over time, and do they, like, you don't want to tie a decision or a limit to something that doesn't move in the direction you're trying to control, for example, right? Like, so population could go up 2 or 3%, but there could be some infrastructure needs for the future that would be handcuffing. The same could be true of GDP or some other metric. So you want to make sure they move in the direction. If you want to put a controller on, you want to make sure that controller actually does what you think it'll do over time. But I would submit through the chair, councillor, that those ratios attached to city revenue and our ability to pay over time capture that and growth in those ratios of revenue.
Okay, so I just need to be clear. So what you've indicated that what you have right now in place is sufficient as per the motion there, that the growth also could hinder us because then it may not be that growth, 2 to 3%. So if we, example, infrastructure, we know we need the infrastructure, but we may not have the growth that could, I need to be clear, is that accurate?
That would be the view I'm submitting through the chair right here, yeah.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Keating-Ack, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I seconded this amendment. One reason is because within the past few months, we've had 2 debt limit increase requests, and residents, that concerned me, and I've heard from lots of residents with concerns about that as well. So one question I have is what policies do we currently have in place in terms of what gets considered, aside from whether or not we want to do a project, what other factors are considered by administration prior to asking City Council for a debt limit increase? Through the chair.
Ms. Carlick?
Through the chair, basically, when we move forward with a debt limit, just to clarify, debt limit increase or negotiating debt within our current existing debt limit?
No, requesting from council to request an increase to the debt limit. So that's happened 2 times within recent months. And then prior to that, I think it was like 10 years or something like that. So how does that process work, aside from folks agree to, or there's a desire for new infrastructure? What other factors are considered for administration to actually come to council and say, hey, we'd like to increase the debt limit?
Through the chair, I would say it's largely driven by what is felt as need for infrastructure, for example. With the water network expansion, that would be an example. That's future growth funded project that we just came to council to request to move forward with 100 million worth of debt, which we did require our debt limit increase that we received in January in order to accommodate while still having some room for flexibility for future debt needs. So basically, we take a look at what is needed, what projects are coming up. We'll have a wastewater expansion required for infrastructure, again, for growth in the city. Those are some of the considerations. The indoor aquatic facility, that request is also based on city need and based on future growth. So I would say it's driven by need, expected need of the city, and how we're going to manage it. Obviously, we look at other things outside of debt, like grants, P3s, but that's not always known when we actually initiate these requests. So we have to kind of go with a worst case scenario, if you will, and assume that we're not getting that additional funding in order to proceed with the project. And then sometimes we don't need the amount of debt at the end of the day. If some federal funding comes through or a P3 partnership pops up.
Okay, thank you. Do we know what other municipalities do? If there's other factors that are considered, whether it's population, GDP, or if there's some other measures that other municipalities are using that we're not using, is that information known at this time?
Through the chair, we do some cross-jurisdictional review. I don't know that information, like what Calgary's doing right off the cuff, off the top of my head. I may defer that question to Ms. Callender, who has been doing some additional work for us around the debt policy.
Ms. Callender?
Yeah, thank you. So several of the other cities that we've reviewed, their debt limit is based on their revenue. So for example, Calgary's debt limit is based on 1.6 times their revenue. Edmonton is, I think, 1.8 times their revenue. So several of them are based on their revenue.
And so I think like that sounds a bit different than what I heard that we do. Are you saying, so is it the case that theirs are more simplified than ours? They just solely base it on revenue versus we're trying to consider multiple factors? Or are you saying that's similar to what we do?
Well, in the past, we've based it on, I believe it was 85% of our revenue the last time we went to the Sask Municipal Board. And this time we're basing it more on the projects that we see coming forward. I think other jurisdictions have other mechanisms that, you know, I don't think, Alberta, do you have the answer to this? You know where I'm going?
Through the chair, I just want to also clarify that different jurisdictions, different provincial jurisdictions have different legislation that governs what they can and cannot do. So some of the jurisdictions allow for them to borrow up over 100% of their consolidated revenue. So that gives them the ability to take on more debt than they're actually receiving revenue annually. So there are a whole bunch of different factors that play into that when we look at cross-jurisdictional debt for comparability.
Okay. Has administration identified any policy gaps in terms of how to manage this process differently in the future, considering, I guess, backing up, am I right that there'd been a gap of maybe 10 years since when we previously had asked, and now there's been, you know, the two requests in recent history?
That is correct. So
Okay.
I think the last time we had gone back to the Sask Municipal Board before we started the debt process in 2023, it had been 10 years, 2013, just I believe before the Mosaic Stadium in anticipation. And then obviously we knew we had some larger projects coming up So in anticipation of that, we did request to move forward. We received that increase in January. However, I do not think we foresaw some of the inflationary increases in some of the projects that we had planned at that time.
And the initial request, correct me if I'm wrong, was denied, and then so you had to come back to us and ask for a different request.
Given the length of time that we had taken to go back for an increase in debt limit, and the fact that we didn't have specific timeframes around some of the projects nor a formal approval to move forward, SMB decided that the original request we had was too high at that time, and they moved forward with approving 85% of our consolidated revenue.
Okay. So I guess what, it still seems to me that there are some gaps in our process. And this amendment's now open to whether it's population, GDP, or some other measure, which I think opens up the possibility for us to see what are the best practices elsewhere, what is it that we need to do to refine our practice, so our processes, so that it doesn't happen again, that there's requests made in, like with a long gap and then in short order, and the inevitable way that that feels to residents is that we are proceeding way too quickly, and frankly, it feels that way to me as well. So I think that there is merit in finding out what are other places doing, what could we potentially improve. And so this is a report, and if the response is, actually, we think we're doing the best possible, well then that policy review of our debt management practices has been done and won't need to be done for several more years. So I think, and you know, there was some discussion
Councilor
of...
Zakiniak, if you could wrap it up, you're at past 5 minutes now.
Okay,
Oh, I apologize, 3.
needs, or needs. Some of the projects identified are squarely wants, not needs, and so I think that's problematic as well. So anyway, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Zakiniak. Councilor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I do appreciate what this amendment's trying to achieve, but looking at the factors it's worked into it, I don't see it much more than words, and I want to try to help with that. Well, how much does the city invest in making master plans, whether it be for recreation or roads or water or wastewater? Do we have master plans for all this needs that we have to look after in the city? Facilities, asset management?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. I wouldn't know off the top of my head how much money has been invested in master plans. What I would say is there's lots of them. What I would also say, particularly some of the older ones, there's not money attached to them. And so what you'll have seen in at least one of them in the last year is we attached a work plan with a budget. One of the issues, frankly, with some of the other master plans is there's fantastic, I will say, a path forward without always having funds attached to it.
Thank you. I guess if I said, was a little bit of money spent on master plans or a lot of money spent on master plans, which would be little or lot?
Proportionately a little.
Proportionately to like fixing
Our
the entire
entire
city on a
budget.
building? Okay. Would it be $1 million or $10 million?
Again, I don't have those numbers handy.
Okay, I'm hunting for something I don't need. We've invested millions of dollars in master plans. Every department has had to devise them. They have to be updated. They calibrate the needs of the cities, as the city manager has already pointed out. They look at the state of the area that they're supposed to report back on. Facilities asset management reports on the worst buildings in the worst shape that have to be addressed first. Water will do the same thing. When I look at what's on the board and what we're trying to achieve, I think what we're trying to do is not allow information to come to a council for a blind eye and no voice to be given, it to disappear for 10 years, and all of a sudden that ball be kicked down the road for someone else to solve. So I would say that the debt limit should be tied to the work that the city has to do. The work the city has to do is reported back in the master plans. The master plans are the product of the investment of all the taxpayers of Regina's funds going towards study of our asset. And even if we didn't activate what we had to receive debt for, we would always be in line with addressing our problems. If the problem was pushed down the road, that ratio would come out of order. It would show back in the plans that we have to update on a regular basis by requirement, and we would be having a properly functioning loop that kept things in line. So I'd like to suggest that. I don't want to put it as a friendly amendment because it's kind of out of line from what's been on. And here again, I think that that was Councillor Nelson's idea. If she's thinking that's smart, I'd like to cooperate with that. That's all I have to say.
Sorry, Councillor Mansfield, was there a question in there?
Yeah, do you think we could stage this off of our master plans that we get all the information from?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that it would take significant work. So I would give as an example, you all recently received the annual update for the transit master plan. And so what you'll see, or what some of you will see in the next budget, is when I looked at what the targets were as far as new bus shelters, we're not meeting the quota. It's a direct result of not enough money in the budget for it. So for the next budget, that will be something that administration will be talking about. We'll be saying we either need to change the targets or we need to increase the amount of money in the budget for those things. So I'd say it's on our radar right now, but as you've already said, there's a lot of master plans and there's a lot of plans tied to the master plans. I can actually send council via email a bit of mapping that we've done to it, but I would say to turn around tomorrow and tie debt requests to our master plans wouldn't be a simple endeavor.
What if I was to say, to make sure that between funding and a debt request, the work that would be done from this amendment would be what that number would look like, tying it through the master plans. I note that this has no formal measurement in it, and the master plans do. Those are the actual projects we're supposed to be working towards. If the asks are so out of line they can never be achieved, that should be recognized when the plan's being approved. If it's out of a line and we're not providing, we should be called out for it. I think that's what's being sought here, is a stopgap to keep things online, forward-looking. So once again, you know, a lot of investment to plan for our city, master plans being the tool we use to plan with, funding of the master plans being the job to do. It seems to all align to me. So once again, it's kind of different than what's been suggested. I put the idea out there. I think it's a strong tie. I hope it's considered and maybe considered to amend to.
Now we're good? All right, council, we have a legislative break. See you back in 15. see anyone else. I just have a couple questions based upon some of the line of questioning. There was a statement that there's gaps in the process for debt limit increase. Mr. Sichler or Mr. Anderson, either one of you speak to the gaps in the way in which we request debt?
Sorry?
In the process? Well, there was a statement made by Councillor Kiniak, I believe, who said that there were gaps in the process for how and when we go to ask for a debt limit increase. Do you know what those gaps are?
Through the chair, I don't. If I understood it right, there may be gaps that potentially other municipalities have different pegs or metrics, but our process is, to my understanding of it, it's pretty straight ahead and requires multiple council decision points on any debt issuance.
Okay. Thank you. On an annual basis, when we go to do work, how much of our budget is based on growth projects? Ms. Carroll?
Well, through the chair, if you could just give us a second to pull some of that stuff up. We don't have it to hand right now.
Okay, I guess rather than, I'm not specifically asking for numbers necessarily, but do we spend money on an annual basis on projects related to growth?
Through the chair, yes, of course, yes.
What do we base those on? Population?
Through the chair, the most common factor would probably be some deliberation earlier through administration and council on the need for such an investment in such a project, whether it's funded by debt or otherwise, typically around improving the city, growing the city, future need, replacing current need that's maybe not well served.
Thank you. So if I conclude with, I believe where Councillor Mancinelli was trying to go to, was that we've got projects within our master plan. Rec master plan has had a swimming pool on it for 2 master plans now. But we haven't had that anywhere in our budget planning. So essentially a bit of a misalignment, or I think Ms. Anderson, you answered and said that, you know, it's an interesting thing when we say we have master plans and we're trying to get to places that will require, in some respects, when you go to build a larger facility, in an effort not to tax people today for an asset that they can't enjoy for 15 years because we're going to put money away, that we borrow the money. I think you used the word good debt last week. The idea that you borrow the money to put those into place so that folks using it also are contributing to paying for it, because there's simply not a budget for a $100 million capital project.
Through the chair, correct in that, I mean, if you were to spend it all at once, then yes, you'd have to have all the funds or collect it within the year. So the debt stretches that over time, and theoretically, as you point out, if it's affordable and it's a project the community needs and wants and council's approved it, then you're getting the value of the project when it's built, as opposed to having to save the money first and then get the value.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Nelson, you want to close on your amendment?
Please. So in spirit of this is not, and I was talking to administration during the break, this is not to hinder anybody from any necessary. We need a water line. We need pipe, necessary projects. Absolutely not. This is only just to have information for us moving forward as when we're incurring debt, accountability, tying it to something that's tangible. I don't get to buy a new house because I want $1 million house. I only get to buy $1 million house if I make the money to afford that $1 million house. Not saying that taking on debt to buy that $1 million house or 500 or 2,000, whatever it is, isn't a bad thing. Of course it's not a bad thing. But if administration would come back with a report to say, and I'm not asking for this right away, I'm just asking for this to be a report, to come back and say, here's some measurables, here's some things that we can tie this to, so then we as council can see that, yes, we're being fiscally responsible. we're not just getting things because we want things. And I understand it all comes back to council to approve a debt limit. I understand that. But then it makes us a little bit more accountable to what's necessary, what's not necessary. Is this tied to something, whether it's growth, whether it's GDP, whether it's, we know that if we build this swimming pool, 500,000 people are going to come to Regina because their kids want to swim. Just something. So I'm not asking for this to handcuff administration, and speaking to administration during the break, that's not what my intention is, and I don't think anybody that's going to vote in favor, that's not our intention. Just to come back to us to have some measurables put in place. And this has got nothing to do with life-saving devices. If we need a water, if we need a main line, we need whatever, of course that's all going to come to council and we're going to approve it. We're not saying that you can't do that. That's not the intention of this. The intention is clearly to have some accountability, to have something tied to the debt so we know that we're getting into good debt all the time. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Clerk, can you call the vote on the amendment?
Masters, the amendment has been defeated in a vote of 2 in favor, 9 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors Nelson and Zakidniak. Voting against the amendment were Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Mancinelli, Moore, and yourself, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much to the clerks.
To the main motion.
Councillor Nelson, you still have a minute on the main motion. Did you want to keep speaking?
I think I made myself very clear. I'm not going to approve this. So I'm good.
Thank you very much. Councillor Zakidniak, please go ahead.
Okay. Well, while I was supportive of administration doing additional work in relation to our debt limit increase requests, it is the case that if it had passed, it would have made it difficult for me to figure out what to do with the main motion, which I voted against last time and plan to vote against this time and will be voting against. So, just to recap some of my rationale, we have a list of potential projects in the report. There's a chart. And some of these projects are simply like items on a wish list at this point. A multi-purpose event center, the potential ring road, railroad relocation. These are all tied to the debt limit increase request, as are, I believe, the aquatic center, which is now recommended to be tabled until October. And there's some of us with a motion to reconsider the library debt. There's a lot of unknowns at this time. I don't support us increasing the debt limit to, clearly we have to some extent, but the amount outlined in the report, I think it's too much. And I have heard quite a bit of concern from residents. We don't know if this could have if this gets approved, this would be considered in terms of our credit rating. We don't know to what extent, but how much debt we ask for has some level of impact on our credit rating. I've heard from many residents while we've talked around this table about how bad would it be if our credit rating got downgraded. Well, I've heard clearly from many residents that they don't want to see that happen. And we don't know the repercussions of that. And also the concern that if we get the approval for this amount of debt limit, it does allow future council to then move forward with all of these projects. And I've heard clearly from residents that they think it's too much. There's too much planned, and we need to proceed cautiously And us asking for approval to do everything is beyond our means, and they don't support it. And so those are some of the reasons why I, once again, will not be supporting this recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Zakinian. Councillor Zdanichuk.
Thank you, and through the mayor, just one question, if administration could clarify. In terms of the request for an increase in our debt limit, what are all of the projects that are listed in that table tied to that request, or my understanding was just the indoor aquatic facility? So if you could clarify that, please.
Mr. Sichler.
Through the chair, and for those following along, on page 6 of the original report, is that the table you're referring to, Councillor?
Yes.
Okay, so if you look there, yeah, this request would take us through to the line that, about 2/3 of the way down the line, that says remaining unfunded service agreement fee projects. And that, at that point, assuming all these things hold, there would be 2.7 million in capacity left. Those below there would not be covered by this request and are not included in this request.
Okay.
Those are future projects that are not yet in the approval stage to go get some debt. Those are included for information to say beyond what's here already. These are in discussion, underway, being thought of, contemplated. And so we didn't want council to just think this is it and there's nothing sort of behind there. But this is a listing of what's already approved and underway, what's being contemplated, and then some future projects as well that could be likely.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Councillor Hawkins, you want to close off debate? No, it wasn't on. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead.
It is now, I apologize. So, so I did share my comments at executive. And I understand that, you know, we just increased our debt just recently. And that was increased by, I think, about 210 million. Is that accurate?
Through the chair. Through the chair, 220 million.
Sorry, I apologize, 220, and that was utilized for what?
That debt limit request was factoring what we knew about the water network expansion at the time and the indoor aquatics facility at the time, as well as potentially considering what we may need future-wise for the water treatment plant. We had included other known projects that are seen on that list on page 6 of the report. However, knowing that we weren't sure where in the priority list they may be. So the big 3, I guess, projects considered when we went forward last time were the water network expansion, indoor aquatics facility, and the wastewater.
The wastewater treatment plant, though, that's not in this one, in this debt, is it?
Correct. Correct, that's correct. The library
Move that out.
was committed to by council a while ago, and it moved up in the priority list as a result.
So that's my point, right there. That's my point. We moved up a library as a council. I think there was 7 members that attended out of the 11. We moved up the library over top of the wastewater treatment plant, which we probably know that that's going to be more urgent, as we have big companies that are going to be moving here, and wastewater was a big, big motivator to have those companies come here. So I think Councillor Zakiniak also had talked about looking at, you know, increasing our debt limit 3 months before a new council could be here. And I think that's, again, another danger. We actually are going to set them up for And I heard last meeting, well, we can ask for it, but doesn't mean we're going to get it, and doesn't mean we have to use it. Why would we ask if we're not going to use it? The other piece I'm going to tell you is what's very, very frustrating is that we've had no conversation about corporate donors. And we've been talking about this since last term and this term. We've had nothing. So I heard when you had opened administration, you know, right now we just have to go with what we know. But it's easy always to go to the taxpayer and say, hey, you know what? You're gonna have to fund a pool, and hey, we want a library too. And we may down the road need a wastewater, some wastewater, but well, that next council can deal with that. To me, I'm gonna say it again. It's not right. I believe in the pool though, but I don't think we have to have the Taj Mahal pool. I don't think we need a big playground. I think we have to maybe scale it down a bit, just to live within our means. I think that's fair. So I won't be able to approve or accept this debt limit, but I do, I think we have to start prioritizing for the people of Regina. And I absolutely know a pool is important, because we need the pool. But I think we have to look at different options of a pool. And I actually think we should also entertain the Lawson. I think the Lawson has still got some life in it. Let's use it. I'm going to give one last example. I'm sure my time is coming, but many of you who were not here before City Police, we actually chose, instead of building a new building, we used an existing building. It saved us millions and millions of dollars. It was huge. So I think it's time for administration maybe to think outside the box, look for some other options, but I think we should actually entertain that the Lawson could be a piece of this. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Mr. Stichler, rhetorical question, why ask if we're not going to use it? Is there any doubt in your mind of over the next 5 to 10 years that we would use this debt on any number of capital projects that are currently on the list?
Through the chair, I mean, obviously difficult to speculate on that. I think though, to the question, why would you ask for it if you don't need it, is you know you have a list of things coming. You know it takes some thought and deliberation of council in some number of months, 4 or 6 in there, to get the Saskatchewan Municipal Board to review and decide. That could be a yes or a no, or a come back with different. So there's a timing issue here, and you've got some projects underway or about to get underway. So it just allows that capacity. So it is still important to consider the magnitude of the ask, but you would ask for it so that you knew what you had, so you could then plan accordingly, as opposed to the other way. So that would be and over some period of time, costs go up, more projects come online. But yeah, you would ask for it because you would want to know with certainty where your limit was, and that could help in individual discrete decisions on projects going forward.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hawkins, please close off debate.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to you addressed the why would we ask question, but I want to address another question. We are going to use this money, and we're going to use it for projects that are not Taj Mahal projects. They're projects that have to last for 40 or 50 years. We have to do these projects right, or we'll be back doing them again in 10 years or 15 years. In other words, it's a false economy to say that we do these projects on the cheap and somehow that's okay. These are the kinds of projects which will define our city and the facilities which our children and grandchildren will have long into the future. So we have to do it right. It is costly, but it'll pay off in the end. So when I look at the list of priorities, I think, yes, there are none of those things that are in any way frivolous. I realize that they will not all be built on day one. They'll be built over a period of maybe 5 or 6 or 7 years. We can afford to do this, and we have to do this. What you're voting on here is the kind of city we want to have in the future. And if we want to build a city that's on the cheap, that's fine. The electorate can decide that in November. But if we want to build a worthy capital city, which will benefit the children and grandchildren with the kind of facilities that they're going to need in a 21st city world, we're going to have to, as Mr. Sisler says, plan. This debt limit increase enables us to plan. We can handle it, and I think it's well worth the money. I'd ask you to support this.
Very much. Clerks, can you call the vote, please?
Mayor Masters, the motion has passed in a vote of 7-4. Those voting in favor were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Mancinelli, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors Bresciani, Nelson, Sakidniak, and Moule.
Thank you, clerks. Thank you. Council, following on the heels of that. All right, Council, we'll move to CR 24-102, new indoor aquatic facility. We have communication on item CR 24-102. Can I have a motion to receive and file communication CP 24-77 from Luke Flagel, Sask Sport, Regina? We're going to the indoor aquatic facility, number 24-102. We have a communication. Can I have a motion to receive and file CP 24-77? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Any opposed? Carried. We'll consider item CR 24-102, new indoor aquatics facility. Can I have Deputy Mayor Findura please read the report? Councilor Findura?
Okay, through CR 24-102, new indoor aquatics facilities. An executive committee recommends the City Council table the report and direct supplemental report to be prepared for the executive committee at its meeting on October 2nd, 2024. On March 8th, I'll leave it at that. We'll have a good discussion here.
Thanks very much. Can I have someone move the report? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, seconded by? Thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. Councillor Mancinelli, you want to open up?
Yeah.
Keeping in mind what you're speaking to is tabling it to executive.
You know what? With tabling and everything else, I guess I could explain a lot, but I won't. I'll just let it go and see what's said first. I'm good to go and let it table.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
I'm seeking some guidance from my colleagues. I apologize for missing the meeting. This is a big shift from what was recommended. Maybe a bit of a background on why this approach versus what was initially recommended by administration.
Thanks. I think as the mover of tabling it, part of it was in point number A, as it relates to tabling it, was just to go back to see if there was any ability to stack now that we had a final number If we know that there's more infrastructure dollars coming out this fall, we know that there has been advocacy from across the country to allow some flexibility for cost overruns on existing infrastructure projects. And so that was just, can we have 6 weeks to buy us some time to see what's available, just to make sure that we've exhausted that? Point number, sorry, I should put my glasses back on. Point number B was the report was absence of what different scenarios would look like, even at the request of 150 million. What does that pro forma look like from a capital and operating perspective, so council would know it's 0.6 for 10 years or what have you? And so there was no financial pro formas, but keeping the scope where it was and just perhaps limiting the amount we borrow. What are the different scenarios that we could look to approve and try to achieve? And then on point number C, that was just, and I think Councillor Bresciani brought it up on the last point, we know that there had been perhaps an interest in some kind of naming rights or sponsorship previously when we had talked about it. So really just to make sure that an RFP had been issued, since it hadn't been already, just issue the RFP and go out and do the work to find out, is there $10 million in the community that would help again reduce the amount? And so it was to still make the decision this term, but October 2nd, bring some of this information back. So just a bit more informed decision making.
Okay. Thank you. In principle, I agree with the spirit behind it. Maybe to administration, are these things mutually exclusive? So the way I'm reading the initial recommendation as well as the amendment as per the mayor's overview, all of that could happen simultaneously. So in other words, we could approve in principle the initial recommendation as well as conduct some of that field work, examine the possibility of partnerships and so on. Am I reading this incorrectly, or could we actually do all of these things in tandem without delaying and tabling this?
Mr. Schischler, go ahead.
Thank you, through your Mayor Masters, and I'll kind of ask some of my colleagues to comment in detail in a moment, but thank you for the question for two reasons. One, I think it is a good question, and two, we, administration in the last couple of days, were uncertain as to whether this meant full stop until post-October or carry on with some of the design work and that, which we believe, and I'll ask my colleagues to correct me if I'm incorrect here, we can continue on with the design work. It's not buying girders and concrete and pool liners and things. It's continuing down the path of refining the plan and working the plan until the October meeting or whatever happens there, and any further discussion or decisions from council. So I'm gonna look around, if unless any of my experts who know more about this project than I do disagree with me, we would, I believe we can, and I believe we would much prefer to carry it on together.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe two things. One, along this process of talking about the pool, I'm reminded of something that a retired City of Regina employee had said to me about the building of aquatic facilities in the 1990s, is that penny pinching and thrift got the best of the city. We downgraded what we wanted to build in exchange for what was expedient. And very quickly, they ran out of capacity, and we have, I would argue, aquatic facilities meant for Regina of the 1970s today, which is why I go to Saskatoon if I want to see a proper facility, and I think that's to our detriment. I don't think the Taj Mahal is the right metaphor. It was a tomb to a wife, but I want it for Regina. I want gold standard. I want to be proud of this. I want the best for a capital city. I want us to have this. It's not just a wish list. I think it's a requirement for a city that we want to grow. So what I will probably do is I'll vote against this recommendation, or the recommendation from executive, but I'd be willing to put back on the table the initial recommendation. I want the project to go ahead. I want to see a light on at City Hall late at night with some poor civil servant working away on this design until that point. And then what I would bring back, if this goes ahead, which I doubt it will, is part of the recommendations that the mayor has put forward. So I actually want to work on them 10. So I vote no. I actually want to put the initial recommendations as well as a Frankenstein version of what was produced by executive. So I just want to contextualize that. So if it fails, maybe we can pause and we can work on that language. So that's where I'm at.
Councillor Stevens, if you want a friendly amendment to add a D, that they have budget right now to continue the design work And there's no reduction in scope in this. But I was hesitant to approve it because it might lock us in on point number A. And so if you want administration to continue the work, they do have a previously approved budget to continue that design work over the next 6 to 7 weeks.
I'd start with that, and I'd say that if I could get a support from the mover and seconder, I'd do that, but I would still also want number one for the following reasons. We go for what is required, the total cost, and then there could be a great scenario in which we could actually say to the public, we're going to claw back what we have to borrow and claw back the expense because we've done all of the work that you have suggested. So I don't see a harm in actually doing both, but you know, I'll take what I can get. If we can get number two on there into the main recommendation, that's fine. But I want to go for broke, and I want to keep the total project cost and the project where it's at.
Number 2 from the original recommendation, okay.
Mover and the seconder as it relates to this, would you, Mancinelli and Stanachuk, you seconded it, correct? Yes, I'm agreed. Do either one of you had an issue with writing a proviso of D, which is the budget already exists, this is an approval of new money, but they can continue the design work into the October 2nd exec meeting that this comes back to? I'm going to see if administration, does that work for you guys? Yeah? They're going to finesse this while we go next. Councilor Bresciani, go ahead.
So I would just say that one of the things I supported having it come back so we could actually understand how this is going to be paid for. For me, I think that's what I really would like to know. I think, again, hearing from people, I'd like to know, is it all going to be debt? Is there going to be some corporate sponsorship, that kind of thing? So I think, in all fairness, I think that's fair. I think that in order to put this forward. I do have a question about, though, the Lawson. Because I believe the Lawson that we got that information, that we've always been told that Lawson would have to be closed. It would have to be replaced, like for like. You'd have to take, it'd be replaced in order for us to get the funding. Even if it wasn't, and I understood it wasn't really at the end of its life. It was close, but not the end. We'd still be utilized. So I guess I'd like to know, are we still able to, what was the cost in order to, I think it was like 27 million or something like that for the Lawson?
Ms. Bryden, do you want to take this one? Mr. Schischler?
Mr. Schischler.
Yes, thank you to the chair. I'll start, and then for a more robust answer, I'll
Sure.
ask my colleagues up there. In 2022, as part of the feasibility study, which I reviewed this morning again, the viability of the Lawson was assessed at that time, and certain elements of what was wrong, what would need to be fixed, what investment would need to be over time to extend the building over a 5-year period, a 10-year, though that analysis was done and was part of the feasibility study and approval at that time. So I would say while the decision of whether or not the requirement on the federal funding requires demolition or decommissioning of the Lawson, it appears to me, and I wasn't here at the time, that the decision was made more on that feasibility study. Yes, there was that requirement, yes, it changed, but the feasibility study implied a lot of costs and challenges to keep that facility going for a while. So to answer your question more robustly, I'm not sure if who's...
Ms. Shaley and Ms. Bizdell, who's taking it?
Ms.
There you go.
Bizdell, thanks, Mayor.
Through the chair, the decision to look at the different options, or the decision to not go forward with renovation and expansion, was part of the feasibility study. At that time, ISIP was not a consideration. So that condition to have the Lawson decommissioned actually came later, a year later, after council already approved the scope and to proceed with a new build, because a new build was the same cost as renovating and expanding the Lawson at that time.
How much was the pool quoted for? You're saying the new pool was going to cost the same as renovating the Lawson?
Through the chair, it was going to cost the same as renovating and expanding the Lawson. So having the same scope in the new pool and renovating the Lawson and expanding it to be similar scopes was the same price, yes. And that was actually an option in the feasibility study, and council decided that it made more sense. And it would be a lot easier to start with a new building, but especially if the cost was the same or similar.
So I guess I'd ask administration, so is there any thought in keeping the Lawson open, putting the 20-some million into the Lawson and keep it open for a pool, inner-city pool, so then, because we know we need more pools. We're short of pools, we know that. Swimming lessons, we know that, like that's, and then having, again, I raised this, you know, looking at another location for the pool itself. Now that we know that the pool can stay, the Lawson can kind of be reopened and visited. And the only reason I'm suggesting that is because we've talked a lot about, I look at the Shaw Center in Saskatoon. You had a sponsor come forward that actually put a lot of money into that pool, and it's connected to a high school. So is there a consideration to looking at something like that? Through the chair.
Through the chair, I'll start, and then I'll maybe hand it over to my colleagues here around the programming. However, again, as part of the feasibility study, the pool location was, you know, we examined the site at the current Lawson site, and then the site and location of the new pool was also confirmed through the Catalyst Committee work that was done. Council can direct us to go back and do that work. It will be a significant delay and a significant increase to the project costs, on top of putting $28 million into the Lawson for 15 years of life. So council can definitely direct administration to do that. That wouldn't be our recommendation, but you're the boss, you can tell us what to do.
So 28 million will get us approximately 15 years to the Lawson, is that accurate?
Yeah, through the chair, the $28 million, again, that's a really high level estimate. That was based on the 2022 feasibility study, and we added the inflation rate onto that. So I can't guarantee that we could extend the life for $28 million today. We'd have to go back and refine those numbers.
Okay. And I guess the last question is, what are we doing with sponsorship? So I'll use the Shaw Center in Saskatoon. Like what are we doing? Like we seem to wait until we've kind of got the part, like we should be doing this ongoing. Like what are we doing with sponsorship?
Ms. Johnson?
Through the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair, we have an RFP prepared, and so after approval today, if in fact approved, can you hear me? Sorry. Yeah. We've got an RFP prepared that will in fact review what existing fundraising and sponsorship opportunities exist, and then we will ask through that RFP for them to prepare a plan to seek ongoing funding sponsorship as well as philanthropic donations. The RFP also will articulate putting a plan together once those are identified, help the city solicit them, secure funding, and even execute the contracts once they are secured. So we have a fulsome RFP in draft form. We were waiting for this conversation before issuing it.
Okay. Mayor Masters, I would just ask that we separate the vote to vote on D separately. That's all I have. Thank you very
Certainly.
much.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Oh, my goodness. Is there anybody, I'm wondering if I should speak last, since I might have a referral motion, depending on what everybody says.
This is already a referral motion, so you want to refer a referral motion?
Well, no, I have some stuff that I want to add to the referral motion, depending on conversations that arise and what comes of it. Amber has it, I sent it to her a few minutes ago.
You have amendments?
Yes, sorry, amendments.
Okay.
They're sending it back. Yeah, so I just wanted to send it back with other recommendations in the sending it back. And I have reasons why.
Oh, you already have it up? Oh. Where'd you go?
Counselor Nelson needs a seconder on the amendment that's on the screen. Counselor Bresciani will second it. Go ahead, Counselor Nelson, you got 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay. So here's my dilemma. I did some numbers with a bunch of really smart people. And we have a cost of $28 million, put 15 years into the Lawson. Could be more, could be less. We don't know what that cost is right now. That'll be a yearly cost to the taxpayer of 1.8 million. Now we're saying that this new pool, the project came out at $165 million for the city to contribute. The cost now of the project is $245 million. That's for the cost to the taxpayer of 1.6 million a year. Then when I asked administration as to what kind of an estimate that was, they said that it was a C estimate, which means it could be a plus or minus 15%. We all know it's at least 15% more than the cost because everything's escalating. That number comes in at 276 million. So the actual cost to the taxpayer for this new aquatic center is $6.9 million per year. We also have to remember every single project we've done has gone over. Example, the Globe Theatre. This federal money and provincial money, yes, I understand it comes from them, but it really still comes from us. So I don't understand if we need to have everything in place and everything with us to make a full decision. And like I said, now that the Lawson doesn't have to be decommissioned, I understand about the pool time. I grew up in swimming, but there's also lots of other ways to, because the big thing is the kids in the swimming pool. There's lots of things that we can do. I sponsored 2 children's classrooms or 2 school classes to go take swimming lessons during the day. They had no problem finding pool time. There's a lot of things that we can do to possibly make there more pool time for kids, looking at the type of ways that pool time is allocated. But I really don't feel that we should go forward with this without the true feasibility study behind the Lawson and putting it up. Like I said, at $28 million, it's $1.8 million that's going to cost the taxpayer. This is something that we can do, and I don't want to go forward with a project that's going to be crappy. I understand that, and I'm not asking for that. What I'm asking for, to hold this off for 5 years. Everything goes up. I understand that. It always goes up. But this is a really good, this is something that we should know as councillors in order to vote moving forward with this. If this Lawson is, say, $30 million, that's a really low cost compared to what it's going to cost us to put in a brand new pool. With the inflation and with the cost estimate and with the C estimate, we really don't have that number in front of us as to what it's going to cost taxpayers. So I don't feel that we are making a decision based on all the right, accurate information to move forward with this project.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nelson. That's 3 minutes. Administration, before I kick this open, is anyone willing to actually speak about the entire findings of the Lawson feasibility study at this point? Council, you were given it. It was a large green book. I went and looked at it for it after the last meeting. It's not just $28 million. So can anybody speak to it? Give me a hand. Mr. Sichler, go ahead.
I wouldn't mind starting with just a few points, and I know Ms. Bryden, because I can see her screen, has a lot of notes to speak to this. So through the chair, I think inherent in the comments just now, with due respect, Councillor Nelson, it's looking at one set of the costs. It doesn't consider operating. It doesn't consider, so the Lawson is some 50 years old. It was designed again to standards of the late 1960s. It's had water in it for that period of time. I think it's important to recognize that your comments have merit about C and D status. I believe, I stand to be corrected, that the feasibility study also had some variability, including inflationary, what some of the things that would need to do. The redo of the Lawson, potentially, that we've all learned about is not about paint the walls, replace the pool deck. It is a fundamental redo. There are issues with the building envelope itself, with the way it's built, with all kinds of things. and it would have to be closed for some period of time, 2 to 3 years, to get all of that stuff done. So it's not there's a financial cost, there's a time cost, and it extends the life of an already old asset, but it doesn't get you a 50-year new building, and it doesn't get you those standards. And there are risks with operating it. It doesn't perfectly say there aren't going to be problems in year 3 or 5. We're now 2 years past that estimate, so 2 of those years are gone. Like, there is an end of life coming for that building, no matter how much you want to put into it. And so I think that's important just to understand. So it's beyond that sort of $28 million number. It would have to be shut down. And in some sense, and perhaps that's what's contemplated here as well, but keeping the Lawson and then adjusting the IAF that's on the table, it might not be exactly step 1, but it's back to step 1 point something to redesign and understand what that means. So that time and money impact as the inflation clock ticks is also there. The other thing that I would say that I just lost my train of thought on, but is, maybe I'll let Ms. Bryden go, but basically those are the main issues that really, make that just a difficult decision to make, I think, from administration's perspective. And I would say the fulsome feasibility study was done in 2022. It was done by city staff and a series of outside experts who went through every part of that building, very well identified, very well documented in 2022. So I would say, with respect, we don't need to do another feasibility study. We may need to update some of the thinking and some of the costing and whatever if this was to go through. But the fundamental feasibility study has already been done, and right now on the table was decided, as Ms. Bisdell noted, before any federal conditions or not, that it was the right decision, when that decision was made, to not redo the Lawson, but to carry forward with a new facility. So that's just some surrounding thoughts. I know Ms. Bryden has some other comments.
Ms. Bryden, could you please provide some more of the numbers from within the feasibility study, please?
Thank you, through the chair. So before I start, I just want to say, certainly understand the conversation and why it's before us. The feasibility study was done actually prior to kind of 2022, because the report came to council in 2022. So it's a few years old. And at that time, the cost to extend the life of the Lawson for another 10 to 15 years, so the Lawson as it is, was 21 million. And then if you, Ms. Bisdell picked an inflationary calculation that predicted it to be in the plus 28 million. However, given the time lapse, another assessment would be needed, as has been mentioned. Within the condition assessment of that feasibility study, investment to align the aquatic facility design best practices provides some more commentary on what it would take to meet some more modern outcomes, such as the order of magnitude to address the shortfalls in aquatic facility best practice, key program, and parameters to the extent the existing footprint allows, would result in a project estimated to be in the $30 to $35 million range. That's in 2021 dollars, and that was given the condition of the Lawson at that time, so we're a few years past that. So I would expect the same scope, clarity, and inflation elements would come into play, and this would align probably closer to $48 million, 48 to 50, with only the inflationary increase Shauna applied at exec, and wouldn't reflect any scope clarity adjustments. A renovation to the Lawson would require extensive upgrades to all the building components. Renovating may provide some net savings, but also limit the ability to add usable area to meet current best practice within the current facility footprint. The existing structure also presents limitations due to the geometry and limit expansion of the pool deck area. The resultant facility would be like new, but would still be space deficient for key aquatic components. It should also be noted that this option assumes the existing subgrade Superstructure and roof decking is salvageable and reusable, and that's a high-risk item. And therefore, probably significant costs would be added for that. And also, a very high-level timeline for this type of a project would be probably 6 months just for the demolition, and likely around 36 months for the new construction. And so the Lawson would need to be closed for probably 3 to 3.5 years. And so we would be, as a city, with a significant deficit in pool time. So with that, again, the feasibility study came forward to council. Council chose not to recondition the Lawson and to move forward with a new design for a new pool facility. And then the location was selected through the Catalyst Committee work. And we've gone away to do the work and bring back some information to council, which puts us at the decision point we are at today. And I don't know if anybody else, okay, they're all shaking their heads no. I've
Did
talked
anyone
long
speak
enough.
to accessibility?
Ms. Bisdell?
Through the chair, I think the question that you're asking is, the 28 million was not bringing that facility up to today's standards. What Ms. Bryden explained is there was a lot of work that would have had to be done to bring it up to sustainability standards, accessibility standards, and that is in an order of magnitude between probably upwards of $60 to $70 million to extend it for 15 years and bring it up to best practices. That's kind of the Coles Notes version of the feasibility study.
Councillor Stanchuk.
You'll keep me on the list for the first one. No, I do want to speak to this,
Okay,
but
yeah.
I also
Yeah,
want
yeah,
to be on
you're
the
next.
list
You bet.
for the speakers list. So through the chair, I guess a question that I would ask administration is, so if this amendment goes through, we would have to, we don't have the financing capacity to refurbish the loss, and that would be part of our debt requirement. So would that be the debt for the new pool as well as debt for an additional up to $60 million in order to, if we wanted to refurbish the Lawson? We don't have the financing, do we?
Through
the chair, if you assume that you do this and the IAF stays the same as currently on the floor, then yes, you would require additional source of funding. That would be likely. If you assume, no, I'm going to do this and then somehow redesign something else, I couldn't speak to that, but
Okay.
you'd have a lot more redesign and redo costs for sure, and time delays.
Okay. I'm not going to ask any more questions, but just that I'm opposed to this, and maybe the mover is also reflecting on it, I don't know. But sure, we'd love to extend the life of the Lawson, but the reality is it would be at huge cost, a huge disruption to our recreation facilities and programming, and we'd only be extending the life to up to maybe 15 years. So to me, it just makes sense that we go with what was planned like 2 years ago, and move forward on this design. So I'm not going to be supporting the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Stadachuk. Councillor Zakiniak, please go ahead.
Okay. So what, in terms of the financial feasibility study, so it was brought to council in 2022. When was it completed? Does anyone have that date off the top of their head?
Issued in June of 2022.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Issued in June of 2022.
Okay, so that is when it was done, June 2022. Okay, so it's just,
Yeah, when it was done was 2021, 2022, but go ahead.
I just want to, sorry, through you, Mayor Masters, I just want to clarify that the feasibility study was in 2021 dollars.
2021, thank you. Okay, so what is requested in this amendment already exists. It's a few years old. what administration had noted, let's say, if the intent is to get the information out, not just verbally, but in terms of a report and some of the findings from that feasibility study, some of that would need to be upgraded to some extent. There would be some additional work required to have a sense of, like, there was a cost escalation applied. What other work would be required for us to have an understanding of, like, what has changed since 2021? How much work would that entail?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll refer that to Ms. Bisdell.
Through the chair, we would have to go through some more planning exercises through, like, as a schematic design to understand a better estimate of what the cost would be if you, depending on how refined you want it. Of course, any cost estimate comes with variables when we're doing engineering costing, but depending on the level of detail, that gives us better understanding of what components we have to price and understanding the inflationary market as well.
So it's, what I've been hearing from residents since last week is this information in terms of the Lawson, while it exists, obviously residents just don't have it on their at their fingertips. Neither do I. I know that it's somewhere in my file cabinet. So some of this information that already exists, Ms. Bryden was reading it out to us, and then there was an inflationary increase added to it. Setting aside that this asks for a feasibility study, if this gets tabled, my assumption is it may not be that difficult to compile some of this information that we already have into a report so that the public is aware of administration doesn't recommend this. Here's why. You don't have to read a over 100-page summary of why. This is the summary of why administration doesn't recommend this, because I've certainly heard a lot of questions in that regard. And you know, surprisingly, not everybody listens to council meetings. So the verbal update on, like, what were some of the findings of the feasibility study, your average resident is not going to get that. So how much work would it entail to compile some of the information you've already shared with us today into a supplemental report if that were part of the referral? And it doesn't have to change your recommendation. I just want an easily digestible summary of why not.
I'm not even sure who takes that one, but was there a report besides the Green Book? Was there an actual council report released or exec committee report released?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that report was in June of 2022.
So it's already of the public record? Okay. So to reissue that report, you're looking for updated numbers?
I guess what they had done was just applied an inflationary number, like a percentage to address inflation, right? So they said, well, instead of, it was 20 million, this is just, I don't know if this is accurate, and now due to the inflationary calculation, it's 28 million. So I guess it would have involve adjusting some of those numbers, but it sounds like they have that calculation at hand. I think that information would be helpful for folks to understand why administration is not recommending that. So I think what I'm asking, and maybe this is to the mover of the motion, the amendment, what if there was a direction to administration to compile some of that information they verbally gave us today, and as you're noting, Mayor Masters, there is a report, and then maybe it's just updating some of those numbers to make that position clear of why they aren't recommending it.
Saying that, yes, we need the full report. We heard last week it was $28 million to refurbish the Lawson. We also heard that we couldn't refurbish the Lawson because we were building the new pool. So that's all new information that we got. I believe that we need to speak to that, and now we're saying it's not 28 million, it's more, and that's fine, but I need and my residents need to know the numbers and exactly what it is.
Thanks. Thank you. Mr. Sichler?
A couple things. The reason we're not recommending it now is because the decision was already taken by council to not do it. like, to be clear, with due respect, like, we wouldn't reconsider that. It's already been done, and it does not appear to us to be a viable option. And to be clear on some of those numbers, one, the full report was done. The background report and everything by the outside experts and our city staff was done and presented to council. A summary report with those recommendations was made in June of 22 and approved by council. So that information does exist, is in the public realm, and was decided on by this council. Finally, the numbers are different depending on what question you're asking. So the 28 million is around that, I'm going to keep it kind of like it is with some improvements, and I'm just going to extend its life. You want to bring it up to modern standards, proper accessibility, all those types of things, that's where things start to escalate. And those are estimates based on, yes, something that was done about 3, 4 years ago. So just to be clear here, we're not avoiding a recommendation. We're not using different numbers. We're trying to say, if you want to do this, it's this cost, this is that cost. And I don't know that we have a number yet, we don't, on if we did that and if it impacted the design of the proposed IAF, what cost and other design impacts that would have. And I'm not certain, but a good question to ask is whether some of the stuff, and to what degree could that ISEP funding be impacted by changing back to an older facility and trying to extend it. I just don't know the answer, but it would be a good question to validate before we head down another path. So again, respect the question, looking to see if we can extend some things and save some money, but that's sort of the history. It already does exist. It was already reported on and decided. That's why we didn't consider it. The numbers are different depending on what level of redo would we do and what impact it would have to the IAF. And I'm looking up to see if there's anything else to add here. Good.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Skiniak, anything else?
Yes. So with the way that the amendment is currently worded, I'm suggesting you wouldn't need to do a full feasibility study. Do you, and do you read that that amendment the same? You would just update you would either present what you have or update it accordingly and bring it back. I don't think it needs to have a complete feasibility study done.
Sorry, you want the information that's in the public realm through a report that's already come to council for them to re-present that report?
And
can we email it out? We can email it out.
It's not for council, it's for the public. And so anyway, the question was to administration about, with the way that the motion reads, the amendment on the floor, whether with that wording you would then go out and conduct a full feasibility study, or would you just update the information you currently have? That's my question to administration.
Ms. Anderson?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, we would absolutely not do another feasibility study. And like, frankly, I'm sitting here somewhat confounded by exactly what we're being asked to do. It seems like you want us to regurgitate information that we've already shared publicly. So again, we can do whatever you ask us to do. I'm not sure what the benefit of this is, but if you want us to do another report to summarize the information in another report, we can do that.
Okay.
But we're not doing another full feasibility study.
Right, good. Now, my next question is...
5 seconds.
Great. With the original feasibility study, I don't believe it contemplated, my understanding is it contemplated doing everything at the Lawson. Did it contemplate updating the Lawson for competitive purposes and then a separate leisure pool?
Ms. Shaley, is that you?
Through you, Mayor Masters, so what the feasibility study contemplated, and it was based on very extensive community engagement and analysis of participation and jurisdictional research. What we had presented to council was various options for a new build of different scales. Council chose the middle option, and then it had an option for the Lawson Aquatic Center that involved bringing the Lawson Aquatic Center up to or extending the life of the Lawson Aquatic Center, and then adding additional leisure and competitive space so that it would be more comparable to a new build. And so what we really compared was, what's the difference between a new build that's completely new versus renovating the Lawson and adding to the Lawson? And the feasibility study demonstrated that the cost would be comparable. And so the recommendation we had made to council at that time was that we focus on a new build, because a new build would bring us up to contemporary standards in terms of accessibility, leisure aquatics, competitive aquatics, sustainability, and it would also provide residents with a pool that they can enjoy for 50 or more years.
All right, that's right, she's up there. Okay. Sorry, Ms. Bisdell, did you want to go?
Sorry, I did want to add that the options that are in the feasibility, sorry, through the chair, I did want to add that the options in the feasibility study, that wasn't all of the options that the project team considered. There was consideration of a standalone upgrading the Lawson and building another recreation facility separate to that. So not expanding the Lawson, but having two facilities. Operationally, it did not make sense, which is why it was not one of the recommendations provided in the feasibility study.
Thank you, Ms. Bisdell. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Yeah, let's say we take a decade or more of public engagement and throw it in the garbage, and we go with this. What happens to our ISIP money?
Through the chair, Ms. Pham can speak to the ISIP money.
Through the chair, looking at the motion that's in front of us, this will be a very significant change in scope and based on what we had submitted to the ISIP program, and so I would say we'd have to go and have a conversation, but we would not be meeting any of the outcomes that we had already planned in our original application that's been approved.
Okay, and that would include, through the chair, the money for the geothermal and the other sustainability upgrades?
Through the chair, yes.
Right, okay, so this would throw away countless millions of dollars for a facility that meets our needs, okay? You just have to provide a yes or no here. I haven't read that report in a while. This presumes the Lawson is repurposed as a pool. Was there consideration of repurposing it for any other recreation needs? And I don't need the whole list, but just say yes or no, and I'll be doing some reading.
Sorry, through the chair, Ms. Bisdell can answer that.
Through the chair, we actually, once we found out that the Lawson was not required to be decommissioned and demolished as part of ISIP, we did undertake an evaluation of what it would cost to repurpose it. So not knowing, basically just doing what we need to do to extend the life for 10 years and not knowing what the repurposing is, so I don't have those numbers. It would be about 3.2 million just to repurpose it for, that would be a necessary investment immediately. And then for about 15 years, it would be 6.5 million. That does not take into consideration the demolition of the pool. So there's another 2.2, which is part of the project cost of the IAF for demolition.
Okay. Again, this is a yes or no, but would it be fair to say that within the list of recreation needs, we could find a purpose for the Lawson that's not pool related that would also be less expensive than repurposing? So this isn't a wasted building one way or the other. Yes or no? I don't want to belabor this non-pool issue.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
I think my question was just answered. It was just regards to the funding, but I did want to make a comment. We were told that we had to replace the Lawson. That was told loud and clear to council. That's in order to get this funding. In order to get the funding, we were told that we had to replace like for like. It had to be replaced. And I understood from the last meeting that 3 months ago, administration was notified somehow that that changed. So I don't think administration should be surprised that we're asking these questions about the Lawson. you would like to say something.
Sorry, Mr. Sichler, please go ahead.
Through the chair, so, yeah, not surprised, it came up last week, and it's always there, the building is there. I think, from what I understand from the timeline, and Ms. Anderson or Ms. Pham may add some more, that it is true that that funding from the federal government did require that, and then it subsequently changed 3 months. The decision to decommission the Lawson by this council was before that funding. So, as part of the feasibility study in time, in 2022, that was not part of the decision at that time. To get the funding, it was true, and now it's changed, and we're not exactly sure why, but it has. And as I said last week, the steering committee for this project reviewed that change condition, reviewed elements of the feasibility study, and looked at other factors, and continue to believe that the best investment of money for the city's future needs is in the new facility, and not to spend the money to keep that older facility going. So they're both true, just there's a timing.
So I would just say, I agree with, I think what Councillor Zakiniak was also trying to say is that just for the information to the public, I think it would have been helpful, even though, because that had changed 3 months ago, that was a consideration now. I think there is some information that what it would have costed to turn over the Lawson. Like, I think there is some information there, so at least as a council, we can go back and say, listen, it's 20 million, we've heard different numbers. I'm still confused as the total, 27 million, I don't know, 40 million, 50 million, 70, I don't know. End of the day, break it down for the public. And then we have that data and information, so they don't have to go through a 100-page book and say, here it is. I still don't have an answer of really what it would be, but I can see it's going to be expensive. End of the day, fine, but just give us that information. I'll leave it there.
Thanks. Nothing further on the amendment. Councillor Nelson, you can close debate.
Yeah, I just want to say that this is information I feel the public needs. Nobody knows the numbers. Everybody's been throwing out numbers all over the place, and I don't feel that that's responsible of any of us here. The new pool is going to get us an extra 50-meter pool, and everybody knows how much I love swimming, and everybody knows how I've been fighting for this. But the truth of the matter is, now in this time, and a decision that we made a while ago, then we start seeing how, like I said, the Globe Theater came over, the water, or the elevator came twice the price. Everything just keeps coming up and up and up. And decisions that I made 2 years ago did not have the knowledge that I have now. We owe real $12 million, or 12 million, we have to find money for that. So that none of us knew 2 years ago. None of us knew that the YWCA needed $1 million last year. Nobody knew that the Globe Theater needed another, I don't know, what was it, 3 million? All these numbers keep coming up. All these expenses that we've dished out have come up from the time that we said yes to a new aquatic center 3 years ago to now what we're facing with challenges. We didn't know that we needed 2 tanks for the water. So all these things are coming up with the knowledge we didn't have 2 years ago and a decision that we made 2 years ago. Now that we have all these prices, now that we have all these numbers, we have to, I feel, and my residents, I've been getting a bazillion emails, need to take a sober second look at this. And I just feel, speaking from my residents, that this is something that it's not a necessary need, a new aquatic facility right now. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks very much. Clerks, can you call the vote, please, on the amendment that's on the screen? Thank you.
Mayor Masters, the amendment has failed in a vote of 3 in favor, 8 against. Those voting in favor of the amendment were Councillors Nelson, Bresciani, and Zakidniak. Voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stevens, Mancinelli, Mole, LeBlanc, Standichuk, and yourself, Mayor Masters.
Thanks very much. To the main motion, Councillor Stanichuk, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. I had some questions. Sorry, I just had an issue with my power bar, so I'm a little bit disconnected here. So through the chair, there's been some questions that were asked about the inflation that was tied to this report, to this project, and I just wanted to get clarification from administration about the time frame that inflation cost of $43.9 million. What was that time frame that you were measuring that? So it's a two-part question. So what was that time frame that you measured that inflation? And if this delay, if this particular amendment, I guess it's an amendment, passes, will it cause a delay in the start of the estimated construction start of the project and add more inflation costs? So it's kind of a two-part question.
Mr. Sisler? The referral motion that's on the floor, does it delay you?
Not in and of itself, no, through the chair.
Okay, good.
The first part of your question?
It's about the time frame that $43.9 million, the inflation, because the costs have gone up by 80-some million, and 43.9 million of that was inflation. So that was from what point to what point?
Okay. So the project cost that council approved in March of 23 was based on a feasibility study from June of 22. So, and it used a 5% inflationary factor, as we covered last week through the chair. Obviously significantly less. So the things that changed were the inflation rate. So actual is more like 30% a year that we're seeing in the construction industry for a project like this. So from June of 22 to the anticipated start time of updated construction timelines, which is currently Q3 of 2025.
2025?
Yeah, so from June of 22 to and I'm going to use air quotes, and forgive me, council, but to shovels in the ground, Q3 of 25.
2025, okay, thank you. And can you, through the chair, another question, just to let people understand inflation. We know that consumer price index has been going down, but the inflation that has affected the increased costs of this project, is it CPI related, or is it the construction? I think there's a different measure index that's the kind of construction building index, but I'm just sort of wanted to know whether or not it's CPI related or different factors that cause that inflation, because some people see inflation going down and think, well, the costs will go down, but I just want to I think we need to have a good explanation of what kind of factors are in that inflation measure, and I think it's beyond CPI.
So through the chair, I can just speak to inflation, and then people that can talk about the construction inflation. So it wouldn't be CPI. CPI is sort of that common basket of goods that the Bank of Canada reports on. It's a benchmark type of number, and true, that rate has been coming down recently. It's important to keep in mind that inflation is a rate of change. It is not a absolute number. So, for example, if you believed something was going to cost $100 a year from now and inflation was zero, it would still cost $100. Inflation would have to go negative for that $100 to be less a year from now. In the little research yesterday, since in the last 100 years, I believe 9 full years in Canada actually had a negative inflation rate. Most of them were in the 1910s, and of course the Depression, and I believe one in the early 50s. But so it's very unlikely. And if you did have a period of negative inflation, you likely have other economic problems you're dealing with than the cost of a unit in the future. So it would imply a lot of structural problems in the economy usually. But for the actual construction type of answer, and why is it different from CPI? Not sure. Or is it, sorry, I'm not sure who to refer to. I'll
Ms.
start with
Bisdell,
Ms.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Through the chair, I'm going to refer that to our consultant, Michael Henderson, who is online right now, and he'll be able to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, and I can't speak to the CPI, but in terms of construction escalation, it really tracks through a number of things. Number one, obviously, is the cost of labor. And then number two, the cost of materials. Now, keep in mind that many of the materials in a sophisticated building come either from out of province or out of country, even quite likely out of country. And so our local conditions don't often reflect necessarily the price of things like mechanical units, pumps, and things like that. So there's a disconnect from local markets that is at play. And then there's also a competitive factor in the number. There is a lot of construction happening. There are a few groups that could build a building like this, and so that also leads to price increases. So really, it's kind of a blend of a number of things from labor costs, material costs, and competition.
Okay, thank you. I think that this kind of helps explain a little bit more, because I have seen some chatter on social media that, is incompetence that caused this cost increase to happen when, or it's greater inflation than CPI, when it's not really CPI. CPI is different. It's your gasoline, transportation, housing costs. That's what that CPI covers. And I guess my only other question is, compared to I think the last major project that the city built, capital project, well, either the wastewater treatment plant or the Mosaic Stadium, what is just to let people have a comparison of what those major capital costs were compared to this? Because I would like to argue that this is still a good deal compared to some of our other capital costs. So I don't know because I believe that Mosaic Stadium was around 300 million. So even though we've seen a cost and if someone can correct me, but even though we've seen a cost increase in the pool, it still is going to be very valuable resource for our city. And so it's higher than what we expected, but it's still, in terms of other big projects we've had, I think it is still not out of range.
Mr.
Through the chair, we don't have those numbers handy, but I mean, it was probably more than $1 million to build the stadium.
More than 300 million?
250 to 300, somewhere in there.
330, I think.
Something, yeah.
330,
But
yeah.
keep in mind, that was in
2015, yeah.
like considerably older dollars. You've had a lot of inflation and different things since then. So, yeah, comparing dollars to dollars, but you're talking about today's dollars versus yesterday's dollars. But yeah, some of these things, in retrospect, the number looks different how you look back on it. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to age it on the spot here, but you'd have to, we were, coincidentally, we were in a conversation that stadium may cost, $500 to $550, $600 today in today's dollars. For example, you built it a while ago before the inflation really kicked in.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I just want to say that, I don't want to have much of a delay in this pool, so I'm hoping that October 2nd. I was even tempted to move it to September 25th, but I really want to see this pool go ahead because it's been the priority on the Recreation Master Plan list. It was a priority in the Catalyst Committee report, and I feel that we've already put a lot of delay on this project, and the costs are only going to get higher. It doesn't matter if CPI is going down, the costs could still get higher because we're looking at labor, construction, material costs, supply chain issues. So we need to put the shovels in the ground as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. We are at a legislative break, folks. We're going to be back in 15 minutes. Or also known as 4:33. Thanks. Councillor Mancinelli, did you wish to close off debate?
Maybe just a couple comments. I really appreciate the work going forward as this gets turned back. I support the pool. I supported the pool more so when it was a third from each level of government to pay for the pool. With the cost escalation without an adjustment, that leaves the city of Regina on 2/3 payment for the whole shebang. And being that this is truly a regional asset, not just an asset for the residents of Regina, I don't think that's a fair recipe for success for anything. So this gets a chance to correct the recipe, to bring it back into the proper ratios for an equitable investment from all levels of government on behalf of the taxpayers. I'm going to wait for, if I don't see that, I'm going to find whatever needs to be done to correct that. This gives it a chance for that to come forward and happen. So I'm supportive of the motion on the floor.
Thanks very much. Now I'm just down 2 clerks while I wait. Okay, Councillor Bresciani has advised me that she doesn't need to separate on point number D separately, and so the motion before you, the motion up for vote is as outlined, including point number D, which was added as a friendly amendment to say that the work will continue under existing financing that's already been approved, so that the work can continue. So clerks, can you call the vote?
Mayor Masters, the tabling motion is passed in a vote of 9-0, with all members present voting in favor. Councillor Moll was absent from the vote, and Councillor Zakidniak has left the meeting.
6, renaming Dudney Avenue. Councillor Stevens, can I ask you to introduce the motion?
I think Councillor LeBlanc wanted to kick
I
things off.
apologize. Councillor LeBlanc, please go ahead.
Thank you. So to my mind, this renaming motion follows on the work that we did in 2021, which was removing Edgar Dudney's name from what is now Buffalo Meadows Park and removing his name from what is now Buffalo Meadows Pool. I think it's worth just refreshing on historical record on Edgar Dudney. So very few books, very few documents are beyond question. In Canada, I think the closest we have is the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. They say 4 very important things about Dudney. At 112, they say he referred to the 3,000 Cree who were attempting to establish a reserve in the Cypress Hills as, quote, a large number of worthless and lazy Indians, the concourse of malcontents and reckless Indians from all the bands in the territories. That's in the TRC final report. 123, they indicate, quote, not satisfied with the level of control that threats of starvation gave him, Edgar Dudney attempted to implement a policy of what he called sheer compulsion, using the mounted police to arrest First Nation leaders and disrupt Aboriginal government. At 250, the commission notes Edgar Dudney used starvation as a negotiation tactic in the treaty. Quoting, Edgar Dewdney used compulsion and the withholding of rations to disrupt the First Nations campaign to negotiate treaty revisions and establish a First Nations homeland. So, to my mind, that is, of all documents published in Canada, the document we should most take as authoritative, and that is what it says about the person a main street in our city is named after. So, I say there are important reasons to stop honoring Edgar Dewdney with the naming of a street. And I think it's important to note that this idea of renaming Dewdney Avenue doesn't just come from me. There are Indigenous organizations and Indigenous people speaking about it. So notably, I would direct in the earlier delegation package to this, Jolie Big Eagle attached a resolution from the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. It's at pages 40 and 41 of that document. They note two things. So finally, the resolution is that the chiefs in assemble recognize, respect, and support the renaming of Dewdney Avenue to Tatanka Avenue. And that was a unanimous decision of the FSIN Legislative Assembly and 74 nations. And I would say that demonstrates two things. One is there is interest in the Indigenous community in removing Edgar Dewdney's name. And the second is that that organization has been going on for at least a year. So it's not coming from Councillor Stevens and I. I'll put it that way. There's other consultation to be done, but the FSIN saying this is a good idea at least provides us with the ability to explore it a little bit. But a question for administration. I understand that the way we name streets and parks now is generally guided by our street naming guideline document. My question to administration through the chair is, does anyone think that if we were naming a new road today, we would name it after Edgar Dewdney?
Who in administration would like to take this on road naming? Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters, no.
Is it correct to administration through the chair that when we name streets after people in Regina, we do that as a way of honoring those people for contributions to the community or demonstrating benefit to the community? It's naming a street after someone is not simply a way of remembering in the city of Regina, it's a way of celebrating. Through the chair.
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you. So I would say we cannot continue to celebrate Edgar Dewdney, given what the Truth and Reconciliation final report says, given the important call that the FSIN has made for this. I say the report achieves that. So point one of the report says, today, let's commit, let's make a informed position statement essentially saying we need to remove Dewdney's name from that street as soon as practicable. And point two says we haven't yet committed to a name. We haven't committed to Tatanka Avenue. I'm not saying that ought to be the name. We need to consult with people in Regina. We need to consult with Indigenous community in Treaty 4 and come up with what that name ought to be. This says come back by Q1 of 2025. I appreciate that consultation may take longer. What we're committing to today is get the name off, that's point one. Point two is administration consult. I would ask final question, I know I'm close. Administration, if this does pass and the consultation in point two is directed, what would that consultation likely look like to develop a new name?
Ms. Anderson? Ms. Young?
Thank you, through the chair. To answer your question, Councillor LeBlanc, we have come to develop a practice at the city around engagement. So we ask advice of an elders advisory. We notify our treaty nations that are in Treaty 4 within our jurisdiction or within the space we hold here in Regina. We ask and notify them that we're intending to come out and engage and what the things are that we'd like to know and do they want to participate. And then we hopefully get a response, right? You could appreciate we're new to this work, and sometimes, you know, our requests go a little bit slightly unanswered. Sometimes we ask the mayor's office to send out requests for engagement for us because it's critically important to get the voice and the worldview to our work and influence it. So, and we'll focus in then on those nations who have urban reserves within the city, our municipality, and we'll connect with them and speak with them about what it is we intend to do. And then we talk to community folks and we get them together, those who are interested, invested in our community, that are Indigenous, Métis, First Nation, Métis or Inuit, those agencies that work very closely with Indigenous people. And we try to be informed by institutions that have done long research and are experts in the field of, such as First Nation University, et cetera. And so we're always open to engagement. We may say that we have a time frame, but those conversations and the information we receive always inform our work. So it can be long, it can take time, but we also have to build those relationships along the way. And then, and we put pen to paper and we see if what we've heard is true, so we reflect back to those who we've engaged.
Okay. Thank you. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Thank you. I might ask a follow-up to the engagement question. Is it feasible to consider including schools and classrooms as part of that process in the fall? I know September 30th is an important date, and potentially including this as part of the process of North Central revitalization and the build-out of the yards. Is it feasible to incorporate this into those projects?
Ms. Young, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, absolutely, Councillor Stevens. Those are things of which when we did our initial look at what the city can do to change her and get involved in reconciliation, some of those early days of work here were really focused on youth, right? Our commitment to developing youth leadership in all areas, and most certainly within the North Central revitalization around focusing on who our next generations are in that legacy.
Thank you. In 2025, as per the motion, further information would come back to council for a final decision related to costs and other implications. How have other communities handled this renaming? This is not unique. In Saskatoon, they underwent a process and there was a lot of support from the municipality. Can you comment on how that worked to assist residents and businesses along a street that's being renamed and what that might look like here?
Ms. Young, am I going to you?
Certainly.
You just leave your microphone on.
Certainly. I'm just trying to be polite and not speak in an open mic. So we have done some work to understand jurisdictionally what's occurred. Some larger centers have gone down this pathway. They've found themselves in a space where they have to address costs, et cetera. We're always paying attention to what's happening in jurisdictions close, near and far to us and how they've gone about things. Most recently, I believe, a center in British Columbia has done some really good work with respect to their pathway to reconciliation and some of those things that involve renaming. So we're always paying attention, and you always want to start off and finish in a good way, but I don't want to tell you that we're bound to make mistakes, but we probably will, and that's probably we're going to learn from community and hopefully have their patience as we make our way through this work if it's approved in council.
Okay, thank you. And just a comment. I'm sure we've all fielded calls and emails about this subject. Some of them are difficult conversations, some of them aren't. I think for us, I'm reminded of a talk delivered by the Micmac lawyer and scholar Pam Palmatier, who titled her talk, "If It Feels Good, It's Not Reconciliation." And I thought that was pretty telling of the issue, which means there's a lot of good things that make us feel great when we're doing a lot of outreach and community work. I'd say this is a tough decision that aligns very well with the reconciliation effort. Councillor LeBlanc, internationally recognized experts like Jim Dashuk and others have articulated very well what Dewdney meant. I'll say with confidence, I don't think those values are held by folks around this table, and I think it comes down to a political decision, and I'm hoping that the tough decision will be one where we're willing to say, this individual does not represent our values today. We should not honor him by having one of the main streets named after him. It's not about erasing history. It's actually about having a process where we honor the community as it is today. And so I hear a guarantee of public engagement. There's a reconciliation element. I'm presuming reconciliation Regina is going to be part of that. I think this is an important legacy for the community, and I hope we carry on with this. And we have a chance to have residents shape a very important streetscape as we revitalize certain neighborhoods. So I'm hopeful that we can count on council's support to move this ahead.
Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stanachuk, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, I have a couple of questions. First of all, for administration, perhaps for the movers, but I guess my first question is, the second part of this motion calls for a replacement name to come to City Council in Q1 of 2025. Considering what Ms. Young said in terms of the process for consulting with Indigenous people and stakeholders and others, does administration feel that that is a good timeline?
Through you, the Mayor. Councillor Stanishuk, I think that's fairly short. If I could respectfully understand that if this is passed and council community would like this to happen as soon as possible, or if that's the wishes. I think we have some things to do prior to going to community. Oftentimes, since in such a matter as this, we would probably recommend an external consultant. We can do this work, but the city has a stake in this work, and it's often best done by someone who can give us advice from outside and has the ability. We can ask that consultant, much to Councillor Stevens' suggestion around youth involvement. Perhaps there's a student element to having this work go forward. And yeah, I think respectfully, it's fairly quick.
Yeah. Okay, I thought that as well, but so I might want to make an amendment to that, but I'll just finish with some questions. So through the chair, because Dewdney Avenue is such a long avenue, and it breaks up in some key intersections, so I guess one question, I mean, I suppose I'd be interested in knowing what the movers would think about this, but also I'd like to know from administration's point of view, if there would be any possibility of doing a phasing in if this passes, so that it's not just the entire stretch of Dewdney from one side of the city to the other, but a phased in sections, maybe starting with North Central, between Albert Street and Broad, which is under construction and would be, you know, part of that revitalization. But so I guess, first of all, I'll ask administration about that, and then if the movers had considered that, or they expected the entire length of Dewdney to be changed at once.
Which one do you want to go to first? Mr. Doney? Yeah. All right. Okay. Mr. Doney.
Through the chair, so logistically, I wouldn't see a challenge of phasing it in, but I would see some complications with things like Google, for example, on addresses and changing like that. But logistically changing the signs, whether it's phased in or all at once, could be accomplished, I think. I think there might be other challenges with the phase-in.
Just so I'm clear, you're saying that phasing in could be more problematic because of Google Maps and changing addresses?
That's my off-the-cuff recommendation, is that phasing in might be more challenging. Yeah.
Okay. Another question through the chair. Well, I guess it would, well, no, I guess if administration doesn't recommend that. won't ask the movers on that. In terms of reconciliation, so we do know that we've heard from a number of people, all of the delegations, the last time we dealt with this motion, did speak in favor of changing the name. However, we do know that there are some businesses, we've had emails and phone calls, some businesses, some residents who say that they have difficulty with that and they're worried about costs. So this motion doesn't ask about costs, but I'm just kind of assuming that if administration came back to council next year, that they would include some information about the costs and perhaps whether or not land titles, when there is a city is renaming a street, whether or not land titles gives any kind of considerations of reduced or no cost for something like that. But so through the chair, if costing could be, how that would be addressed.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Through the chair, we could easily address that, just keeping in mind that there's variability to it. We did some preliminary research and looked at the costs for both residential and commercial. I would say residential, which is the majority of the properties are residential. It's a small amount. Commercial, that's probably where the variability would come in. There is I think $100 fee for the titling that you were referring to, and there may be other expenses tied to the signs and that type of thing. But I would say what we have learned so far is the financial cost wouldn't be the hurdle to stop it going ahead.
And through the chair, I do, just because Ms. Anderson's from Edmonton, and I think that there was a major name change in that city when they decided to honor Wayne Gretzky. So there was a lot of support to rename a drive after Wayne Gretzky. How were the costs handled in that, if you would happen to know?
Through the chair, that was actually before I worked for the city. I was just a resident, but I can tell you there was one renamed Gretzky and another one renamed Messier, but the city would have incurred the cost. I would say those roadways are primarily transportation corridors, so there's actually not a lot of buildings through those transportation pathways.
Okay. I'm just wondering, I would like to make an amendment to this, and I'll see what the movers think about this. I would like to amend number 2, and I have not given this an advance notice to the clerks, but just that we change the date to Q3 of 2025, so that there is time for some good.
Councillor Stevens and LeBlanc, it'd be a friendly amendment if you'd accept it.
Can I just ask to hear Ms. Young on that timeline?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, do you have thoughts on Q3 of 2025?
So, thank you for the question through the mayor. I think we can have some work preliminarily done between now and Q1, as I look at. Okay, I'm looking for the nodded. Okay. My boss. And then I think we can come back to you to say, what, if anything, can we do to scope out costs to the city? Does that sound fair? There might be some opportunities for us to partner with corporations, ISC. We can have some of these conversations around addressing for individuals. We can look at some reconciliation partnerships with others. It'll help us give us some time to develop those and then have a full plan out to you and perhaps scope out work for a consultant. I'm really like my colleague, Mr. Doney, a bit off the cuff here. That's all right.
Yeah, I'm happy to accept Q3 2025 as a friendly amendment.
Okay. And I guess just, while I still have the time, I want this to pass because I do support this, but I also realize that there is, that it is an extremely long street with a lot of addresses, a lot of residents and businesses on it. I was kind of hoping that a phasing approach would kind of be one solution, because I have been in other cities even where, you know, streets change names. You're on a street and then suddenly it's a different street name because it changes direction or something. And we have a couple of areas like near Broad where Dewdney breaks up that it might make sense. But anyways, I am going to be voting in support of this. I do want to say that people have already spoken, and all the delegations in the past meeting spoke about Edgar Dewdney. We know that his legacy is not one that we want to honor. Considering that he's the one responsible for selecting Regina where it is, the cost of our water system and having to pipe it for 60 or 70 kilometers is due to his decision. And maybe we should be naming the Buffalo Pound water treatment plant after Dewdney instead, because that's what we should honor him for. But and for basement repairs, perhaps, because of the gumbo clay here. But I do want to see it. I think it's an opportunity for reconciliation as well, that maybe people who live and businesses that are on that street, that there could be conversations to try to help understand why, you know, who Dewdney was, what his legacy was, and why people would like to see his name taken off that street. Because it is about honoring, naming streets is about honoring people, and I don't think that Dewdney deserves that honor. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you. Administration provided some background information for us on comparable cities. The two that had a length to them seemed to be Dundas Street out of Toronto and Dewdney out of Regina. The other comparables were, the addresses were counted in tens, not in hundreds or thousands. Am I wrong in those comparisons? And my understanding so far of this matter?
Ms. Anderson?
Through the chair, I'll start. It looks like the cities that we compared to are Toronto, Vancouver, Victoria, Edmonton, St. Albert, Saskatoon, and Winnipeg. Saskatoon was 172 addresses, 1.6 kilometers. I know in our analysis, Dewdney, we think there's about 931 properties, 244 commercial, 687 residential. I think what I would say is that removing the signs and putting up new signs, it's a similar process regardless of whether it's 100 houses or 1,000 houses. So I think that shouldn't necessarily be the reason why not to do it. And I mean, Curtis spoke a little bit about the phased approach. And I think why we, at least initially, were recommending, if you're going to do it, just do the whole thing at once. So, but yeah, I would say your observation is correct that the comparator cities had a smaller number of buildings on, for sure.
Okay. From memory, when we've changed signs for the school zones, I remember that was tallied in hundreds of thousands for all our school zones. I think it was just under $500,000. Would this just be city funds for changing signs? I'd have no pause or hesitation whatsoever. I've learned the history of Dewdney. Every time we got to pay for a drop of water and we complain about pumping and our water station, our water supply and everything to do with it has a big piece of putting land to settle far away from a water supply for someone's personal riches. So yeah, I don't want to honor the guy at all. He's really screwed over my taxpayers a lot over my term here and my life in Regina. But on the flip side, when this meeting was first brought up a couple months back, I took time to ask all the delegates if they were aware of Dundas Street in Toronto, and the reason is that was agreed to be changed. It was cited in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for the street sign changes by the city and gone ahead with. When they actually engaged with it, if I've understood the media reports properly, over and above the street name changes, a report came back of the millions of dollars of cost, which was approaching 13 million for the residents, for changing everything from their license and their photo ID to their address with ISC for registration of the property, to bank statements, visa bills, everything we can imagine. I don't think that that's the authority I want to use to make this change in a positive manner for TRC and put that burden on residents to make the change. If this was a 1 kilometer street or a bay or a circumstance like that, there'd be no hesitation in my mind whatsoever. It's the actual physical characteristics and the outcomes and the number of addresses and the number of people put to a type of displacement in their everyday life that is going to cause me not to support this. Knowing that there's many other communities across the country with the same problem and that the TRC is a national endeavor, I think that this should be brought to attention maybe through an organization such as FCM so we can properly address our past and be respectful to those who have been harmed and altered by it. And I don't mean to be simple or not educated about, you know, the mistakes made, because I have been. This is about the pain to residents as opposed to just, you know, $100,000 or $200,000 cost to the city. And I have no other information other than that I've sourced on my own for Dundas Street, for a long street with many addresses and where those costs ended up landing. So I think I've made my point clear. I will be voting against this, but not on the principle of Dewdney. It's who has to do the work and who I'm making do the work, and that would turn into residents, and I don't think that's fair.
Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor LeBlanc, there's no further members of council that wish to speak. Go ahead and close debate.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, I'd heard you to reference through the chair that estimated cost for each residential property if the name change occurs. Can you give us a sense of that dollar value?
Through the chair, yes, included in the information that I provided to council in our preliminary research. So Express Address is a free online service that informs multiple organizations about changes of address. We talked to Canada Post. They indicated the possibility of waiving the cost of mail forward for 1 year. They also indicated that they would likely keep Dewdney Avenue as a valid alternative address indefinitely to minimize delivery issues. Information Services Corporation, I talked to that one a little bit, so it would impact corporations $100 if they needed to update their article of incorporation. And SGI, which does our driver's license, address updates can be done at no cost to license holders. And they also said that in normal circumstances, you have to update your address within 15 days or there could be a $40 fine. But given the circumstances, SGI has indicated that licenses would continue to be valid.
Thank you. I just want to dig in a bit more, maybe to address some of Councillor Mancinelli's concerns. So it sounds like people would not be financially harmed in relation to SGI updating license or Canada Post. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's what our research shows. That specifically residential. Like, we did also mention that for businesses, the cost could vary depending on the business and things like that, changing signage and advertising.
Okay. Councillor Mancinelli, I think, raised a fair point about, like, what about your credit card bills and passport and so on? Do you have any knowledge of any costs associated with that kind of thing, through the chair?
Through the chair, don't with relations to a passport. I know things like changing it with your credit card company. It's, I guess, just the cost of your time. It's simply contacting them and updating that, that information.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think it will be inconvenient for people who live there. There's no question. And companies that have businesses, registered business addresses on Dudney, 274, that will be inconvenient and I think impose some modest expense. I think to one of Ms. Anderson's research findings is useful that sounded as though Canada Post will continue to allow Dudney to be listed as an address. So if you wanted to continue receiving mail at your address as it's listed today, you could continue doing that. So I think that's to say there's some inconvenience, but it's likely not too great. My position is it's not so great that we ought not to do this. I think this is really, it's a heavy topic. Dudney was a horrific person. We've talked about him a lot. It is very heavy. This opportunity is actually one to come together and to continue showing that we're committed to truth, committing to reconciliation, and committed to the good work that runs parallel and informs the Indigenous framework that we're building to continue making the city the sort of place that's honest about its history, safe for everyone, and puts our land acknowledgement into practice, which is really fundamental, actually, in making the city that we want. When we talk about the city we want a great pool, we want safe streets, we want and need Indigenous people to know this is Indigenous territory, they are at home here, we are not honoring people who harm those communities. So this is actually an opportunity to take a really positive, helpful step. It feels heavy, it is heavy, but I think we can bring a lot of positive and even joy from it to work together. So I'd ask for your support on both. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor LeBlanc. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters, the motion has been defeated in a vote of 3 in favor, 7 against. Those voting in favor were Councillors LeBlanc, Stevens, and Stadnichuk. Those voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Mancinelli, Mole, Bresciani, Nelson, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Councillor Zakitniak is absent.
Thank you very much. Council, we're going to move on. We've got 3 more items on the agenda that have delegations present. We'll deal with the Wascana Pool waterside accessibility first, because we have little Blake here, Turnbull here. So on CR 24-103, I'd like to call upon delegation Sarah Turnbull. Sarah, would you like to bring Blake with you and just take 5 and 5? Does that work? Okay. Sorry, did she? All right, we'll have Blake Turnbull, DE 24-166. Hi, Blake. So I'm going to ask you to state your name, where you live, and you're going to have 5 minutes to talk to council. Okay.
My name is Blake.
And how old are you?
5.
And where do you live? Do you live in Regina?
I live inside Regina.
Yeah. Do you want to tell them why we're here today? Was it your idea or my idea?
My idea.
To preface this, I feel like a lot of us, we've talked about this topic a lot, and I'm kind of exhausted with it and was ready to let it go, but Blake is the reason we're here today. So I'm just going to share a little bit of a conversation her and I had.
Okay.
And she might interrupt me. But I had just said they canceled the elevator to the water slide, and Blake asked me why, and I said they didn't believe it could happen. And she told me we had to go to city council. And then I said, I don't think we can change their minds. And did you say we had to go to city council?
Yes.
Yeah. So then, told we had to go.
Okay.
And then I told her I could carry her up the water slide. And she said that was fine. Do you just want to talk for yourself, or should I continue on in our conversation?
No, me.
Okay. Okay, say what you wanted to say. Okay.
I forget.
I know. And then I said, I'll carry you up the water slide. And she was like, what about the other kids, my friends? Will you carry them up the water slides too? I was like, maybe if we go with them. And then she said, what about when we're not there? Other moms aren't strong like you. Am I strong?
Yeah.
And I said, we tried. And she told me we had to try harder and call the news, which I didn't do.
Yeah. Mommy didn't do.
I didn't call the news. And that we had to go to council, and Blake told me not to give up and that we could do hard things. And so we're here because she told me we had to go to city council again and that we needed to talk to them and tell them. And so that is what brought us here today.
Yep, that's where we're at.
Blake pushed me to come back.
Yep, I did.
And told me we had to come back for this. So
yep, I did.
So basically, we are back. I don't know if we have much more new information, and I don't want to beat the old facts into city council, but when my 5-year-old Blake tells me I have to go to city council and call the news.
Yep, I did tell Mommy to come to city council. I told the news.
And I told her it might be another long day, which is proving to be.
Yeah, I did.
I had to respond. So this is Blake initiated.
Yep.
And is there anything else you want to add? You've got a few more minutes. You want to say anything else before Mom's turn, or I ask you questions? You want to ask anything else? You want to tell them anything about the water slide and the elevator? Why is it important? It's your opportunity to tell them. All right. You can just ask her questions if you want, I guess. Okay. Any questions for Blake?
Sorry, I don't have my mic on. I don't see any questions, but I think you might have something to say, Sarah, so why don't you go ahead?
Yeah. Okay, Blake, I'm going to put you in
State your name for a record.
You say that thing that I wanted to say.
You want to say more?
No.
Cool. It's your opportunity. Okay. Okay, I'm going to talk now, so if you want to say more, you say it now.
I want it.
Then tell them. Tell them. Okay, I'll talk to them about the water slide, okay? I promise.
No, about something else.
What do you want to talk to them about?
No.
Okay, wait, not right now. Okay. Sarah Turnbull, University Park. On the surface level, it might seem like reallocating budget from the elevator seems reasonable. There is an unsuccessful RFP, and the $175,000 is universally agreed to be too low for the project. But there is some context missing. The federal government did reach out and contact the city of Regina to aid. The ministry staff walked through the process to apply for a $125,000 grant. I personally reminded the city to apply for the grant. The city chose not to apply. There wasn't a limit on the amount of grants or purpose of the grants the Enabling Accessibility Fund can make. It would not take away from other priorities. The RFP was not without interest. An interest party was in touch with the city with solutions and ideas, connections to subsidized services, and offered themselves to aid in creating the successful commitment of procurement. Councillor Nelson and I and other community members offered to aid in fundraising, and the previous motion gave us a year to do so. This motion doesn't honor that or really give it a fair chance. Today's ask is to honor that and give it a chance. Shutting it down is shutting down a huge opportunity for return on investment. No other infrastructure project has the power to engage community to take $1 million quote and get it done for $175,000 investment. That is a win. That is an easy win. Honor the timeline. Give it the ability to happen and open doors to other resources, foster relationships, and enable the project to happen. Overall, this is disheartening. The elevator project has become an obstacle in itself, where it feels like there's disinterest in using the offered free resources. I have personal experience with that. This isn't just about the $175,000. It's about the other monies and other help which have been shut down. The accessible water slide project and playgrounds projects have transformed me. Hey, Blake, please let me finish this. It has taken me from cynicism to believing in magic. It took me from expecting the minimum to believing that Regina could be a leader. It was audacious, and it went from a set citizen to wanting to be part of the solution. We're almost done, Blake. No. It transformed my... Blake, please just let me finish this for you.
Sarah, would you like me to read it?
No, I can do it. I don't even... It transformed my advocacy from upset Facebook posts to allowing appreciation parties. It is tempting to go back to the high horse of cynicism. It is easy to feel defeated and like it was all a waste of energy. It is easy to believe in conspiracy and that our city doesn't care about barriers for people with disabilities. It is easy to be apathetic and believe the worst. It is harder to keep going and continue to believe in impossible things. I've made the choice, with a pep talk from my daughter Blake, who's very upset, that I believe in our community and the people in it. I have so many helpful members tell us to keep going and ask how they could help us. The spark has grown into a fire in the community. The people are why I have an audacious goal of Regina being the best city for inclusivity in Regina. And I am choosing to believe that these words could have some meaning to you, and that you choose to give us the year, to honor the commitment, and choose to work with us to make this piece of magic happen. To engage with us, to open the doors to the people, the resources, and see what we can do. The elevator is more than an elevator. It has become a symbol to the city of Regina, a beacon of your dedication to inclusivity. It is the cauldron that holds the flame that signals to the community we are committed to you. We will work with you and for you and engage with you and eliminate obstacles instead of create them. The elevator was missed in the initial design, but it has become a story and a lesson about who we are and how we grow to be better. If you choose to shut this project down, I know we did some good. We taught and we engaged with the whole community about access to infrastructure, and I am very hopeful that that message will continue with every construction project and building permit that moves through the city. I really, really urge you not to let this die here, now, and today, but honor the year you gave us to come and work with you to find a way to make it happen. That will be the best return on investment you will ever get.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson would like to ask you a question.
And not to hold you up too much, and I don't know how much information you can tell us, Sarah, I know that you worked with the consultants on the project. It never went to fruition because there was no contractor that would bid on the project. So the design was there, the art, can you explain to council how far it got? And I don't know if you had a number of the approximate cost that it was gonna cost. If you do have that, can you please share that with us?
Well, I don't have a
Through the chair.
number on it, and I think in all of these discussions, in all of the construction projects, and everyone here, and everything that you talk about, you can't really put a number to construction when things change all the time and design scope changes and installation changes. But what I can say is that with the RFP, it did list this number, $175,000 to do everything, but it didn't really acknowledge any more money or acknowledge how the contractors would get paid. That said, the group that I was talking to did come with suggestions on their own. They did say, here are some suggestions on how to do this differently. So I'm not saying that things were, like the RFP was unsuccessful because nobody thinks you can build an elevator for $175,000. I don't think anyone thinks that. I think the RFP asked for that, so of course it failed. But if you were to talk to the people who are engaging with you, who were interested, and there was subsidized consultants' fees in there and ways to get the money, and the Ministry of Inclusion and Diversity contacted the city of Regina and said, how can we help you? Here is a fund you can apply for. These are the funds you can get. Then it came around, the city was reminded to apply for those funds and they chose not to. So it's these engagement, working, these opportunities, opening the door to let the magic happen.
I'll talk to administration. That's all I have, Sarah. Feel free to go, please. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Nelson. I don't have any other questions this evening, Ms. Turnbull, so thank you very much for being here. Thank you, Blake, for coming. Thank you for coming.
Want to say thank you? I know it was a long day.
Thank you. I'll call upon Delegation Linda Schofield.
Linda Schofield.
Yeah.
She is now joining.
Okay, there we go. I'm going to have you, Linda, I'm going to have you state your name for the record, the organization you represent, and where you live. You're going to have 5 minutes to present to council, after which time they may have some questions for you.
Okay, they will tell me when.
You go right ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Linda Schofield. I'm a citizen of Regina, and I represent the Regina Senior Citizen Center. I'm currently, for this year, the president of the Senior Center. So I represent 1,000 members of our organization. Mayor Masters, councillors, thank you for your time. Previously, I spoke at length at Executive Council as a delegate last week. My written submission summarizes that presentation, so I'm not going to repeat it all since many of you were there and heard it, and there are minutes and recordings available. So what I will speak to tonight is to give context to why I am a delegate to this agenda item. At that Executive Council, when a motion was brought to transfer some of the funds being discussed to emergency funding for the Senior Center, Council directed administration to meet with the executive, with my executive, and to return to this meeting with a recommendation regarding emergency and operational funding for the RSCC. We provided requested information to the administration, and we met with administration representatives on Monday. We feel we had a positive and productive meeting, and the administration is bringing forward a recommendation this evening. We're in support of this recommendation, and we appreciate that our concerns and our challenges have been acknowledged, and a positive recommendation has come forward. We thank you to the administration members from the meeting and to the councillors who have expedited this matter on our behalf. We hope that council will still see the value in in accepting this recommendation. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Schofield. I'll see if any members of council have any questions for you. Good. All right, thank you very much. I'll thank you for making your presentation this evening and ask that you hang up and you can watch from the comfort of wherever you are.
No, I get to serve dinner now, so thank you.
Good luck. Best of luck.
Bye-bye.
All right, we'll now consider item CR 24-103, Wascana Pool Water Slide Accessibility. Can I have Deputy Mayor Findura please introduce the report?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I bring you CR 24-0103, Wascana Pool Water Slide Accessibility. Executive recommends that City Council direct that $175,000 from Adaptive Recreation Plan was approved to support the accessibility upgrades for the high water slide at the Wascana Pool to remain with the plan for accessibility improvements on other recreation facilities. Executive seeks concurrence.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nelson, I assume you want to move the motion? Please. Okay. Can I get a seconder with this motion, please, and thank you? I need a second. Thank you, Councillor Berchiani. Go ahead, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. I'm just trying to figure this out through administration. I got a phone call from Linda saying that administration worked with them and they found the $75,000 to help them. Is this money coming from the water slide or is it coming from somewhere else? I wasn't sure and I didn't see it in the reports and I just wanted some clarity on that.
Ms. Bryden, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, and thank you. Executive Committee had asked us to meet with the Senior Citizen Center, and so we did that. And we've considered their emergency funding request. We've reviewed the organization program outcomes, its financial statements, and met with them to understand the request. After undertaking the review and in recognition of their contribution to the city's community safety and well-being and age-friendly priorities, we are recommending that we reallocate $50,000 from the Adapted Recreation Plan Fund to provide emergency funding. A requirement of the funding would be that they provide updated financials to administration by November 15th. With a detailed breakdown of progress made through their fundraising efforts and any remaining shortfalls and an updated financial plan and strategy to address their ongoing needs. Further to that, through the budget process, administration will be looking to adjust our formula for annual operating funding for the senior center and the city's 5 community-operated centers to address inflation and the ongoing financial concerns that have been brought forward. $25,000 of the funding allocated to the senior center, their annual funding, would be made available to the organization immediately in January, with the early advancement of the $25,000 and the $50,000 in emergency funding, a total of $75,000 in alignment with Council's discussion last week. So administration understands from the center that this would meet their needs.
So just clarify, so $75,000 of this 175 is going to the senior center?
Through the chair, that I believe was the request.
Yeah, no, and thank you, yeah, because I was just like, we got the 50,000 and then the 25,000 is coming January 1st and that's coming out of this.
Sorry, through the chair,
No.
the 50,000 would come out of this.
Oh, okay.
And the 25,000 would be part of their annual allotment for next year.
Okay, that.
It would be in advance, because usually we don't pay that out that early.
All right, and then what administration promised is that we're gonna look at that to see the funding moving forward and discuss that. Okay, so what's left is $125,000 of this money.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, so what I'm asking, administration said that you guys would give us a year to find that money for the water slide. What date would that take us up to if this money's not allocated back into there and it just stays where it was. I can't remember what the date was that you gave us, or a year for. Do you remember?
Through the chair, I believe,
I can't remember.
sorry, what? Through the chair, that would be July 31st of 2025.
Of 2025. July of 20. So my reasoning here with this, and I don't know how much council understands this, and I didn't understand it till I got into all this. What we needed to go to funders and to go to people that would be wanting to invest in this was a number, was a project number, a design, some type of something. And when the RFP went out, I understand the contractors, no contractor would bid on this because as the RFP stood, it said $125,000 and nobody wanted to take that risk. It was a high risk. So, but in saying that, we now have a consultant. We have some people that have already worked together to do the design and to do the architectural stuff or whatever that they do. And they came up with a concept and they came up with a plan for this elevator that I know, and I can't give the number, but it's significantly less than what the $1 million was. All I'm asking now is, now that we have this information, this is now what I can go out to people that have lots of money to say, okay, this is what it's going to cost. Here's a design. But until I had that, or until any of us had that, and Sarah herself, we couldn't go to anybody and say, here, can you give us $100,000 towards this elevator, because we don't know what it's going to look like, and we don't know what the cost is going to be. And that was the big thing, is nobody knows how much actually it's going to cost. So what I'm asking is that we can just honor this $125,000 to go until July 1st, until we had promised that would stay in there. Since we don't have anything allocated for that money right now, it's not like there's a project right now that's going to go. I've already requested, and council has approved for $50,000 of it to go to the Winnipeg Senior Center, and I think that's great, and I'm really glad that something really good came out of this. But all I'm asking is that we just honor this, give me that year, or give us that year, and now that I have some hard facts on how this can be done, and we've worked with people in Saskatoon, Regina, Moose Jaw, that now I can go to people and say, here's a project, this is the money. Yes, but now there's not an RFP to say it can only be $175,000. Does that make sense? Through the chair?
Through the chair, I'll refer this to Ms.
Yeah.
Mr. Sisler, I heard miss, sorry, okay, got it.
Through the chair, the RFP to go out with 175, and I just remind everybody that the council resolution was to report back on the highest ranked proponent if the solution was to exceed 175. So it contemplated that it would be more than 175. Council further directed administration to delay the upgrades until such time as other sources of funding, fundraising you're talking about, and that would carry on. So just to be clear, there were none received. So if you've got other information, we don't have that information. If you're asking, can this money be held until fundraising results are known and perhaps try again, I would say that would have to be an amended or new motion of council, because our direction right now is what's on the page here. So, I mean, we can run RFPs, but we need the direction of council to do so.
We don't need any more RFPs.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Sorry, we don't need any more RFPs. All I'm saying is, now that we have this information and now that we've had consultants look into this, and I think there's probably, because they never came back to you with anything because they never got a contractor. No contractor would bid on this and would build this. So that's why it never came to you guys.
So what I'm saying, Councillor, through the chair.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's kind of irrelevant, my point I just made. What I'm saying is, administration cannot do what you're asking.
Okay.
I believe we need a resolution of council to do what you're asking. So I can't just say to you, yes, I can spend this money on something else. I can say to you, the motion as was provided to us, we carried out on that, and that's why we're recommending what we are. If council now wishes to change the direction on that, we would, I believe, I'm looking around for any, we would need a new approved motion of council to do so. I'm not saying no, I'm saying Right now, if you're asking Ms. Bryden and Ms. Anderson and I, we do not have the authority to do so without council's approval.
Okay, I understand. Sorry, I wasn't understanding that
Yeah.
well. So then I would need to ask council to say, can you please just keep this money until July 1st? Is that correct, Mr. Nichol?
Yes, I think that would be, that's within the prerogative of council, that if you want to move a motion, that instead of redirecting this back to the plan, as is in the recommendation, instead say, make the motion to hold this money in trust or in abeyance until such time as someone comes forward with like some expression of interest from somebody. I'm not sure if that's exactly the way to word it. Ms. Bisdell might have a better version than I just put out there, but
And I'm not
that's what you could
asking
do.
for it to be indefinite. I'm asking for July 1st, the 1 year that we were promised. That's all, not any further than that.
Yeah, just put a one.
You moved concurrence. Councillor Nelson, Councillor Bresciani seconded it. If you want to move something else, here's your shot.
Okay, I want to move that we hold the money in trust with the city until the July 1st, to the 1 year that we were promised. And if, and the.
Hang on one
50,000
second. Hang on one second.
Oh, yeah.
You can withdraw and move your own motion.
Oh, goodness, I missed that.
While the deputy clerk is working on this, Councillor Nelson, can you just explain what your, this is an amendment now, not withdrawal of motions, this is an amendment. What is your amendment intending to do?
So what my amendment is intending to do is, okay, the senior center, I believe all of council thinks that that's a great idea, and I want something good to come out of that. What I want from this, now that the RFP went out and there was a whole bunch of consultation with a bunch of organizations that I know none of us councillors know and administration doesn't know because it never actually came to tuition because they couldn't find a contractor to build the water slide or to build the elevator. But now what this does is it gives them $125,000. Now we have actually what it's going to cost to build this, and now we have something tangible that I can go to so-and-so and say, okay, this is what we have, this is what it's going to cost, are you interested? Because that was the thing that I got from some of the people that I know. They were like, well, we don't know how much it's going to cost, so I can't give you $100,000 because we don't know what it's going to cost to build.
So administration is recommending 50,000 out of the 175. 50,000 goes to the senior center, which the balance of 125, what Councillor Nelson is asking is that that be directed to basically be held until July of next year, which was, I believe, the original date of the motion. Have I got this, Ms. Bryden, is that your understanding?
Through the chair, that's correct.
second it to get it on the floor. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And we'll vote on it separately because I think you have a recommendation from administration on the seniors 50,000, and then you have a request, an amendment from Councillor Nelson that the 125 be held until next July.
Well, it's just, and then administration didn't apply for the 125,000 from the federal government. I mean, because the stipulation in the federal government to apply, administration told me that, well, it had to be already in project and so they applied for other things. They applied actually for whatever. And I was like, yeah, I know, but then I talked to the federal government and they're like, you could have applied like lots of times. Like, it's not just one time. Administration didn't do that. And if I can't find it by July 1st, then okay. But that's what was promised to me. Okay. And the thing is, now the consultant.
Yeah. Sorry. Council, at executive last week, we had the Senior Center come and present, as you know, Regina Senior Citizen Center, which is basically a seniors community association that the City of Regina funds, who hadn't received an increase for, I think it was 24 years. And they were making the case that they're in a situation post-COVID where they're just simply not being able to go through the year, and they can't draw in the reserve funds because it violates kind of their rules. At the time, we had asked administration to go and meet with them to discuss if there was the potential for some form of funding to get them through the year. And then normally when they apply at the beginning of January, when the streams open up, they've been granted it for 24 years, but they don't get it till March, which means they can't pay the salaries of the people that they employ in January. And so what Ms. Bryden was saying is that they're going to release the $25,000 that they normally get, but just release it early so there's no hiccup in that funding, but that administration agrees we could take $50,000 out of this $175,000 that's been set aside, grant it to the Senior Citizen Center for the balance of the 5 months left in the year, which would leave $125,000 out of this balance. And notwithstanding that there were no RFPs coming forward, Councillor Nelson, you can nod your head if I'm right, is asking that the original motion for this 175 was that they had until July of next year to raise, July 2025, to raise the money to build the elevator, notwithstanding that we don't have a price tag on it. But she's just asking that we not throw this back into the kitty, that we just set it aside until July of next year as per the original motion, so that if she can continue to go out and raise money, that it's available. That's the gist of what's on the screen, I think.
It's on the screen.
It's on the screen.
So, check that's what
Councillor Nelson, can you just confirm that that is what, in fact, you wanted to happen?
Yeah. Yeah, so then reallocate the $50,000. Do we have to reallocate the $50,000 to, oh, sorry, I didn't read the end of that number one. Okay, got it.
Is that the gist of it? That's the
Yeah.
amendment.
What is the, delegate authority to the city manager to approve and administer the grant? Oh, the grant to the city, sorry, I didn't understand that. Okay, yeah.
That's what you moved. A second. Anybody? Go. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead on the amendment.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question first. I'd like to hear from administration. Like, I know the request was to take from this fund or some fund. It didn't have to be this fund. We said to go back, meet with them to see where the dollars could be found. I struggle a little bit that it has to come from the accessibility. Just because we have money there, Councillor Nelson and myself have worked so hard to try and get just that funding in this whole term to get funds there for people with disability. Now we're going to take it away to fund seniors. Like, I struggle, they both need. So my thing is, we have a social impact organization, we've got community service, we've got an age-friendly that we're supposed to have a lens on, which we brought a motion that was passed. We're an age-friendly city. So can I just ask why the funds were not found elsewhere? It's like a decimal, why it has to come out of the accessibility? Because I strongly, strongly, strongly do not want to take it from that fund.
Ms. Bryden, is this yours? Who's got this one?
Through the chair, I'll start. And so if my understanding is correct, I believe at executive committee, the direction was to use this funding for emergency funding if we deemed it required for the senior center, or if we could support emergency funding for the senior center, that we withdraw it from these dollars. Having said that, administration did meet with the seniors center and determined that emergency funding is warranted. And so, we recommended that we allot the $50,000 from this amount of funding. Having said that, there is funding available in the grant reserve, potentially that could be used for this, but I would refer this to Ms. Shaley to speak more specifically about the accessibility components and why this would fit.
So when we looked at this, we really found two options to fund it. One was this grant program, keeping in mind that the Senior Citizen Center does serve a large population, many of who do also experience disabilities. The other option, as Ms. Bryden relayed, is the Community Investment Grants Reserve. The funding could come from either of those two sources. We were also mindful of the fact that there's another motion that council is considering today for the Creative City Centre. And so one of the two opportunities could draw from the Community Investment Grants Reserve. So the balance is $88,000 in that reserve. That certainly remains an option. Given that we had multiple requests, we just decided to stay true to the motion, which suggested the senior citizen or the adapted recreation plan as a funding source.
Okay. So I guess so it's the 50,000 that could come out of the community investment grant instead.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that's an option.
Okay. Can I ask how much of the 50,000 that's going to go to the senior center is going to be for accessibility?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't know that I could really differentiate between the two because I don't have a full understanding of the population that uses the centers. I would suggest that there is alignment, but again, council could choose to fund this ask from either of those two, either from the Adapted Recreation Program or from the Community Investment Grants Reserve. Both of those funding sources would be appropriate for council to draw from.
Okay, so I guess I would I would like to move that if I could amend this. Would that be an amendment on the amendment? I'm not sure. But I would like to amend that we actually take the $50,000 from the community investment grant. Because I think that actually fits where it's supposed to be. Accessibility is supposed to fall within it. We have a long list. I'm sure I could ask Ms. Shaley. All of the stuff that we have for accessibility, the list is long.
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that's correct. As council has heard at previous meetings, we've undertaken audits on many of our facilities, and so we do have a lengthy list that we've shared with council of investments for arenas, pools, outdoor pools, indoor pools, the field house. There is a long list of capital improvements that we could undertake.
Councilor Bresciani needs a seconder on her amendment. You want to accept it?
Yes.
All right. And so then point number 3 becomes 175,000 in funding?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll get there. Councilor Bresciani, are you? reallocate 50 and approve the access. Yeah, hang on a second. Ms. Shelley, the 50,000 is coming from the Community Investment Grant Reserve?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct. That's an option.
Okay.
And so I guess I'd like to, can we vote on them separately, or?
Yeah, Council, we can vote on all items separately. Yeah, please go ahead. What do we got? Mr. Schistler, go ahead.
Just while we're cleaning this up, on the third point, so it says pending a report from administration to be submitted. So just to be clear, in the previous motions, administration was not part of the fundraising, so we need some clarification there. My understanding at this point, our understanding here is if this passes, these funds would be held, there would be fundraising activities going on, and when it reached a reasonable number, we could reconsider an RFP type process, because we do have to go source this thing in the appropriate legal manner. I just like pending fundraising, and once that's there, then yes, report an RFP or whatever. Yeah, and pending fundraising, I think we had used the language, outside the responsibilities of administration, to be clear, not to be rude, but to be clear. Yeah. Just so we're clear there. Thank you.
Councilor Nelson, you good with that?
Yes, and I guess I get to close it.
You do.
Right, okay, never mind.
All right, Councilor, whoa, one sec. Hang on, do we need number 2? City Solicitor? Sorry.
Yeah.
Ms. Willoughby, do they need number 2 in there? Delegate authority to city manager to approve and administer the grant?
Yeah, through the mayor, I'm actually not entirely sure. Ms. Shaley might be able to better speak to that if there's already administrative authority to administer those
Do you have
grants.
authority to give out of the reserve, or do you need a vote of council?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think with number 1, we can, we'd have the delegated
Does it? So we can
authority.
delete 2? Okay, got it. Thank you. Councilor Stevens, do you want to go now?
Yeah, home.
Oh, we got a while.
So I feel like I kind of woke up from a coma because there was another item of the senior center. So my understanding is we paid public servants to do this work, but we're doing it now. If this fails, then we would go back to the original motion, as I understand it, which is 175,000 goes back in the pot. The staff do their job. They allocate it according to the need based on the existing assessment, correct? So if this fails, administration then goes back to doing their job and allocating the money accordingly. Is that right?
Ms. Bryden, do you need a vote of council to allocate 50,000?
Through the chair, no, we do.
The money from the reserve, do you need the vote of, I got a nod
Through you,
from
Mayor
Ms.
Masters,
Michelle.
yes, we need council's, a decision from council to draw from the reserve.
Okay. So for the first one, so through the chair, just for clarity on the background, did this come up out of nowhere, or administration brought to us a recommendation to prioritize the senior center over 1,000 other facility needs? Or was this a concoction of council?
No, it was brought to executive committee by Councilor Nelson.
Right, okay. And the second part, I'm kind of curious, like how many more times does the water slide have to fail before, we say, maybe nobody's interested in building it, and maybe there's no money out there. So I'm just kind of curious, like how long do we keep this in circulation before we call it a day? I need to know why we're taking this out of other accessibility needs.
Okay. Councilor Nelson, your motion?
Well, I was promised a year. We're just,
okay.
You guys, it was all promised a year that this would happen. I'm asking for the year. If you don't want to give the year, the promise that you guys made, then that's fine. I'm okay with that. And the other thing is though, when we were here and I said, give $50,000 to the Winnipeg Senior Center, then administration said, well, we're gonna go back and see where we can find the money. It may not come from there and we're gonna work with it. I said, do whatever you need to do. So here's another issue. I don't want this to fail because I don't know what council's gonna say, oh, we don't wanna take this out of the community investment grant because I know somebody else is coming to us to ask for some money right after this. So if council's gonna say, no, we're not gonna give this $50,000 to the Winnipeg Senior Center from the community investment grant, then we need to bring this back, then
Hasn't failed, don't predict, nobody knows the future, so I understand.
Okay. And to administration, again, if this fails, you could distribute this money really quick. Like, we're not talking about a massive infrastructure. We could actually spend this money in the fiscal year, is that correct?
Who answers this one?
Ms. Bastel.
Ms. Shaley? Who am I going to? Ms. Bedell, all right.
Through the chair, we already have our plans for 24 and 25. We're actually in RFP for consultant for detailed design on those. There will be opportunities for perhaps some small pieces to those 5 facilities that we're going to be upgrading. And then of course, if not, we will find other things. And it'll be contingency for any cost overruns. And if not, then that'll be carry forward into 26 and go back into the prioritization of the accessibility upgrades for the other facilities.
Perfect, thank you.
Councilor Mancinelli.
Thank you. Through the chair. Listening to the debate at hand and the change in the funding for the 50,000, if I heard administration right, there was 2 parties looking for some funding for community organizations. One of the 2 parties, the Senior Center, was eligible from funding from 2 draws of money, either through the community grants or through the accessibility pool. The other agency that was looking for help with money, would they still have money left over in the community grant reserve should this go ahead for the help they were looking for? I think you remember you saying the reserve was at, I think, 88,000. And so if I'm correct, that's 33,000 left over, and I can't remember what the ask was from the other organization.
88,000 in the reserve, Ms. Shelley?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's correct.
88, there you go.
And so when council debates the other motion, we will talk about other potential funding sources for that.
Thank you.
I kind of echo Councillor Stevens. I'm not in favor of this. I'm going to vote no. And I think administration had listened and planned out, so I'm comfortable with what was planned ahead of time. So thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Bryden, go ahead.
Through the chair, I hate to belabor this. However, I just want to reiterate that administration did receive a formal request from the Senior Center in late July, and we were analyzing their request. And so through that analysis, so that's part of the reason we could come back to you today and say, yes, we think they need some emergency support, is because we were already reviewing their request prior to Councillor Nelson bringing it forward to exec last week. So in theory, we would have probably been in front of you with this type of request regardless. If that, just to provide some clarification.
Your mic's on. Did you want to say, do you have any further questions, Councillor? You're good? Okay. Councillor Nelson, close off debate.
I would ask that these 2 get voted on separately, please.
Okie dokie. This is part 1 of the amendment, folks. Yeah.
Unless someone puts it on there as If the first motion hasn't been withdrawn, it's voted on first.
No, an amendment is voted on first, sir.
don't think it's going to matter. It's a vote. I'm sorry.
Can we vote on it?
No, it's an entirely new motion.
Whew. Mayor, what I would suggest is that number 2, I would argue that number 2 is an amendment, because it is just saying, instead of putting the money back, you're saying put the money in a holding account for 1 year. What I would suggest is that the cleanest way to do that would be to vote on number 2, and then take a separate vote on a separate motion for the 50,000 for that. But I would say the appropriate way would be to first determine what you're doing with that 175, because that is the original motion on the floor.
All right, Council, we're voting on point number...
Motion. Agree with the clerk on this. I think we should deal with the first motion first, and then if someone wants to move this one, they should move this. This is substantially different than the first motion.
Okay, Councillor Hawkins, thank you. I am going to disagree with you, because the recommendation in the main motion says direct that the $175,000 in funding from the adapted recreation plan that was conditionally approved to support the accessibility upgrade for the high water slides at Wascana Pool remain with the plan for accessibility improvements at other recreational facilities. That is the motion. That is the main motion. The amended that Councillor Nelson has on the floor is to direct administration to hold the $175,000 in funding from the adapted recreation plan for 1 year for the high water slide at Wascana, pending external fundraising by July 2025. It's just replacing what the recommendation is.
Mayor Masters, I can only say that the main motion doesn't talk about the community investment grant.
We're just dealing with number 2. You want to renumber them so they match? Okay, they're separated out on the vote. Okay, we're voting on point number 2 right now, as amended. Point number 2 in amendment.
Not by count, by exec, so.
Oh my gosh.
Mayor Masters, amendment number 2 has failed, as it resulted in a tie vote. Those voting in favor of the amendment were Councillors Nelson, Findura, Stadachuk, LeBlanc, and yourself. Voting against the amendment were Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Stevens, Mancinelli, and Mole.
Excellent. Take one moment, please. Council, we're in a conundrum as to how to get point number 1 onto the floor, as it is unrelated to the motion on the floor. When we, yeah, but point number 2 needed to be voted on. So in terms of, we are back onto the main motion, folks, and it is before you. Councillor Nelson, hang on a second. Yeah, on the seniors things, we're going to have to talk to administration in terms of what they need from council, but can't get on the floor. No other questions, Councillor Nelson, do you want to close off debate?
Well, now this brings to light, so now we're saying that the 175,000 go back into the adaptive recreation money. Now we're voting on, what are we voting on? Are we voting on the $50,000 from, or
You're
that's
voting
off the
exactly what's
table?
on your screen in front of you.
So can I amend this to say 50,000 of that goes to us, to Winnipeg? The senior citizens?
One moment, please.
Yeah, because we're not gonna get it, and that's not fair.
Okay, Councillor Nelson, turns out you can make an amendment on this. If you want 50,000 to come out of adapted rec plan for the senior center, you can do it. But it has to come out of the adapted recreation plan dollars. And it has to be an amendment because Councillor Bresciani has already stated she won't agree to that. Correct? Just yes or no?
Yes, but why can't you come up
Can't get it on the floor. It's not tied to this at all. It's not tied to this report at all. If it's not coming out of the adapted rec plan, it doesn't hit the light of day here. Councillor Nelson, is that what you want to do?
Yes, because we can't put this on the floor to say, find the money for the Winnipeg Senior Center. This is
That's
the
right.
only way that
That would
they can
require a
get it.
motion, yes.
So this requires, and I'm gonna support that because I think that's the right thing to do.
Understood.
Thank you.
Who would like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Bresciani?
Okay, so I'm still a little bit confused. We last meeting, we talked about other sources. They were going to go away and look at other sources, not this as the only one. So now we're saying it has to be descriptive to just this, accessibility. Again, I'm confused why we cannot look at other options as to taking out the 50 as from staff indicated from the reserve, which where it actually should be coming from.
Because that's a separate motion. That is an entirely separate issue from the adaptive reuse money.
No.
And the motion on the floor is about the $175,000 relative to the adaptive reuse.
But if we go back to the one that you said we have to go
can't.
back to? No, the one that you said we had to go back to right now, the one we're directed, no, are we on this one or the one that you showed up?
The main one.
The main one that you said we have to go back to? Yeah. It says to direct the 175,000 in funding from the adapted recreation plan that was conditionally approved to support the accessibility upgrade for the high water slides. So can we not direct, I guess it'd be 125, and then add on and 50 be directed to the...
We just did that. It was defeated. And you can't vote on the first one because Councillor Hawkins is correct. It's a separate motion from the report on the floor. It has to be a motion. Yeah, that would be nice. Is there an amendment on the floor? So the amendment on the floor is now to direct administration to reallocate 50,000 from the funds conditionally approved to support the accessibility upgrade, the high water slide of West Ganapool, to the Community Investment Grants Program to support to support a grant for emergency funding for the Regina Senior Center. Delegate authority of the city manager to approve and administer the grant. Councillor Nelson requires a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. If no one wants to talk about it, we could just go to vote. Absolutely.
Direct administration to reallocate the nation funds.
I do have a question.
Please go ahead. Councillor Mancinelli.
Administration took the time to mention that they assessed a need for the community center over and above council's deliberations. Outside of deliberations and our meandering right now, you saw the need as worthy. If we just voted for everything to go through, would you come back with that need to fulfill it in a smart manner that lines up with all your funding sources and they're well thought out by the professionals of administration? Or would the senior centers just go without?
Through the chair, I think what you're asking is, had this not been brought forward by Councillor Nelson, would we be making this recommendation?
No.
No.
Would you just have a job to do, come with a recommendation? Right now I feel we're moving everything around and trying to do your job and it's confusing the heck out of me. So I just want to know that if we just allow the original motion that appeared at council, you guys would go out, you guys would find funding for the seniors out of funds and things would be looked after still. That's what I'm really worried about.
Through the chair, we've done the work. We've determined the seniors could use emergency funding. We could fund it this way. We could fund it through the Community Investment Grant Reserve, which would require motion from council to draw on the reserve. So at the end of the day, it would still have to come back to council.
So in other words, this would be far more expedient if we could follow through with this process and get the funds moving now for what has to be done, because it would just turn around and come back either way. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stanichuk, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to ask, so this is an amendment to the original recommendation. So do we have to have in this amendment that what the remaining amount would go back into the adapted recreation plan? Do we have to, I just don't want that to get lost because that's in the...
Yes, fair comment. We would have assumed that the remaining funds would have stayed there, Councillor Stanichuk, but I'll have the deputy clerk just add the wording that the remaining funding go back to the other program.
All right, that's all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
That was my point.
Thank you. Councillor Brasciani.
If this is defeated, then can we go back to reallocate the 50 from the other fund?
No, they're completely separate issues. It either comes out of this fund, because this is the money on the floor right now, or there's a motion that gets brought forward and it gets dealt with at next council meeting. That's the option. And I think what Ms. Bryden just answered was that if there was no allocation and it was coming out of community investment grants, it would be coming back to council in September anyways. That's what, did I mischaracterize that?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So if this, just to be clear, if this is defeated, it'll have to, someone will have to make a motion to come back to council, or administration will just bring it, or I'm confused as to next steps.
Thanks. Through the chair. So this could come back as urgent from a staffing perspective in a report.
Perfect.
Or council could give notice of motion and we could talk about the motion at the next council meeting. Either way, it would come back to the next council meeting. Through the chair, I'd just like to point out, I think this is quite urgent from the seniors' perspective. And so the longer things take, the more pressure there is for them financially.
So can I just ask one other question then? Could we actually have this fund, take it out of it temporarily, and then reimburse it from the community investment fund?
One moment, please. Mr. Nicol, please go ahead.
Did you have a question?
Well, based on what I've heard and what's been up on the screens, This is saying take 50,000 from the funds that had been previously going to the accessibility upgrade at the water slides and give it to the senior center, with the 125 remaining as the original recommendation. If this is defeated, you have to go back and approve the 175 in total, going back to the previously approved accessibility or adaptive recreation plan. But as Ms. Bryden has said, because the senior center had already submitted something in July and they've reviewed it and they've determined that it is indeed a financial stressor on the senior center, they're coming back, and they can come back to executive committee as early as September 18 and come to council on the 25th to provide money from the reserve program, if I captured all that.
Ms. Bryden, is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Keep reading. Before the lights go out, keep going.
I feel like I got struck down. However, my understanding is the senior center has expressed emergent need. And so if there is a quicker way that we could get that decision in front of council, that would be better. And I think Ms. Shaley could probably describe that better.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So as Ms. Bryden has relayed, we learned of this request in late July. Last week, when Councillor Nelson brought this to the table and the senior centre was participating, we learned that the request was becoming extremely urgent for them, and that's put some pressure on us to act very quickly. Bottom line is, we believe that this organization needs $50,000. We have two alternative funding sources. Both of them require approval from council. So one is reallocating funds from the capital budget, which is the accessible recreation plan. Admin doesn't have the authority to do that. The other is drawing from the grants reserve. Again, that requires council approval because admin does not have the authority to draw from the reserve.
Can I ask one more question and then I'll be done? Could we move the 50,000 from the accessibility and then have the added in there that the grant would then reimburse the grant, the accessibility? Can we break for dinner? It's supper time. Okay.
Yeah, that would be my recommendation.
After
It gets you
Okay.
where you want to be.
Do I do that now?
No.
Oh, at the next
Yeah,
meeting?
get the motion and
Okay.
just put it in to clean it up.
Okay, all right.
Councilor Nelson, anything else?
I don't know what.
Closing off debate?
Okay, so you're not putting that.
No, she can bring a motion at a future meeting to reimburse out of the community investment
Okay.
grants. So get where you want to get to.
Okay, that's fine. I don't want that put into this motion
No.
right now. It's just going to muddy the waters. I want this to go for it. Thank you. That's all
All
I
right.
have.
Does anybody on council wish to have this voted on separately?
No.
All right. Clerk, can you call the vote, please?
You got to vote yes. I can't believe that we fight over a little bit of.
Well, if it passes, if not, we have. Mayor Masters, the amendment is passed in a vote of 10-0 with all members present voting in favor.
All right. Well, back to the main motion as amended. Can we simply put it up on the screen, main motion as amended? It is the addition of remove item CR 24-31, 2425, recreation facility accessibility improvements from its list of outstanding items.
That's all we need is,
And then one is you just all voted unanimously for the replacement of number 1.
we're just cleaning up the record.
Cleaning up the record. Clerks, can you call the vote, please?
Mayor Masters, the main motion as amended is passed 10-0.
All right, thanks, council. We do have a legislative break that we're 15 minutes past. Up next, we will deal with motion 24-13, followed by 24-14. Thank you very much. See you at 7 o'clock. Council, we're moving on to motion 24-13. I'd like to call upon Delegation M. Ironstar. M. Ironstar, I'm going to ask you to please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be some questions for you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is M. Ironstar. I am a resident of Regina. I'm the Executive Director at the Saskatchewan Arts Alliance. So, good evening, Mayor Masters, members of City Council, and fellow residents. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you here today in support of funding the capital renovation of 1819 Cornwall Street, the proposed new home of the Creative City Centre, or the CCC. As we all know, downtown Regina is a vital part of our city's identity, and investing in creative hubs like the CCC can serve as a cornerstone for its revitalization. I'm here to advocate for the importance of this project, not only for our arts community, but for the entire city and the long-term vibrancy of our downtown core. Creative hubs like the CCC are essential for fostering a thriving arts scene. They provide a central place where arts organizations, creators, cultural practitioners can come together, collaborate, and share resources. These hubs build community, and more than that, they catalyze a creative culture that resonates throughout the city. The arts have a unique ability to bring people together, breaking down barriers and sparking conversations that drive innovation and collaboration. The CCC has demonstrated this power for years, but a new and properly equipped space at 1819 Cornwall will allow it to expand its role as a dynamic center for culture in Regina. So I come to you not only today as the Executive Director of the Saskatchewan Arts Alliance, I'm also a long-term tenant of the Creative City Centre. I was one of the co-founders of a printmaking collective that has had its home in the former spaces of the CCC for many years. At the heart of this effort is resource sharing. Creative hubs like the CCC make the most of limited resources by providing affordable shared spaces for artists and organizations to create, meet, and develop. These shared resources are invaluable in a smaller city like ours, where arts organizations often struggle to find space. This collective use of resources allows us to do more with less, ensuring that we maximize the impact of every dollar spent. Investing in the renovation of 1819 Cornwall is an investment in efficiency, sustainability, and the long-term success of our arts community. In addition, creative hubs foster collaboration. When artists, makers, and organizations have a place to work side by side, unexpected and innovative partnerships can occur. These collaborations often lead to the creation of new work, the development of new programs, and the cultivation of new audiences, which is ever more important since the pandemic. All of this contributes to a flourishing cultural scene. This strengthens Regina's reputation as a city that values creativity and the arts. The ripple effects of a vibrant creative sector are far-reaching. The presence of a well-established, centrally located arts hub like the CCC will enhance the quality of life in our city, attract visitors, stimulate economic activity in our downtown core. Research shows that a strong arts community encourages foot traffic, supports local businesses, and makes a city more attractive to both residents and tourists alike. The CCC's presence in downtown Regina will be a catalyst for this type of growth in Regina. The return on investment in this project is immense. For a relatively modest investment in the capital renovation of this building, the benefits will extend well beyond the arts community. We're talking about a long-term impact that will benefit the entire city. By fostering a vibrant downtown, we're creating a legacy that will be felt for years to come. One that will ensure that Regina remains a city where creativity thrives and where community connection is at the heart of our development. In closing, I urge you to consider the broader implications of supporting the CCC's move to 1819 Cornwall Street. This is an opportunity to invest in our future, not only the future of the arts, but the future of our city as a whole. Creative hubs like the CCC are essential for community building, resource sharing, and fostering collaboration. They are integral to creating a thriving arts scene and, by extension, a vibrant downtown. The ROI on this investment will pay dividends for generations to come, and I ask for your support in making this vision a reality. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. I have a question. Councillor Nelson, please go ahead.
Hi. Thank you very much for being here. I'm not an arts person, so please prepare for my ignorance. I do know Joe Fafard and Richard Skansky very well, so there. My question to you, I heard about this organization a little while ago. A few people that I know actually go to it. What can you tell me about the programming, the hours that you'll be open with this new facility? I'm just trying to get a kind of a broad picture of exactly what will be going on in this this area.
Yeah, so
Through the chair.
thank you for that. I'm not exactly sure the procedure here, but when we're talking about the specifics of the building, really, Marion is really some of the best person to answer some of those more in-depth questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Then I guess I'm asking the wrong person. Okay, then I'll just ask Marion the questions then. Sorry. Go
No, it's all good.
Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Nelson. I don't see any other questions in mine, Star. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. Ask you to return. I call upon Delegation Denny Jones. Mr. Jones, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which there may be some questions for you.
Okay, thank you very much. So my name is Danny Jones. I am here representing the Creative City Centre as also a board member, as their secretary-treasurer, and I am a resident of Regina. So I do have good afternoon written here, but I will say good evening. My name is Danny Jones. I'm a senior associate with Colliers, as well as an active member of the music community, where I've had over 16 years of freelance experience playing a wide variety from artists from coast to coast. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Creative City Centre and speak about my thoughts on how the organization can be a part of a greater strategy, not only bolsters the artistic community, but the downtown core of our city. So I'll be coming at it from two different directions here. First is downtown revitalization. As a commercial real estate agent, I am an active member of the member of the artistic community. I'm heavily invested in seeing the downtown of our city be a vibrant, active, engaging place for both businesses, individual citizens, and our community. Over the past 13 or so years, the Creative City Centre has presented over 1,500 events in our downtown core, including music concerts, poetry slams, visual art exhibits, and workshops, circus camps, guitar jams, artist talks, and training in a multitude of topics. They have also produced numerous festivals and events in Victoria Park and on the Plaza, and with move to a new home located just half a block from the Plaza and Vic Park. They will continue to work in partnership with the Regina Downtown and with their tenant organizations to ensure the Regina's downtown core is a vibrant center of artistic and community building events. The Creative City Centre events are inclusive, welcoming, diverse, both on and off the stage. The city invested more than $10 million in the Globe Theatre, one of our flagship arts organizations downtown. The Globe's audience is limited to those who have the privilege enough to afford a $70 ticket for the performance 6 times a year. One of the most attractive features of having a downtown artistic hub is the ability for both young and upcoming artists to make their mark in an inclusive and supportive community. I can tell you, as a musician keeping an eye out for the next generation, for new and upcoming players, I have a hard time imagining where they will cut their teeth and learn their trade without a place like the Creative City Centre. The Creative City Centre is asking for a capital campaign contribution of $100,000, not $10 million. I'm going to emphasize that. The program is accessible to everyone in our community, or at least will be once they are in their accessible building on Cornwall. But I'm also referring to the financial accessibility, as most of the Creative City Centre's programs are affordably priced, with the option to pay what you can for most of the shows who can't afford the ticket. So on the economic impact, in the last 5 years alone, the Creative City Centre has been able to bring over $687,000 in federal grants into Regina, funding that in turn has paid for individual artists and suppliers in Regina, creating sustainable direct and indirect economic activity. With a move to an accessible venue, they should be able to increase the funding they receive from other funding agencies, as a lack of accessibility in their former location was becoming a barrier for funding sources, because we're on the 2nd and 3rd floor at the building on Hamilton. Indirect economic impact includes the restaurants and bars where the patrons eat before a show or have their after-show drink before heading home from downtown. Uber and taxi services benefit from those patrons who drink or do not drive. Artists book hotel rooms and Airbnbs. The artist fees and salaries at the Creative City Centre help those artists to pay for rent and buy groceries. The most artists who work or perform or participate in the program at the CCC are Regina-based artists. The Creative City Centre is helping to keep artists in our community from leaving here for greener pastures. The Creative City Centre has a significant impact growing our arts community, which is a necessary component to our social fabric. When you go to any city in the world as a tourist, you don't go explore the suburbs, you go to their downtown to see their art, their concerts, museums, and their culture. We must ensure that as a city, we are doing what we can to support the arts and growth of the arts in our downtown. The Creative City Centre is deserving of the city's contribution to their capital campaign, as the city's contribution will help trigger matching funds from the province. It will also inspire local corporate partners to step up to the plate. I don't believe I will be the only one to tell you why I want the reason to stay downtown after 5 p.m., especially after the whistle blows and people vacate our downtown core. I urge you to vote yes for this motion, to stand behind the organization and say yes to a vibrant city centre through the Creative City Centre. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Nelson.
Do I ask you about the programming and the people that you serve, or is...
You will ask Marion that
Okay. What would you like me to ask you?
Well, I come at it from a couple different, and I'm just kind of ad-libbing here a little bit. I come at this from two different perspectives. The real estate side of my downtown job, and the artist side of what I do and still continue to do for 16 plus years as a freelancer. I believe the one thing we're really lacking in the city is a place for young artists to start. We need a venue that is of comparable size to other cities where the young artists or the non-established ones can cut their teeth. Like I remember going, and this is just anecdotal of course, but I remember going to the jams when I was in my 20s and seeing the other young artists, other young bands come up, and some of them have gone on to quite a bit of acclaim, but those jams don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
So this is an opportunity for people to, I'm not talking just music, I'm talking about visual arts, poetry, music, sculpture, printmaking. It's an artistic hub that will serve the entire community. And this is, I believe, a great opportunity for people who don't have that opportunity to cut their teeth.
So just to add to that, I know when Joe Fafard was alive and him and I were very close, we talked lots about this very thing and bringing it downtown with the Slate Art Gallery and where it is and so on and so forth, and giving that place for people to come together that's affordable. Now, just from what you said, I used to live in Saskatoon. Bud's on Broadway, I remember going there. Is this kind of the same type of thing that might happen on Saturday afternoons in a jam session, or Sundays, or through the
I wouldn't say it would follow the Buds model. It's funny, I've played a lot of those venues in my youth, and still do. But for anyone who's not aware of the blues bars, the idea was the touring band that would be there for either the week or the weekend would do a jam during the day. A little bit different, that's more focused on beer sales and like bringing people in later in the evening. This will be more focused on community inclusion and appeal to more people that maybe perhaps don't like the blues. I for one do. I made I made my living doing it, so I understand where you're coming from. It's hard to compare it to another Saskatoon venue without digging deeper into that city.
Yeah, and I wasn't thinking along the beer line or anything like that, but it'll be a place where families can come in, I can stop in.
Yes.
That's where I'm picturing this and what I was asking for. Not, like I said, not the beer side's fine, but it was just that place where you can come in and hang out and listen to music and things like that. Because is that stuff that you do and will be doing through the chair?
Yes, there will be a theater or a venue where artists can play. As far as the programming goes, I would definitely defer to Marion specifically to what the offerings will be, but I believe yes.
Okay, that sounds really great, and that sounds like something I would definitely be a huge asset to the downtown Regina. So thank you very much for that, and I'll ask some further questions later.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Berciani, please go ahead.
Thank you for waiting and being here. I think one of the things that impressed me most was hearing how this will give first-time artists an opportunity to sing or learn how to write songs or things like that. Is that kind of what you see it as, first-time artists to kind of get their little stage, kind of an opportunity to do that as well?
Absolutely. So I would say one of the biggest things we lack in the city Now, we did have it on our Hamilton location, but the accessibility portion was not there. We just, and unfortunately, just to the, due to the condition of the building, we couldn't have regular concerts on the third floor because of the condition of the roof. We just, for safety reasons, for patron reasons, we just couldn't get them through the door, reliably, of course. So what we really miss in the city is that 50, 60 seat venue that bridges the gap between playing in people's garages or house concerts to playing the Exchange, which is more of 150 to 200 plus. We don't have the thing in the middle. So in a perfect world, you cut your teeth, earn your trade, you know, jam with your friends essentially, if we're talking specifically music. And then you go places like, you know, right away, the Creative City Center, and then work your way up through the ladder. Not saying that it becomes obsolete, because a lot of the best concerts ever played are typically to 30 or 40 people or even less. But it's a stepping stone from getting you to the 50 to maybe the Artesian for the 100 plus, to the Exchange for the around 200, to Dark Hall for 300-400 plus, and keep you working your way up. It will never be a thing that disappears when you get to that level. It will still be available for established artists too, for more intimate concert settings. But yes, it is a place for people to learn their trade.
Okay. Now, did you say that you are in with the real estate? Is that what?
Yes.
Okay. So this is taking a building downtown and refurbishing it on 3 floors, or is it just
2.
2 floors? Okay. And so $100,000 is going to go into that building. Will that create, obviously, an asset? That building will be worth more, obviously, after those renovations go in, or like, I guess as from the real estate point of view, like, do you think the $100,000 will be suffice to get all the upgrades done that's needed? Through the chair?
No, it won't be sufficient for the total cost of renovation that will be required for accessibility. So for some reference, we do have a landlord that is favorable to our situation that would contribute quite a bit to the initial fit-up cost. The $100,000 we're asking for today is really the catalyst to bring the province in. What we were told by the province is that, sure, we'll give you some money, but we want to see someone else do it first, which is great because you're always trying to, you know, putting the chicken before the egg almost.
We've been there, yeah.
Exactly. So with the $100,000, because we have $1 million or so budget requirement, and a big portion of that is because of the new building code that came into effect January. Had changed quite a bit of the layout of the building for accessibility reasons and new code compliance. So will it increase the value of the building? I don't believe so in the long run. It still has a cost per square foot aspect to it. It just makes it usable for our own use. Without it, it doesn't work.
100%. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Mr. Jones, I just have a question. How did you get involved with Creative City Center?
Oh, so I've known Marion for, it must be 15 years at this point. I always knew of the Donnellys, the Donnelly family. Karen is the principal trumpet at the National Arts Center Orchestra, has been for forever. So my background is classical music. I did study at the U of R for double bass. But I took a arts administration class that she was offering at the U of R, I believe for my 4th year. I felt that no one I've ever really spoken to before was that engaged and knew the ins and outs of the artistic business world more than Marion. So the reason why I got involved when she put a call out for board members is because I didn't think there was anyone better who could run the ship. And I still believe that. Thank you.
Marion, if it's all right if I call you Marion. I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, where you live, and you're going to have 5 minutes to address and answer questions afterwards. Thanks so much for being here.
My name is Marion Donnelly. I live here in Regina, and I am here representing the Creative City Center. Good evening, Your Worship, and respected members of City Council and Administration. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. We have worked hard to establish the Creative City Center as a vital part of our downtown and of our arts community, and the letters of support that you have received in your package speak to that. We're about to launch our capital campaign to raise $1 million to cover the cost of renovations and specialized equipment for our new facility at 1819 Cornwall Street. We purposely limited the number of our speaking delegations to 3 out of respect for your time and the other important items that you have on your agenda today. Em talked about the importance of a creative hub and having a space for collaboration and creativity to flourish. Danny spoke of the importance of revitalizing the downtown and the role that we play in activating the downtown. And he also talked about the economic impact, which, while it's important, it's not the only reason why I want you to invest in this community-based arts center. For me, accessibility is one of the key reasons why we need a new space. We were previously located on the 2nd and 3rd floors of a heritage building with no elevator. In our new space, wheelchair-accessible doors, washrooms, elevator, and physical access to all of our programs and services will be the new norm. We're already financially accessible, as most of our ticketed events are affordable with a pay-what-you-can option, and most of the workshops we offer are free. We believe that art is for everyone, and we have worked really hard to be a welcoming, inclusive, and diverse arts center in Regina. Another priority for us is reconciliation. We have a long history of engaging and supporting Indigenous artists, and the Path to Reconciliation is one of our most recent initiatives, which has gained international attention for both the artists and for our community as a whole. The Creative City Centre will be a model of reconciliation in action in Regina, and we're really excited to work with our future tenants, Sagewawak, on many joint projects. Artist development is also a priority. Artists in our community need a place to rehearse, to collaborate with others, create new works, or share their knowledge. We have been the starting point for many artists for their first visual art exhibition, their first performance on a public stage. We offer training programs and teach artists how to be entrepreneurs. Our Recording Artist Development Program is a great example of that. Now gearing up for its 3rd season, funded completely by the Canada Council for the Arts, the RAD program has been instrumental in providing emerging music artists from Regina with the knowledge and tools that they need to succeed, to apply for festivals or showcase opportunities or for Creative Saskatchewan grants. Community building is also a reason to support this motion. The Creative City Centre is a place where newcomers, artists, and non-artists alike can find community. And I refer you to the letter of support from Abdul Salam Ash in your package, who is a Palestinian Syrian refugee to Canada. We've seen friendships develop through our life drawing classes, musical collaborations take place because of shared moments on our stage, and our small, intimate venue is a great place to experience the arts and find other like-minded artists or audience members to connect with and form friendships. We actually know of 5 different marriages that have happened for people that have met at the Creative City Centre. I will add one more reason. The province has indicated to us that they will be more likely to support our capital campaign if the city is on board. They will match your $100,000. So the decision that you make today could mean that we're $200 ahead on our capital campaign, and that's a great place to start. The second part of the motion that's forward is for an increase in operating funds. And I appreciate that that would normally be something that would go through administration through the normal application process. But I wanted to address it just a bit. We do need to be funded at a higher level, not just to cover our overhead and continue operating the way we have, but also because what the city contributes impacts what we get at other levels of government. In 2018, when we finally qualified for operational grants from Canada Council, we were approved for $20,000 as our annual operating grant. And the Canada Council offer that I spoke to told me that we were approved at that level because that was what the city and the province were giving us. We had applied for $75,000 and we're hoping to get 60 out of them. But $20,000 is what we've been locked into from federal funding in their multi-year cycle for 6 years now. We will be eligible to apply for a new funding cycle, new round of multi-year federal funding in 2026. And if our city funding remains at $20,000 at that point, it's likely that we will not get an increase from the Canada Council either. We have proven our ability to deliver programs and services in Regina that have a lasting impact on artists and audiences alike. and we want to continue to serve the citizens of our community for decades to come. We need your support. I welcome any questions that you may have. Tarina, you've already got a bunch. I'm happy to answer all of them. And again, thank you for your time and your consideration of motion 2413.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. Personally, Shayna, was she one of the girls that got married from there? So Shayna was my little girl. I used to teach her at the school when she was just a young kid.
There you go.
And this is how I found out about the program and what you guys do. So
I'll just interject. Shayna actually started our spoken word programming when she was an artist in residence at the Creative City Center. Most of the staff that we have are funded either through artist in residence programs or through project grants. And Shayna was one of our first. And the spoken word programming that she started back in 2011 continues to this day. It's one of our most popular programs that we offer, that we currently offer at the Artesian on 13th. Yeah.
Wow. That was my little girl when I first became a TA at the school system. So I've known her since she was just a little tyke. That's incredible to say that she's left that much of an impact. So what I really heard and what I loved that I heard is affordability. The Globe Theater is wonderful, but I can't afford to go there.
I can't either.
There you go. And so you said that you offer some free programming and a pay-as-you-can. Can you kind of elaborate on that for me? if you
Most of the
wouldn't
programs that we offer, like the spoken word programming, for example, we've set the ticket price at $5. And the reason why we did that is because we get a grant from Canadian Heritage that pays for that program. $5 as a ticket fee, you know, is a little bit of revenue for us.
Yeah.
But it's affordable. Most of the people that come to the spoken word are newcomers, Indigenous, people of color. Like, it's a really wide, diverse mix. And you know, we want them to be able to be there. Our music concerts, the tickets are typically set by the artists that are performing, but the ticket prices have historically been between $10 and $20. I think the highest price we ever charged was maybe $40, and that was for like a nationally known touring artist that wanted to play our space. But at all of our events, if somebody came to the door and said, oh, the ticket's $10, I've got $7.50 in my pocket, we'd say, come on in and keep your $7.50 to buy some pop. Yeah, like, we want people there. We don't want to have a closed door.
So in saying that, did you have any conversations and any interactions with Joe Fafard? Because I know that him and I talked a lot about this kind of stuff in downtown through the chair.
Joe Fafard, he actually used to come to our space quite a bit. I mean, in addition to the music concerts and the poetry nights and all that, we also do visual art exhibitions.
Yeah.
And so he would often come to opening nights. But David Thalberger did a project at the Articulate Ink Studios at the Creative City Center, and he brought in like the royalty of Regina's visual art. He had Vic Chikansky and Joe Fafard, and you know, I don't remember who else was there. Maybe Michelle does, but sorry. Anyhow, and Joe's right-hand person was Terry Fidelic, who also was another artist in residence with us. So,
well, I'll tell you right now, he's looking down on you guys, and he's really proud of this very moment. I know he is.
Thank you.
So in saying that, when with this funding, if this goes through and the renovations of the building, when do you plan to be moved in? And I'm mistaken if I'm sorry if I apologize if I didn't read that or see that somewhere, but.
Well, the timeline is really dependent on, like, I've had the keys since January, but we had to go through the building code process and do the analysis. Like, we had done drawings for the space. The initial drawings were done last September.
Okay.
And then we had to wait for the new codes to come, and everybody had to study them. There was 400 of them that had changed and whatever. So we've now, the building permit applications came into the city at the end of July.
Okay.
We're now working through the process of all the things that the city folks want us to look at, to change, you know, and we're trying to meet all those codes. But long story short, I anticipate and I'm planning that we will be open for business again for the start of our new season in September.
In September of this year?
Of 2025.
Okay, yeah. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Not
permits
next
are gonna
week,
take-
no, next year, yeah.
Permits is getting better,
Yeah.
but I don't think they're that
Like,
good yet.
they're planning to start the demolition of the existing space by October.
Okay.
And then the building of the new floor, like the new walls and things
Yeah.
that have to go up, and the new washrooms, wheelchair accessible washrooms, all those things, will probably take until June, but then we have to put in our acoustic paneling and the sound system and lights and like all that stuff. And in an ideal world, we'll be able to offer some programming during the Folk Festival next summer. They're another one of our tenants that will be moving in with us. I don't think anybody's mentioned the tenants will be the Regina Folk Festival, Sagawawak First Nations Artists Collective, Saskatchewan Arts Alliance, and Articulate Inc. Yeah.
Okay, just kind of a side, funding, is there any, some fundraising or some corporate donations, funding, all that kind of stuff? Is that's the big capital campaign?
We are going to be going full steam ahead. Our plan, like we've been working on pulling this together, we've got a series of 10 different videos that we will be releasing over the next 6-7 months. We have a whole bunch of artwork that's been donated to us that we will be offering as incentives for people to donate to the program, but we've been waiting for sort of one commitment. You know, if we have a commitment from the city that, yes, we're getting a $100,000 contribution, tomorrow I'm on the phone with Minister Ross to say, okay, we have 100,000, what can we do to move that forward? But next week we'll have a press conference to announce this 100,000 and to launch our capital campaign with the general public and with the corporate community. So we will be going after every, you know, we have so many naming opportunities. The gallery can be a corporate sponsor, this performance stage could be a corporate sponsor. Like there's lots of opportunities for corporate partnerships.
Okay, so hey, I'd really ask you to please contact me. I would love to help out in this. There's a lot of
Great.
things that I have and people I know. Another question is that
Just
you
shoot me your number.
we'll give it to you. Another question, now you said the landlord's contributing a bunch to the renovations. Can you just tell me a little brief description of that? Because I think that's a great thing and I just want to know through the chair.
Well, Danny mentioned the total renovation budget is around $1 million.
$1 million, yeah.
And the landlord has indicated that they are prepared to contribute $300,000. What we have not yet finished negotiating with them is how much of that is going to be a donation and how much of that we're going to have to amortize into our rent.
Okay.
But they're willing to front that much.
Now, have you signed a lease for how many years you're going to be there? Do you have any idea?
We are talking about a 10-year lease with
10-year lease.
options to purchase.
Okay.
And options to renew.
Okay. That's all I have. I'll come
Thank
talk
you.
to you in a minute. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Thanks. Just one question, Marion. You mentioned, you know, if this goes ahead, you're on the phone with other ministers imminently. If it was delayed until the September council meeting, and you'll know why if you follow along afterwards, what would that mean for you? Like, do you need this decision tonight, or if it waited a few weeks, it'd
Well,
still
if
be
we're
okay?
waiting for a few weeks, the writ's going to drop, and then we're into election cycle, and then we're looking at that this conversation likely won't get picked up again until December, January. So yeah, it does impact us.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Marion, I sometimes forget if I've asked questions just in my own mind or if I've said them out loud. If this was funding approved but not until 2025 in that particular budget, does that mess you up?
I don't know that it would. I don't think so. If it was approved and in writing, I think that would be something we could take to the bank, you know, literally.
It's like,
Yeah.
literally.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about the service partner ask?
Oh, that was just an idea that I had after the community consultations that the culture department was having with all the arts organizations in the city, which we dutifully attended. And I mean, I just don't understand why we go through this grant process year after year after year. Every organization that is an arts organization in the community, we're all delivering value, we're all delivering programs and services to the community, and every February I have to apply and repeat everything I just said last February. You know, yes, we're still doing all this programming, you know, and I just thought it makes no sense to me, the amount of work that the administration has to go through to adjudicate all of those grant applications every year, when we're all doing fantastic work in the community, we're all doing what we can to contribute to, you know, the social fabric of this community, to the community building that goes on when you attend a concert or a, you know, theater production or whatever it is. So it just, like, to me, it makes more sense to turn it into a service provider agreement, you know, take away that please give us money aspect of the grant writing process. For us, like, we depend so much on project grants year after year after year that I can't actually plan farther than 6 months out. You know, we apply for project grants with the Canada Council every April, and I don't find out if we've been approved until October, which is a year into our new season, or sorry, a month into our new season. And so it makes it hard to, like, just go, okay, well, do I need staff or don't I need staff? Am I getting approved or not getting approved? You just don't ever know. If you had a service provider agreement that was multi-year, that I knew I could count on this much money every year from the City of Regina, I can then plan. I can plan programs that have a longer shelf life than 1 year. You know, we could do so much more if we knew we had funding that was consistent, set in stone. You know, we're not afraid of reporting. We're not afraid of, you know, the work involved, but it's just, you know, why are we repeating this cycle over and over again? I don't know if that answered your question. But
Oh, no, it really
yeah.
does. And the only thing I want to ask you to repeat is what is in the building from a tenant perspective? You listed it off pretty fast.
So currently we have the Sagawawak First Nations Artist Collective, who are currently on a second floor walk-up on Scar Street, again with no elevator, so it's impossible for elders to come and do beading workshops or anything like that in their own space. We have the Regina Folk Festival, who currently are all working from home. The Articulate Ink Printmaking Collective, who are tenants at our former location, are going to have their studio in the basement at the new space. And then the Creative City Centre will have offices as well. The space itself on the main floor will be our performance space, our art gallery, a classroom space, and an artist-in-residence studio that we have had a few conversations with city employees about having the city's artist-in-residence program operate out of that space, which would be wonderful for us. On the second floor will be the administration offices, where all those organizations will have their offices. But I'm also planning to have an incubation center up there for creative entrepreneurs. And I've also had a few preliminary conversations with Tracy Foster from Listen to Dis about whether she needs an office. So we do have some space up there to work with. In the basement of the building, there is a vault that we are converting into a recording studio where we will run our recording artist development program. And there will also be a big production room down there where we can shoot music videos or photo shoots or have a rehearsal space for music, dance, theater, whatever. It will just be like a nice big room that we can use. So.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here very much.
Well, I appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Anybody else? No?
We're good.
Okay, thank you.
We have communications and motion MN 24-13. Can I have a motion to receive and file the following communications? I've got CP 24-78 through to CP 24-87. Can I just thank you? Councilor LeBlanc, seconded by Councilor Mancinelli. I'll ask a question. Any opposed to the receive and file? Seeing none, carried. We'll now consider motion 24-13 Creative City Center funding. Councilor Hawkins, can you please introduce the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to introduce the motion. I want to thank the delegations for the project, for their initiative, and for their complete explanation describing it to us tonight. I want to underline a few of the points that were made. One, this gives an opportunity to emerging artists to have their first venue, to make their first mark. I think that's important. Two, I think it's critically important that this will add to the vibrancy of our downtown. It is a catalyst project which will activate the downtown, something we need. Three, I think it'll be important for, particularly for young people in the city, to find something exciting in Regina to do, to see opportunity here. And finally, I think that it's important that this grant can be seed money that will permit approaches to other levels of government to leverage other grants. So I think this is important for us to do this. I support the motion, and I'd ask your support for this initiative.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. Can we get a seconder on this, please? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Stanachek, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, I have a couple of questions for administration. The motion is pretty prescriptive in terms of the amount, the budget, the source of funding, and a number of other things about the operating grants. So I guess my first question would be, in terms of the first point about a capital contribution of $100,000 from the strategic initiatives budget, would this be a source of funding that you would support, or would there be other sources of funding that you would think might be more appropriate to support this project?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, administration fully supports the capital funding for Creative Center, I'm tired, and for Creative City Center. It's an exciting opportunity for our downtown. There are a couple of different ways that this could be funded, including, as we mentioned earlier, there is $88,000 in our community investment grant reserve that could be used to support this. And then there would be a shortfall of $12,000. I believe there is also funding available in the strategic initiatives account through the city manager's office, and Ms. Anderson may want to speak more specifically to that.
Thank you. Through Mayor Masters, I would say there's different funding sources available for it, and there's probably pros and cons to each one of them. So I would concur with Ms. Bryden that it seems like a good opportunity, and I think if our recommendation would be to take the 88 from the social development fund, and then and then the remainder from the strategic initiative fund. But again, it's your prerogative to take it from where you want.
Okay. Another question is just regarding the second point is regarding the budget. And I guess I'm just a little bit concerned because we've been talking about money and different pockets of money today already, and what's the best pocket, and to make sure that we're doing this in the most fair and transparent way. I guess this is something that I've thought about since I signed on to this motion, is just what is the most fair and transparent way, and is this unfair to other organizations in our city who have to go through a different process, a rigorous process, an adjudication process in order to get that. And as much as I support Creative City Center, I think that they do amazing work, and I have been there for events. I just want to make sure that we're very fair and transparent in terms of the process of how we do this, through the chair.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, I appreciate that question. We do have an administrative process for working through grant applications and our partner stream, in particular in this case. And there is a certain amount of funding allocated in the budget for the partner stream. And I would want to lead with the fact that we know that some of these grant programs are underfunded. And as we add partners to the streams, it reduces the funding for the other folks that are in that stream. And so we would suggest, and we will be during the budget deliberations, requesting additional funds be added for this particular stream. And we would suggest that it would be preferable if council's recommendation was to refer this request to the community partners stream adjudication process to be fair and transparent to all of the applicants in the city that go through this process. And that is, it is a 4-year, the partners apply, and then once they're in the program, it is a 4-year program. So there isn't a heavy application process once they're considered to be a partner.
And through the chair, just to clarify, because I think there's kind of two parts to this, that in number 2, it's the status as community partner, as well as an increase in what the grant that CCC is currently getting. So it does make reference to the 2025-26 budget. So do we need to have 2 different approaches to this? Like refer back to refer that number 2 to the administration to go through the appropriate process, but then the budget would be still a recommendation that at the budget this be considered?
So
I'm just wondering if there's 2 parts to that. See, to me, it looks like it's 2 parts.
I'll refer that to Ms. Shitley to describe.
Yeah, so for a little bit of context, as Marion had shared, we have a grant review underway. Council has asked us to look at how we can align the tax exemption and grant program. And I just want to share one of the themes that we're hearing from some of the groups that are participating in the process is that there's a gap in funding for organizations like the Creative City Centre, who act as a hub for artists and performers. In a related way, there's a gap in funding for organizations that provide cultural spaces. And so the delegations mentioned groups like Dark Hall, the Performing Arts Center. There's a number of those organizations, and so that's a conversation that we're having right now. They haven't rated really well in our grant program, and so that's leading to a bit of a gap. In terms of Ms. Bryden's comments, in order to address that gap without taking away from organizations that provide programs, we feel that it is appropriate for council to have a discussion about the level of funding in the grant program for the culture stream during the budget process. That level of funding has not changed since 2016. So that's a little bit of context in terms of what we're hearing from the community. So our desire would be that all of these organizations be treated in a similar way, and that we look at how they would be eligible for funding through the grant program, which would require an injection of additional funding. And so that is specific to the community partner funding. The discussion about the capital funding, the $100,000, is best managed at council because our grant programs do not provide that level of capital funding for organizations.
Okay. So with the other signatories to the motion, I would like to just make some amendments to it. And again, I don't have them in advance, for the deputy clerk. But just that number 1 would then read, approve a capital contribution of $100,000 in 2024 as from sources of funding to be determined by administration. Does that, I don't know if that is is the best wording, but just that council make that decision, but that the source of funding, the most appropriate source of funding come from, okay, the city manager would like to respond, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. I would just say that if we are drawing the 88,000 from the Community Investment Grants Program, that requires council approval.
Okay.
So if you're amenable to that, I would say take the
Actually mentioned.
88,000 from the Community Investment Grant Program, and then the remainder from the Strategic Initiative Fund.
Okay. I'd like that, so then it would say approve a capital contribution of $100,000 in 2024, of which 88,000 would come from the Community Investment Grant Reserve, and 12,000 from the Strategic Initiatives budget. Yeah.
Councillor Hawkins, would you be okay with this? On point number 1?
I'm not okay with that.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. You have to make an amendment for vote.
Okay, then that's my amendment.
Can we just do one amendment at a time?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Amendments on the floor. Who would just, can you show me by hands who wishes to speak to the amendment on point number 1? Go ahead, Councillor Bresciani. Sorry.
Okay, so I would just say that I would, just from our last discussion that we had, where we agreed that we wanted to move that 50,000 out from the accessibility, or take it from the Community Initiatives Reserve. So if we do Councillor Stadenchuk's, then there won't be anything left in that reserve. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, there would be 38,000. If 50,000 was taken out of the reserve at a future motion, then there would be 38,000 remaining. Oh, sorry.
Just to clarify, through the chair, everyone's tired. I think if the amendment on the floor is what I understand it to be, is that the funding, the 100,000 come from the reserve, and the remaining, or the 88 come from the reserve, which is the balance of the reserve. The remaining would come from the Strategic Initiatives Fund. So to your point, the reserve would be at 0.
Right.
And
next year.
Yes.
And then,
Next
sorry,
year
what
we're
was that?
Pardon me?
Sorry, I missed the last, it'd be at 0, and then what?
The reserve would be at 0.
Right. So we just discussed previously the accessibility, the dollars that not to be used to go to that 50,000 to be replenished from this reserve. And now you're saying, well, let's use this reserve here.
So
there will be nothing left. Like, I guess my question is, what is your thought then? How do we then, because I was going to bring the motion next week, because that's what we agreed on, to say, okay, moving that 50,000, I thought was going to come out of this. So where are you recommending?
Sorry, I need a seconder on Councillor Stadenchuk's amendment.
Or just
Thank
to
you.
get it on the floor.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, go ahead.
through the chair, so
I guess if I don't support this, then it just would still come out of the original, and then it would still work out the other way, to make it simple.
through the chair, if this motion, if this amendment is defeated, then
Yes.
it would go back to the original
Yes.
motion, Mr. Clerk. And the funding would be coming from the Strategic Initiatives Fund.
Okay, for that reason, I will not be able to accept this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens, please go ahead. To the amendment?
Yeah.
I don't say this often, but I have no idea what is going on in terms of how the money is going to be. And full disclosure, like, we're spending money without me knowing at all any of the fundamentals, which is why the staff usually do this. So I don't know how to say this, but could this wait a day? I assume we still go in tomorrow or even next month, because I do not feel comfortable depleting reserves, changing the funding allocation model to an organization that has a terrific reputation, but I have no idea the details of their ask other than finding out that folks went to this meeting. So could we wait a day for me to understand the details of the implications here, or even table the entire thing for a month until the next meeting? I'm sorry, I normally don't want to play clueless, but I cannot make a decision when I don't have all the information.
You'd like to table it?
In good faith, I need information to do this, and I'm concerned about how they could lose the matching, but I need to know the details. I would love that, but I would love to know if the folks who brought this forward are okay with it.
I'm not in favor of tabling it. I have enough information. I think there is some urgency about this with respect to natural funds. This is a well-known organization. Their reputation is well established in the community. They've outlined a clear program of what they're doing here. It's a bit of a new initiative, a bit of an establishment of their program on firmer ground. We're busy as a council. We start tabling things over. We're going to run into the end of our term. For my part, I feel comfortable going ahead with this tonight.
Okay, it's fair.
Would you like to table it?
I'll move to table it, sorry.
Okay. All right, tabling needs a seconder. All right, Councilor LeBlanc. All right, clerks, can you call the vote on a table? Oh, apologies, go ahead.
Councillor Stevens, we're talking about tabling it to tomorrow morning.
I don't know that we're having a meeting tomorrow morning, so next council is what you want. We good with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor Masters, the tabling motion has been defeated in a vote of 4 in favor, 6 against. Those voting in favor of the tabling motion were Councillors Stevens, LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, and Nelson. Voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Mancinelli, Bresciani, Moyle, and yourself, Mayor Masters.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stevens, you have the floor on the amendment.
All right, so we're if we, we're splitting up how we're proposing to finance this, what does it mean to deplete these reserves? And do we have other organizations in the pipeline? Like, just walk me through the implications of spending the money the way we are and what it means to other organizations that might come forward and will call me after this looking for special treatment.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so certainly the reserves are meant to be used for these types of supports. This capital contribution it fits with our downtown revitalization efforts. We did have funding available through the revitalization grant program, if you recall. That funding allocation was very small and it disappeared very quickly earlier in the year. And so this would have been eligible likely for some of that, but they weren't ready to come forward with a grant request while the funding was available. And so I think the impacts of spending the reserve are, yeah, it might mean if some other organizations come forward, we wouldn't have this funding source. But I do think that this program and this capital contribution towards our downtown, we heard the delegations talk about some of the organizations that will be leasing the space that are actually working from home right now. So it fits with where we want to move forward. It's also revitalizing an old building in the downtown, and we know that that's expensive, and working through those code requirements for revitalizing those old buildings, it takes time and it is costly, and particular when you're trying to make them accessible, etc. So yes, there's risk because you're spending the money. There won't be any money left in the reserve. I do think it's a good investment for the downtown.
Okay, thank you. So if you were to vet this through the regular process, what kind of information would you require? And have you required that information already, but just through kind of an ad hoc measure here?
So thank you for that question. The Community Investment Grant Program is not for capital. And so this request does belong with council's decision. We did, as I said, had other programs that are available for capital contribution, but those are depleted for this year. We hope to come forward. We're bringing in a report in September that'll talk about how we want to revamp that and request more funding. But this does belong with council, and so we haven't requested a bunch of information from them.
Okay. And the split here versus the original recommendation, sorry, I missed this in kind of the flurry of the back and forth, but initially it was $100,000 from the strategic initiative budget. It somehow becomes this. Is that because, remind me, that's because there's not sufficient money in that particular budget line item?
In the community investment grant?
Well, no, the strategic
Reserve?
initiatives budget. It was asked for from that budget line?
I'll refer that to Ms. Anderson.
Thanks through you, Mayor Masters. I think I'm just going to circle back for a moment and comment on an observation that Councillor Bresciani made. When we came up with our initial recommendation, we didn't know that council was going to vote to hold $50,000 from that reserve for what we were just talking about with the elevator. So that really doesn't leave 88,000. I think is exactly what you were saying. It leaves 38,000. The reason that we were originally going to recommend take it from the reserve and make up that little bit of a difference through the strategic initiative fund is because we didn't think that the amount that was in the reserve was going to be spent by the end of the year, so we might as well spend it on something that it seems like it would be in the spirit of that reserve versus the strategic initiative fund. It is money that's unspent, and has been purposefully so because we're frankly forecasting a deficit. So we were basically trying to use up money in a reserve that we thought wouldn't be used up rather than going into a budget line.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got for now.
Thanks very much. All right, amendment on the floor. Councillor Stanachek, do you want to close off debate?
Yes, thank you. I just, because of the recommendation that I heard from administration, that is why I wanted to do it this way. What I am hoping, and maybe this is a question I could ask administration, is there still a possibility that there would be another source of funding to replenish the $50,000 taken from the adapted recreation funding, like next year?
Who wants that one? I could draw straws if you like. All right.
Through the chair, I mean, there's always an opportunity, but I would say that you all voted to hold $50,000 out of that reserve for that purpose. So I would be, oh no, you didn't. It's time for it now. So yes, I mean, you could find it from somewhere else. You could absolutely take the 88.
Yeah. And apart from the implications of not having the flexibility from the strategic initiatives budget in case of a deficit, would removing 100,000 from it be detrimental to that budget?
Through the chair, I would say that is frankly the city manager's strategic fund, and I was holding off on initiatives, again, looking at the forecast and seeing deficits in other areas. So I'll be clear in saying that that does not stop planned work in my area or in the corporation. I'll be super clear on that.
That taking money from the fund does not stop any
It does
planned
not
activities.
stop it.
Okay,
It was
just to
more,
clarify.
again, when just looking at our projected forecasts, it was a purposeful decision to leave some money in there.
Okay. Then I just have no further comments. I'm not sure if this is even going to pass, but I will still take a chance on it because I would just like to see the funding from the Community Grant Investment Reserve go towards the project because it is a community investment. So, thank you.
That was debate closed on the amendment, folks. You missed all that? We're okay? It's closed on the amendment. Okay. We got to vote on the amendment.
Mayor Masters, the amendment has been defeated. 3 votes in favor, 7 against. Those voting in favor of the amendment were Councillors Stadnichuk, Nelson, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Findura, Stevens, LeBlanc, Mancinelli, and Moll.
Thanks very much. Councillor Stadnichuk, what else you got?
Just, I would like to refer point number 2 to administration to come back to the budget process with recommendation to council.
You just want to refer it, number 2, outright?
Yes.
To administration and what? I guess it's just referring.
For their recommendations during the budget process, so that it can go through the appropriate adjudication process, so that we're not using a political, I just feel that we're using a political process, this council chambers, to be making a decision, and what doesn't stop another organization from coming to us for the next meeting and saying, well, we really need to have community partner status.
No.
I don't think that that's something we should be making here. There's an adjudication process, and this is kind of stepping around that process, and I'd just rather have the recommendation come from administration after they've gone through an adjudication process with all organizations.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Stadnichuk. So referral motion, Councillor Stadnichuk needs a seconder. Sorry, Councillor Nelson, was that you? Okay, Councillor Nelson seconds. Referral motion on point number 2 goes to vote. Thank you.
Mayor Masters, the referral motion on part 2 of the recommendation has passed in a vote of 8 in favor, 2 against. Those voting in favor of the referral were Councillors Findura, Stevens, Mancinelli, Moll, LeBlanc, Stadnichuk, Nelson, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against, Councillors Hawkins and Bresciani.
Thanks very much. We're back on the main motion. Councillor Stadnichuk, I'm not sure how much time you've got. You got anything else?
I'm just going to say that I strongly support the organization Creative City Centre and the organizations that they're going to be working with. I do want this project to succeed. and I know that they will succeed because they've got some great leadership behind it. And I just want to make sure we go through the appropriate process, which is why I had those amendments. So thanks again for them for coming, and I think it's a great organization.
Thanks very much. Councillor Stevens, on the main motion, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. For number 3, I understand the rationale here, and I support this approach. I'm curious if this parallel exists in the other streams, or is it just arts that's lacking this kind of more sustainable funding model?
Ms. Bryden, Ms. Shelley?
I'll refer that to Ms. Shelley.
Through you, Mayor Masters, so the way that Marion has described what she envisions is actually very similar to our community partner model. The challenge for Creative City Centre is they're currently not in that model, so they haven't experienced the benefits of only having to apply once every 4 years. I think what we would do if we're bringing back a report is maybe take a little bit of a broader approach and incorporate any ideas that we're hearing through the engagement that is currently underway with culture partners as we're talking to them about the tax exemption program. And so we might bring back a report that explores Marion's ideas further, but there may be other ideas that we hear from other organizations as well. So we need to keep having these conversations, and then we can bring back options to council based on all of that. And if there's an option that fits all the streams, culture and or social development and sport and recreation, will provide that recommendation to council at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, you'd mentioned something which isn't a surprise, which is most of these grant line items are oversubscribed and underfunded based on the need. So what kind of direction do you need from council to have that as a serious consideration when you're building the budget? This kind of goes back to our briefing. This seems to be a priority in all the streams. Do you need a motion, or is this something now that's going to be taken seriously and you'll be reviewing it as you build the budget?
Thank you for that question. Through you, Mayor Masters, we have already been taking this very seriously as we continue to consider our budget. And so there are already business cases, if you will, being put forward in some cases already to support an elevation in grant funding under the various programs.
Great, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Councillor Hawkins, do you want to close off debate?
I'm pleased that the capital contribution will be made if this passes. And I hope the administration has heard from around the table that this is an organization that has strong support. And I hope they've also heard from the organization that they need ongoing funding from us so that they can leverage funding from other sources, especially other levels of government. I'll leave it at that.
Very much. Clerks, can you call the vote on the motion as amended? It's number 1 and 3, folks.
Mayor Masters, the motion passes 10-0.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. We'll now consider motion MN 24-14, emergency shelter reconsideration. We have some delegations. I'd like to call upon delegation Florence Stratton.
Are you signing up? You're signing in, or you're done?
Florence Stratton, I'll ask you to introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address council, after which they may have some questions for you. Welcome.
Florence Stratton, I am representing myself. When on June 12th I addressed council on the matter of a city-owned permanent emergency shelter being established on the 1400 block Albert Street, I said I didn't care one way or the other whether council supported the proposal, but what was needed was real action to address Regina's houselessness crisis. I have since partly changed my mind. While, as is obvious, the shelter will do nothing to actually end Regina's houselessness crisis, it is a necessary stopgap measure until real action to end houselessness is taken. At the June City Council meeting, the shelter proposal was defeated by a vote of 6-5. The vote may have been influenced by the derogatory comments about unhoused people made at the meeting. Comments along the line of the following: that the shelter would pose a threat to the safety and well-being of people in the area, that the shelter would bring undesirable people to the area, that the shelter would cause an increase in crime and vandalism, that the shelter would cause businesses to close and property values to fall. Such comments fall into a category of commentary known as NIMBYism, which stands for Not in My Backyard. According to the Ontario Human Rights Commission, NIMBYism is, quote, a human rights issue. It happens when people hold negative attitudes or stereotypes about the people who live in affordable housing or use emergency shelters. End of quote. In other words, NIMBYism is a form of discrimination. The discriminatory nature of the comments becomes even clearer when one considers who is unhoused in Regina. According to Regina's 2021 point-in-time count, 79% of unhoused people in Regina are Indigenous. The point-in-time count also shows that a substantial percentage of Regina's unhoused are people with a disability. Although no figures are available, it is well known that many of the unhoused in Regina are in one of the province's 2 income support programs, CIS or SED, neither of which provides enough to live on. Under the Saskatchewan Human Rights Code 2018, race or perceived race, disability, and receipt of public assistance are prohibited grounds of discrimination. On these grounds, NIMBY assertions should be banned from all city meetings. This is particularly important as NIMBY commentary also impacts the broader public when it is made in public at City of Regina meetings. It is in this context that I call on City Council to reconsider the emergency shelter and, in this reconsideration, to vote in favor of its establishment on the 1400 block Albert Street. It is, as I said earlier, a necessary stopgap measure until real action can be taken to address Regina's houselessness crisis. As for what Regina can do to actually address its houselessness crisis, here are 3 suggestions. First, if the City of Regina could contemplate spending $165.9 million of our tax dollars on a new aquatic center, it can surely commit to allocating $10 million annually to ending houselessness. Second, city officials can put pressure on the provincial government to make available for occupation the 700 empty Sask housing units in the city. How can there be 700 empty affordable housing units in our city when so many of our fellow citizens are suffering on the streets? Third, Regina could also take the lead in urging the Saskatchewan Urban Municipalities Association to follow the example of Ontario municipalities and call on the provincial and federal governments to work with Saskatchewan municipalities to address the houselessness crisis faced by municipalities across the province. To conclude, I invite members of Regina City Council to come to Pepsi Park between 5 and 7 p.m. some Sunday evening. A group of mainly young volunteers, I'm one of the few who's over 35, is providing food and free clothing market there every Sunday. We call it Sunday Fun Day. You would have the opportunity to meet some of Regina's unhoused people. You would also be welcome to bring some snacks or any clothing you are no longer wearing that is cluttering up your closet. Like the emergency city shelter proposed for the 1400 block Albert Street, Sunday Fun Day is a stopgap measure, but it is better than nothing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence Stratton. I don't see any questions from council. Well, thank you very much for presenting this evening and ask you to return to the gallery. I would call upon Delegation Laura McLeod. Laura McLeod, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you live. You're going to have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time there might be some questions for you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. My name is Laura McLeod.
I am representing myself, and I currently live in the east end of Regina. Good evening. As a senior student of the Geography and Environmental Studies Department at the U of R, I'm here to express our community's concerns as this council has neglected the urgency in providing complete permanent shelter to those who require it. As I cannot fully represent the unhoused residents, I'm just here to persuade the council to make the meaningful efforts here by voting for action towards the tangible location that was chosen by city administration. As Mayor Masters yourself have set precedent by making it a goal to secure a shelter location by either August or September last year, and that this council was also directing administration to choose a suitable property and location by the end of last year. The council has a duty to meet the community's needs outlined by administration and its community members. I simply ask the council to play its role alongside the provincial government investments and the vital community organizations that run the daily operations of the facility. Addressing Regina's homeless population requires and deserves more than renewing a leasing agreement for a temporary facility. The Regina residents require you, the council, to make progressive movements towards assisting citizens in the best way possible and not supporting comments regarding perceived threats of economic and social decline. All of us must recognize that the home impoverished requires support that is consistent and reliable. By choosing this permanent location is one step towards providing a central, accessible, and visible location to the public where we can further recognize and value those individuals who are struggling to secure shelter. As decision makers for the capital city, I ask that you thoughtfully consider moving forward with this notion, as it will create a pivotal point for the city, for city-owned social service infrastructure. Consider this as an opportunity to create a vibrant transitional space for our communities. If not now, then when? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Member McLeod, I don't see any questions from council, so thank you very much for presenting this evening, and I'll ask you to return to the gallery. I would call upon Delegation Sean Coke. Sorry. Sean Cook, could you please state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you happen to live? You'll have 5 minutes to present to council, after which there may be some questions for you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sean Cook. Although I've worked with and I've worked for a lot of organizations that are affected by the placement of this shelter, I am speaking on behalf of myself. If I jump around a little bit on talking points and stuff, bear with me. It's all connected. The number one word that I kind of want to go with here is urgency. Right? The last couple delegates kind of talked about this. We're talking about a shelter that's just a replacement for the one that already exists. Not even any more beds. We're not even having the right discussion. We don't need one shelter, you guys. We need 5. And then we need permanent supportive housing around all of that. We're under such a massive crisis here, and you guys just aren't getting it, right? One of the delegates that spoke about this last time, who was here with the lived experience, and Councillor Shaw, you actually wanted to take him for coffee. I don't know if you guys are aware of this or not, but he died 2 weeks after that meeting. Like, we have to do something now. So you need to approve this spot and then get on the next spot, because time's running out. You know, we're at the end of August, but winter's coming. It's here, you guys. We have to do something now. Some background. I worked at a Housing First program back in 2016, which is take houseless people and put them in houses. And there was a report under the previous administration. We had a big press conference. Everybody was there. You know, the former chief of police, under Mayor Frugere, Councillor Stevens, I'm pretty sure you were there. Right? 25 people in a program saved $1.3 million in 1 year by housing them, taking them away from detox visits, from ambulance, from the police. Like, this is the cost, the right thing to do, even if you hate people, even if you don't like people, and which also there's a massive underpinning here that Florence Stratton, the inspirational Florence Stratton, kind of touched on, And you guys kind of showed your ignorance and bias earlier in the meeting by voting it down 3-7 with the renaming of Dewdney. There's a massive, massive racial component to this. First Nations people are 17% of the province, over 80% of the prison population, and despite what Florence said about the last point in time, saying it's 79% of the house's population, I'm here to tell you it's closer to 90. If that's not institutionalized racism, I don't know what is. Right? Councillor Hawkins, you asked one of the delegates the other time to list examples of racism in Saskatchewan. That's like asking a fish to point out the water. It's baked in the cake.
One moment, please. Sir, you're not calling out individual councillors. You need to make a point about the reconsideration motion. Please make a point about the reconsideration motion.
Okay, reconsider it and vote on it. Get it done. Where else is it supposed to go? The urgent care center is right down the street. Four Directions is right there. Swap's across the street. If not in that spot, where are we going? Harbor Landing? In the creeks? Like, where else is it supposed to go? Our provincial government has made the policy that we're just going to let people die, and then the ones that are not, we're going to put them into medical detention facilities. That's a quote from the Minister of Health, the detention facilities. So where are these people supposed to go? Is the City of Regina, are we on the provincial plan if we're just going to let people die? I don't know. I've been on the front of this for a few years now. Some of us were camped out in the lawn last summer. And now we're here a whole year later, and we're 6 weeks from... The only reason why it wasn't a real bad problem last winter was because it was nice out. We had a very, very mild winter. And it sounds like it's about to get very, very cold. So you need to vote on this shelter and then start planning the next one. And then how we're going to start building some Housing First programs and start asking and listening to the people in town that know how to deal with this. And I'm sorry if some of you feel personally attacked right now. But I can't watch any more people die. I don't know what to say. I'm really, really apoplectic about it all. And as we sit here with an all-white council, who's most affected by this? The Indigenous people of this city and this province. Case closed. Remember, winter is coming, and so is an election. Oh, and if we're looking for more money, I think Caesar's sitting on $1.6 million surplus.
Are you done, sir?
I'm done.
Thank you. I don't see any questions from council. Well, thank you very much for attending this evening and ask you to return to the gallery. I will call upon delegation, Jesse Stuick. I'll call on delegation Jesse Stuick. Jesse, I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you live. You're going to have 5 minutes to present to council, and there may be questions for you afterwards. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jesse. I just represent myself. I live in Regina. Sorry, is that all you asked for?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello? Okay. Okay, hi. My name is Jesse. I have lived and worked on Albert Street for the past 2 years. I walk past the proposed shelter location on 14 Block Albert Street on my way to work at 5:30 a.m. and home from work at 2 p.m. I am familiar with the location and the surrounding blocks as a pedestrian. I agree wholeheartedly with the city staff who recommended the site as the best available space for a permanent emergency shelter to replace the current temporary site. Many people who may need to access emergency shelters frequent this area already. The site is within walking distance of many services, provides easy access to public transit, as well as to the Albert Street underpass, which is a mainstream pedestrian access point connecting North Central with Cathedral and downtown. North Central also has a sense of community that is not replicated in other neighborhoods. In my time walking through this part of the city, there is a genuine friendliness that reminds me of the small town that I grew up in. Whether it's 5 a.m. or 2 in the afternoon, people will greet you, chat with you, or even walk a couple blocks with you if you're heading in the same direction. On the decision to reject this space in June, one councillor said, "This is an arterial street, a main street, one of our busiest streets. I really struggle with the fact that we're putting some of our most vulnerable there." My response to this is what anybody who spent even passing time around this space can tell you. They are already there. As most of us know, Regina Police just dismantled an encampment not even a block away from the proposed permanent shelter site last week. Mayor Masters cites safety concerns as one reason for rejecting the space, concerns echoed by other delegates who worried about the impact on property values, businesses, and residents of the neighborhood. At what point is the safety of those who neither own a business or property considered? The safety of unhoused people should be a central point of consideration. In the mornings when I walk to work, there have been times that I've felt unsafe, but I can say definitively that there has not been a single instance where my safety has actually been threatened or compromised. It is important to make a distinction between feeling unsafe and being unsafe. I believe that a shelter in this location will make the neighborhood safer, and I don't see much foundation in the points of those arguing the opposite. Unhoused people are not inherently dangerous, and unhoused people are present in the neighborhood already. It is rare for me to walk to and from work and not see a single person sleeping on the street. More often, I will pass 4 or 5 or more people sleeping on sidewalks, in bus shelters, in temperatures from 30 below to 30 above. When I think about safety for people in Regina, I think about the safety of those who have no other option but to be exposed to the elements night and day year-round. Since rejecting the site in June, Mayor Masters has argued that there is ample time to find another permanent space. There is not. At this time last year, the current temporary space was packed every night. Maintaining these existing 55 beds in a permanent rather than temporary space is a bare minimum measure that does not meet the rising need for shelter in Regina. Unhoused people are members of the public and they are residents of the city. They deserve, at minimum, a permanent emergency shelter rather than being shuffled around between leased buildings, rinks, and community centers. People who access shelters deserve stable central spaces in friendly neighborhoods with access to services and connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions from council, so thank you very much for presenting this evening and ask you to leave the meeting.
Okay, thanks.
Council, we're at a mandatory 90-minute break. See you back here in 15. we'll get back to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, I got quorum. Councillor Stevens is sitting down, okay. Councillor Stevens, consider motion 24-14, emergency shelter. Councillor Stevens, can you please introduce your motion?
You bet. I think it's pretty straightforward. The motion itself is about coming back to the question and the issues that were raised by council when we discussed the shelter location and potential purchase several months ago. As a follow-up, I guess my question is for administration. And I understand that there could be some confidentiality issues. I know members around this table have had some conversations about it. So if any time, you think we need to go in camera, I think it's important to have this conversation with all the information available. First question, is work being done to find a permanent shelter, or has administration kind of been, I don't know, left in the lurch about what to do next since our last meeting about this?
Prior to administration taking any questions, can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Thanks for picking that up. Who from administration wants the question? Thank you. Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters, our hope is to have a new council report in front of you September 18th.
Okay. Not to disclose all the details, and that report might include an alternative, or is it, what can you tell me about what report would come back, generally?
Through Mayor Masters, in general, I can say that there is another really great option. I can say that we have toured it with some of our partners, and so that would be what the report will be about.
Okay. Through the chair, and just so we're not kind of blindsided by some of the concerns we heard last time about the location, what is it you took away from our last conversation from council about our concerns with the last location? How is that being addressed so we're not all of a sudden surprised when it comes to the location, the funding arrangement with the province, and so on?
Through Mayor Masters, I would say that we took all of the feedback, and we think that we have a location that many of those concerns would not be concerns in this location.
Okay, thank you. Has there been any, is there any reason to worry about funding from other levels of government for the project since the last meeting?
Through Mayor Masters, I would say the federal funding is money that we have. The provincial funding, we have met with the province a couple times, and so we're still in those conversations. So I would say I wouldn't be concerned about will there be provincial funding. I think it's the dollar amount and the terms tied to it that will be part of the negotiations. Okay. Should this location be more appealing to council?
Okay, thank you. Delegates and reality have shown us that the matter is getting worse. The one-for-one in terms of shutting down the nest and opening a new facility is not going to be adequate. We know that. Is that something that the provincial government is aware of, and is it feasible for us to kind of increase our requests and ask? In other words, maybe we need to have a serious conversation between now and September about additional spaces for additional beds and so on. Is that something that could be part of that negotiation?
Through Mayor Masters, I think we've been talking about that, and there's other conversations in the works. I would say that for what we're dealing with right now, it's pretty much focused on the number of beds that are, as you said, pretty much just an exchange from the nest, which is not a permanent location, for us to a permanent location.
Okay. Well, the next question, and maybe it's for the mayor. You and I have spoken casually about, potential spaces. Would you be willing to chat about that in camera? Because I know that information should be held in confidence. Is that something that we could discuss to better inform the reconsideration motion and then the September 18th?
Sure.
Okay.
I'd be happy to.
Go
You
on
want to
camera?
make a motion to go on
Moved.
camera? He needs a seconder to go in camera. Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. We'll recuse ourselves to go in camera. back from an in-camera session to just to discuss some confidential information, and no decisions were made. I do need a motion for continuance. Thank you. Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Stanichuk. Any opposed? Seeing none, Councillor Stevens, you're up.
Sure, thanks. So as administration said before we went into the in-camera session, a report's coming forward. I'm optimistic that a site will be selected. We talked some confidential information about properties. I maybe would ask the chair's indulgence. My intention would be to actually table the reconsideration motion, so it would come back for the September meeting of council. It could be a moot point if there's another report, in which case I would just withdraw it, but I don't want to let it die.
Okay, so at tabling.
But I would also, it's up to you. I think others, if they wish to speak, I would offer them that, but and I would table it afterwards, but it's totally up to you in terms of how you wanted to run that, and if others want to say something. Do you know what I mean? I know I can't speak twice, I would like to table it, but I also don't want to starve people of a chance.
The reality is we all heard the same information.
Okay.
We know where a report is coming forward, so I'm not sure what there is to say.
Okay.
All right, so tabling motion, seconded by, oh, sorry. Do you want to speak?
I would like to,
All right, we're going to indulge you. Go ahead, Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. So, through the chair, so that report on the potential other locations is planned to come back to the September 18th Executive Committee meeting. Is that right? So,
Through Mayor Masters, yes.
thank you. And so if the proposed location is approved there, we would debate that September 25th, which is our second last council meeting.
Through the chair, yes.
Okay. My concern is, that sounds great. If that deal falls through and we don't pass the reconsideration motion today, just tactically, strategically, we don't have enough time to debate a shelter space before October 9th, our last meeting. So what I'm suggesting that might mean, I'm thinking on the fly, is if the reconsideration motion passes today, it would be scheduled to be debated September 25th, which is the same date we might discuss this new proposed location. We could put this at the foot of that list. If this one passes, great. If not, we can still have a substantive discussion about a shelter space. People can vote one way or the other. We're just running out of runway here.
Councillor LeBlanc, I would just caution you that if the reconsideration motion fails tonight, then there's nothing to grab onto on September 25th.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
I think what you want to know is that you have the ability to debate it.
That's right, yeah. Because right now we have, staff are working on potential deal on properties that might come, a lot can happen in a month. You know, that report may or may not come, whatever, something could happen. And then we just need something in the hopper to debate.
So if your reconsideration motion is simply tabled, then it stands in behind the other report that we're going to hear about at executive the week before.
Right. So we could debate the reconsideration September 25th.
Yes.
If that passes, substantively re-debate the motion on the 9th.
Correct.
As our farewell tour.
No, if it passes, if reconsideration motion passes at September 25th, you can debate it September 25th.
Okay. Okay, no, fair enough. Thank you.
So I'm going to say a motion to table from Councillor Stevens. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Tabling motion on the floor.
Mayor Masters, the tabling motion passes in a vote of 9-0 with all members present voting in favor.
Thank you to the clerks. Council, just so we don't run out of time, we are going to consider the following bylaws: 2024-47, 2024-51, and 2024-54. All right, I will ask Deputy Mayor Findura to do first reading of the bylaws.
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaw number 2024-47, 24-51, and 2024-54 be introduced and read the first time.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters' first reading passes in a vote of 9-0.
Excellent. Deputy Mayor Findura, can you please do second reading of the bylaws?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw number 2024-47, 2024-51, and 2024-54 be read a second time.
Thank you. Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Mayor Masters' second reading is passed in a vote of 9-0.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Findura, can you please do consent for third reading?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that council hereby consent to bylaw number 2024-47, 2024-51, and 2024-54 go into the third reading at this meeting.
Thank you very much. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters' unanimous consent to proceed to third reading at today's meeting has been achieved.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Findura, can you please do final reading of the bylaws?
Thank you, Mayor. I move, seconded by Councilor Mancinelli, that bylaw number 2024-47, 2024-51, and 2024-54 be read a third time.
Thank you. Clerks, can you start the vote?
Mayor Masters' third reading has passed in a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. At the request of the Deputy City Clerk, we'll now consider item CR 24-101, the semi-annual review of closed executive committee items. Can I have Deputy Mayor Findura please introduce the report?
Okay. 24-101, where are we? 24. Okay, may I introduce CR 24-101, semi-annual of closed executive committee items. Executive committee recommends the city council receive and file this report. Executive seeks concurrence.
Thank you. Can I get someone to move this report, please? Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk, seconded by, thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Any questions? Seeing none, clerk, please call the vote.
Mayor Masters, the motion is passed 9-0.
Thank you very much, Council, for getting through that. We'll consider motion 24-8, establishing a preceptor. Councillor Nelson, can you please introduce your motion?
Okay, well, I have to find it. So I don't have to say the whereas, I just have to speak to it? Is this what?
You just have to introduce your motion.
Okay. This is actually a preceptor. Nobody really knew what they were until I brought this up to people. And all it is it's just an unbiased person that will be here at our meetings. And I'm not saying that this has to be done right now. Maybe for the new council coming in that this should be done. And what they do is they'll take notes and say how the meeting has ran, giving suggestions how it could be done better, giving suggestions on things that we can do better and correct us in the way that we're doing our meetings. I know for myself, there's been lots of times as I'm sitting around the table and I've heard and learnt, we've been calling different motions and we've been calling different point of orders when they've really been point of privileges and stuff. So the meetings really aren't ran properly by a preceptor and by the proper procedure. And it's a learning experience for council, especially people that have never been in meetings and been in things like this. So it's just an education portion for us as councillors to do better and to learn as we're going. This position actually can be filled by a voluntary position. Many people have put their names forward to me, just saying that, we'd love to be involved. People that want to be in the middle of municipality and politics to help us out. I understand we have Mr. Nickel here that'll call stuff, but not all the time, and no report is given to us afterwards, so we don't know what we did wrong or what we could have done better. So I just ask that we support this, especially for the new council coming in. We give them a better chance to know that they're following procedures and to learning how to run the meetings properly. So.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Councillor Nelson requires a seconder on the motion. Thank you, Councillor Stanachek. Anyone wishing to speak on the motion? Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Sure. So maybe I'd ask the clerk a question about this. What I'm hearing, and the councillor and I had a chance to talk about it, is councillors from the beginning would like more guidance on how to be part of meetings, to chair meetings, and to ensure that everything's being done fairly. What would you say in response to my statement that that's kind of the clerk's office job? What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Councillor. I would say respectfully that is the role and responsibility of the city clerk, to be an impartial person who advises council on procedural matters, on ways to address council, those kind of things. The caveat, of course, is that all members, and I say this with all due respect, have to have confidence in the clerk, whether that's me or someone else. So this is what clerks across this country do, not dissimilar to legislative clerks in Parliament or various legislative assemblies. Obviously different rules, but a lot of the rules that are here are already codified in the procedure bylaw and the code of ethics bylaw. So again, as I've said to members on many occasions, individually and collectively, the rules are there for you to follow. My door is always open for people to come and ask. The deputy clerk and I help members write or rewrite, tweak, revise motions as necessary. And then we also have some administrative responsibilities. But again, I would say with respect, that is what my office is there to do.
Thank you. I've been to conferences and conventions where you might have someone who's completely removed from the power structure and the debate, who's labeled as a parliamentarian. Their entire job is to help people navigate process. So you have a position with the organization. I think what the councillor is getting to here is someone who's completely removed. Would it be feasible to have, I don't know, someone that might be working on an honorarium, a member of the public, but someone acknowledged to have some expertise in this who we could draw from, who would sit there and suffer with us together and maybe provide some feedback in a formal capacity afterwards about this could have been done and so on? Is that something that you could help organize and structure for the next council?
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Again, it is council's direction that I would take in this regard. I'd be remiss if I didn't flag a couple of things. First of all, it would be imperative that all members had confidence in whoever it is you selected for this role. Because again, you want to ensure that you avoid any kind of power dynamic, real or perceived. For an example or an analogy, I would use the unelected Senate versus the democratically elected House of Commons. There's always people saying, yeah, we need that second view, but they're not elected, so why are they holding things up? I just use it as an analogy, and it would be very important that all members felt comfortable with this individual, because you're not bound to follow any advice or anything. The person would have to be, I believe, very understanding that they are there to provide perspective and context, but they in no way are directing anything that goes on, because the procedures and the adherence and the oversight of the procedures are respectfully the responsibility of the clerk in advising the chair of meetings.
Okay. Trying to meet people halfway here. To Councillor Nelson, what if something less prescriptive was put on the table here? I sense maybe it's an amendment, but it would go something like this, that a report be brought to council in Q4 of 2024. We can change the date with recommendations on how to improve meeting governance and processes. Basically, the clerk, the office of the clerk, would come before the new council with some options. Maybe this would be considered for people to talk about. Maybe it's incorporated into the training. It's less prescriptive than a preceptor, but rather the concern here is making sure meetings are impartially run, fair, governance is maintained, same intention.
So my question to you is, who would do that? So the city clerk would be their role and their responsibility?
The city clerk
So-
would provide a report to the new council on how to best do what you're suggesting here. And then this might be an option in there, but this would be something that would be a very close focus of the clerk in the next council, rather than ad hoc.
So you're asking the city clerk to bring a report to the next council to say, here are some options to run meetings better and to follow procedure and so on and so forth, whether it's a preceptor, whether it's whichever.
Yeah.
And I'd appreciate that, and I'll tell you, I know from personal experience that I did not get the training that I should have gotten, and we as counselors, there's many times when it's gone over 5 minutes, but because the chair likes that person, they get an extra minute. Those kind of things need to stop. And a preceptor, when they write a report, and that's the big thing with the report afterwards, is to correct what was done. So so-and-so went 5 minutes over time, or went 3 minutes over time. Then that's in the record to say that was not done properly. And I've heard this from lots of residents, that some people around here get more privileges than other people. So that's the reason why I'm talking about the preceptor. They're non-biased. They're going to tell you exactly what was done wrong and how to correct that and do that. And I don't understand, if an options are given to people, would they know all that stuff in advance? Do they know the things, like walking into what we walked into? I had no idea what I was getting into, and that's why now, 4 years later, it's like, oh, we should have had a preceptor when we first started. So then so-and-so couldn't have gone over their time of 5 minutes, or there would have been some accountability for the chair and the way the chair is running that meeting. So that's kind of my thing about just, and like I said, this is a volunteer position. I'll throw a whole bunch of names to whoever to say, and like I said, there's lots of university students that are taking their political science, I'm sure, that would love to get involved and do this kind of stuff. So I really believe that this is very important, vitally important, and I've read many, many books, and we all know this. when the chair has more knowledge than the people sitting around the table, the meeting will run very differently. And when the chair doesn't know how to run a meeting, the meeting will go very sideways, or it won't be fair, in my opinion, and my experience.
Fair. I maybe would ask the clerk to put up the motion I just sent, hopefully to the right person. Just to-
There's a motion on the floor. This would be a new, Councilor Stevens' motion would be a new motion. It's not an amendment.
It could be accepted by the mover and the
But
seconder
it's
as
not an
an
amendment, it's a
alternative.
different subject matter. And there's a reason for preserving that distinction. It's a question of giving notice. And I in fact support what Councilor Stevens is saying, but the proper process here is that we deal with the subject matter on the floor. You can't amend that subject matter to include a different subject matter. The subject matter on the floor, you can't interrupt the speaker as well. The subject matter here is, should there be a preceptor? Councilor Stevens is proposing a different matter. I support Councilor Stevens' motion, but it is different, and I think we should deal with the motion on the floor.
Councillor Hawkins, I can't tell if it's different or not yet because I haven't seen it. So I just want to see if it's an amendment. I just want to see if it's an amendment.
Okay, that's a good point. Oh, yeah.
Councillor Stevens, the appropriate thing would be for you to table it with direction to administration.
Vote to table
You would
Councillor
table
Nelson's.
the preceptor motion with direction to prepare a report to council in Q4 of 2024.
And that's what I would do, in the spirit of what's here, for sure, yeah.
Okay.
Why Q4 2024? For the new
It's the end of
council.
the year.
For the new council,
So it's
okay.
gonna be for the new council. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Councillor Stevens requires a
That's
seconder.
Q4.
Oh, go ahead.
Just to be clear, if this gets moved in this matter, that means no one else is going to be able to speak to this, and it goes to vote on the tabling motion right away, right? Good thing we have a preceptor here to pull that, so that means all debate would be over about this matter, so, okay.
Do you want to ask Councillor Stevens if he'll allow debate?
But he can't speak again afterwards, and how can he table it if he can't speak to it? And yeah, we're back to the lockup, right? You
Yeah,
gotta
we
think
are.
about how you're going to talk in this room. So that's why I had to make a point of order, and I still have my turn. I'll let you guys figure it out.
All right. Right. Councillor Stevens, if you so choose, you could indicate this is your intention
Yeah,
and allow debate to occur.
yeah, for sure. Sorry, I didn't realize you'd asked the question. I thought it was a statement. For sure, I would love to hear.
All right. Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Okay.
This is on everything, by the way, because this is a tabling motion, so it's on the entirety of it.
Oh, we're on the entirety, not just the table. Okay, yeah. Okay. I think that I just wanted to talk. I don't have a lot of questions about this. I think we all walk into the room blind. That's what happens when you step up. Some might have a bit more experience than most. Probably everyone else has more experience than me. I managed to figure it out. I found my training to be adequate. I had to search for some of my own answers and pay attention in this room to understand and catch on. I think that's the job. I think that's what the community vets us for. I think that that's how we earn our way in here. I don't agree with the innuendo that this is unfair and unbalanced. I've been led around the room. I've been played for how this tabling motion just went, lost my turn to speak. I've had it all happen as I learned the ropes in this room. And I think it's important to learn that and to be proper and respectful and adhere to how we are supposed to act, not always how we feel. And I think that's what makes us professional and good representatives for our community. I can't support this because the whole premise of this comes about is there is an innuendo that there was an unfair activity in the room and some get to speak more than others, and this happens to this one and this happens to that one, and I don't really support that notion. So I'm not going to be supportive of it. I've found Mr. Nicol to be fair and unbiased. I've always not agreed with the way he interprets things, but I think he's done a good job, and that's how I've done the job in this place till this point, and I think that it's been the proper way to do it.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that meetings, the critical things about the conduct of meetings is, first of all, that they be conducted in a knowledgeable way, and secondly, that they be absolutely fair and impartial. I've sat here for 12 years. For 11 of those years, the current clerk has been the clerk. Sometimes he's agreed with points I've made, often he's disagreed with points I've made. But the one thing I can say for sure is the clerk and his deputy have been absolutely fair, absolutely impartial, absolutely neutral. They are not really a member of council or really a member of the administration. The correct analogy is to think of the clerk as the kind of speaker of the House. They're in the chair. They give advice to the chair of the meeting. The chair of the meeting makes a ruling, and if we don't like the ruling of the chair, we can challenge the chair, and then council as a body will make a final decision. It seems to me that there are two safeguards in that system. The first is the impartiality of the clerk. That's a moral responsibility, and as I say, in my experience, it's always been discharged at a high level. And the second is our ability to challenge the chair if we don't like the ruling that the chair makes, either for or against advice given the chair by the clerk. I think to interfere with that structure is to cause massive problems. You don't want a situation in which you have a clerk or a chair being judged by another clerk or a chair, another person playing the role of clerk or chair from a distance and writing a report. It'll create a problem. So I can't support this motion, and I salute the example that the current clerk has provided. I do support the suggestion that Councillor Stevens is making. I imagined, even without his suggestion, that the chair would take the interim period through the election, and has probably made notes, to think about the kind of reforms that could be made in our processes and advise us, or advise the new council, on those reforms. Indeed, he does something like that every year. So I don't see much difference between what Councillor Stevens has suggested and what is happening, and I support it. The other thing is, the clerk's office is entirely open to providing seminars or whatever to incoming councillors or to council as a whole, expanding on a whole or part of the rules. More than that, I've found that the clerk's office has always been open from the day I've gotten here to giving advice on the form and structure of resolutions and motions that we bring before council. It's an invaluable service. It doesn't touch the substance, it doesn't change the intent, but it puts it in a correct form that we can all deal with. So I want to say, first of all, that I can't support the motion before us because I support the work that has been done to date by the clerk's office in terms of a high standard of fairness. And secondly, if Councillor Stevens feels a need to move a motion to have some kind of report come back on suggested reforms to council rules or possibly the suggestion even of a seminar for incoming counselors or council as a whole, I'm easy with that. Thank you.
Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Brasciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I think when we all first start, it's overwhelming and we do get training. I remember when I was first elected and it was within that first week, we went through the whole realm, and just understanding Robert's rules in itself is, and actually I'd like to can Robert's rules if we could. I don't know if every municipality uses it, but it makes it very awkward to have conversations and all of a sudden, just like you saw a couple motions say we couldn't add things we wanted to add. So that's a takeaway for Mr. Clerk. But I want to say that, you know, I can't support the motion, but I respect what the clerk's office does. Anytime we ask for motions or any help, they're there to help us. I think sometimes I would say, though, because the clerk is there to help all of us, and you can see it, and we all have different views, we'll have a motion, and we're there to help write the motion on both sides, or give us suggestions on both sides. It becomes very, very difficult trying to make the 11 of us happy. I would say, and I would be interested, though, to know, like, how one does, if you feel at any time, though, that there are times maybe when things have gone a little array at council, and you start feeling, well, maybe I'm not getting as much time to talk, or maybe my microphone is getting cut off, or whatever. Like, again, I think that can be raised. You could raise it with the clerk, and then that would be discussed, and maybe it becomes a thing where we all are together collectively speaking about things that are maybe happening. I'm okay with that, because I think just bringing in another person, I will say this. My first question, well, who would it be? And then, again, you know, kind of how are they going to see things? Everybody has a different perception, and I think that's one layer, I would say. So I think that there is an opportunity, though, for some learning, but I would say, I know we're all tired, but I don't see another layer being necessary at all. I think Mr. Nicol and Amber both do wonderful jobs. So, but I do see what Councillor Nelson is also saying, that sometimes you could feel, or any one of us could feel that, for sure. But I think it is up to having a conversation at certain times, because things do get, I'm going to say, can get to feel very personal sometimes. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Brasciani. Councillor Stavanchuk, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. First of all, I want to say that I don't see this motion as a statement of non-confidence in the clerk, but I see it as a motion to support training in parliamentary procedure and, you know, to chair a meeting really well. And I do know that on occasions, you know, certain councillors might be out of line in terms of comments or whatever happens. We all know that sometimes things get heated, and often we've been told that it is up to councillors to basically govern themselves, to keep each other in line. So if you don't feel confident in the rules of order, you might not know that you could call somebody on a point of order or point of procedure. So I think that that's an important thing to establish. I guess one question, I mean, Councillor Stevens referred to parliamentarians, and I've been to a lot of conventions where there's a parliamentarian, but that is to deal with, to help, that'd be more like a clerk to help settle decisions and ensure that rules and procedure are being followed fairly. But what I'm wondering, this would be a question to the clerk, is when you do have a new council after the election, do you see any value, because you have a lot of things that you have to do in terms of training and setting up training for a new council, of having someone in a, instead of not necessarily a permanent role, but maybe even a temporary role, who could observe the first couple of council meetings and provide feedback to everybody, so that collectively everybody is kind of learning, because that might be hard for someone like you to do when you're in the middle of the meeting, somebody who is observing it and giving some feedback.
Through you, Mayor, again, Councillor Stanachuk, that is the will of council if
Okay.
you want to do that. What I would caution, though, is again, you are going to run into situations where some members might think that a potential preceptor's comments and perspective were bang on, and other times they weren't, or the others don't. And there's no formal mechanism that that individual has any authority to do anything other than to provide advice and guidance. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that you're setting up a dynamic where all of a sudden you're going to potentially have two people who you're looking to interpret the rules and the orders and the proceedings.
Yeah.
That's an inevitable danger. That's all I'm saying.
But what I understand from the motion is it's not to intervene during a meeting or make any interpretation during a meeting, but just after a meeting to say, you know, this went really well, but at this point in the meeting, you know, whatever, like there should, like maybe the chair allows somebody to speak on a tabling motion and actually that shouldn't have happened, blah, blah, blah. I think the clerk would be catching that. But whatever the issues are, I think that, I know that where we are now compared to where we were 3 years ago is quite different in terms of our understanding of some of the rules of order. So I'm just seeing this as a training purpose, but maybe that fits into Councillor Stevens' possible tabling motion. But anyway, okay, that's all I will say, is that I see the value of having like not a permanent person, but someone observing and giving feedback.
Councillor Nelson, you've already spoken on the motion itself. You would close off, but he's going to potentially come back and refer it, so.
No one else wants to talk, I'd put the table in motion up there.
Councillor Stevens needs a seconder on his tabling motion.
Well, I need to understand, so.
Sorry, what's your question about the tabling?
I don't understand what's going on.
Okay. Councillor Stevens is tabling this to Q4 of 2024, directing the city clerk to prepare a supplemental report to council in Q4 of 2024 with recommendations on how to improve meeting governance and processes. Councillor Stevens, have I got it right? All right.
So I'm going to call upon the clerk. So what he's saying is, so my motion's going to be defeated?
No, it's going to be tabled.
So this will all get tabled to Q4 of '24.
If this passes, your motion is tabled with the direction for the city clerk to come back with recommendations on how to improve meeting governance and processes.
Okay, that's why, and can I speak for a moment? I really want to say something here. This is in no way to insult.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson. Tabling motion is on the floor. Oh, pardon me, Councillor Stevens needs a seconder. Councillor LeBlanc, thank you.
Mayor Masters, the tabling motion is passed in a vote of 6 in favor, 3 against. Those voting in favor were Councilors Bresciani, Nelson, Stadnichuk, LeBlanc, Stevens, and yourself, Mayor Masters. Voting against were Councilors Hawkins, Findura, and Mancinelli.
Thank you very much.
Long meeting, many questions, but important to discuss. I think it's going to be
Just, Councillor Hawkins, may I ask council a question about their availability at 10 a.m. tomorrow? 10 a.m.? Yeah. We have a hold in the calendar. Yeah, I know, I'm changing it till 10. We got through a bunch. 3 hours slots. Availability? Can I just have a show of hands for availability tomorrow at 10 a.m.? 10 till 12? 10 till 12? Can you do 10 till 12? You can't do 10 o'clock? Okay. Councillor Hawkins? Okay. I can do 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. We have a motion to adjourn. Can it be seconded? Do you need a second? Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed to adjournment? That's nobody. We are adjourned. Thank you.